Chapter 17.
The next password will be Cedric. Keep faith and good night,
Lee Jordan said, and then pressed the glowing button atop his magical radio, effectively shutting off the second program of Potter Watch. It had just aired from the 4th floor of the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, 12 Grimmauld Place, after Sirius had found Lee on a recovery mission in Leeds. The Order had received word through a government source in the city that a wizard in hiding was seeking the Order's protection and help with a task that the government source deemed highly worthy. The wizard had been Lee, and his hopeful task for the Order had been re-airing his program Potterwatch after his safe house had been swarmed by Death Eaters.
I'd say that was excellent,
Lee declared, turning to the room at large. Across the table, Remus Lupin smiled wryly, his eyes lit from within with mischief.
I'd say so as well, Lee.
Beside Remus, Sirius Black grinned wickedly, and leaned over to share with Remus his ideas for the next program's contributions. Among them, sharing the updated instructions for the magical community on how to order Weasley's Wizard Weez's products such as instant darkness powder, and how to charm compasses to display a loved one's coordinates so you could always track them, the coordinates only to be displayed after a password was given, of course. At Lee's right hand, Fred Weasley was positively vibrating with energy, his feet tapping the floor in his new purple suede shoes.
Bloody brilliant. George will kill me for sticking him on a delivery run tonight while I got to contribute.
Fred beamed, looking absolutely delighted at the prospect of his twin murdering him over Potterwatch envy. Lee beamed back, thrilled at being reunited with his best friends after months in hiding. Andromeda Tonks rose smoothly to her feet, smiling around at the young boys and men around her.
Well done, all. I'll relieve Fleur from Teddy duties, shall I?
She said, looking toward Sirius and Remus.
Thank you.
Remus began, but went abruptly silent. The stag Patronus, the silver image of prongs, had landed on the large circular table beside the magical radio. The stag's mouth opened and Harry's frantic words filled the room.
Greyback. He's here.
The Patronus vanished in a wisp of white smoke. All eyes went to Sirius and Remus, who both stared at that spot where the stag had been standing. Sirius just stared and stared while slowly, Remus's brown eyes narrowed. A second later, he rose to standing so quickly that even Sirius blinked in surprise.
Right, we don't know where Harry, Ron, and Hermione were camping, or how or why Greyback found them. But we do know that if he succeeded in taking them, that he'd likely not harm them himself. You know who has given clear instructions on Harry to his followers, they are not to harm him. So, if Harry is caught, Greyback must have taken him somewhere.
Remus swallowed, and everyone's face paled. Voldemort had given clear instructions about Harry, yes, but not Ron and Hermione. Fred and Lee looked as if they might be sick.
If we are to assume that he did take them somewhere and not,
Sirius growled, ducking his head and clenching his fists before speaking again.
then I reckon we should start with Malfoy Manor.
Andromeda turned to catch Sirius's eye, her face solemn as she looked between the two men.
How will you know he is even in there with all the wards in place? And how would you even get in?
I have a fairly good idea.
Sirius answered, his voice like gravel as he jumped to his feet and spun on his heel, headed for the door. Andromeda threw out her arm, grabbing Sirius's shoulder.
Bill, Kingsley, and Sturgis are busy, but Nymphadora's here. You'll need her help.
Oi, I'm coming too.
Fred cried, his voice strained but determined.
And me,
Lee said, pulling out his wand. Sirius looked as if he were seriously considering it, but Remus rounded on the two young men.
No,
He said in a voice that left no room for arguing. Fred looked as if he were on the verge of shouting, but Remus barreled on.
I will not risk anyone else falling prey to Greyback,
He said.
But Remus,
Andromeda pressed.
you'll need help. You and Sirius can't possibly enter Malfoy Manor and save Harry and his friends alone. At least let Nymphadora.
Andy,
Remus said, his voice quiet yet carrying.
I will not bring your daughter within 1,000 kilometers of that monster.
Andromeda's mouth opened and closed. Remus stared at her. His prematurely lined and scarred face was open and clear. She saw then that the man would not relent. After a moment, Andromeda insisted again.
All right. But Ayala and Diana.
Remus shook his head.
The full moon is tomorrow night and they are feeling the effects. I meant to give them healing tonics tonight, the ones Sirius procured for me from St. Mungo's before I became Alpha.
Andromeda interrupted.
So then give them the tonics and have them help you.
Remus shook his head, his eyes growing more weary.
Even so, they're not duelists, Andy.
Sirius erupted.
Bloody hell. It's Harry and it's Greyback and he's likely at Malfoy Manor, and we need to go now.
Sirius did not voice his utter desperation. If Harry was not at Malfoy Manor, what in Merlin's name would he and Moony do then? They had to start looking now. Remus reached for Sirius's hand, interlacing their fingers so their wedding rings pressed tightly against one another. Remus turned back to Andromeda, Lee, and Fred. Their alarm and horror were palpable in the air, in their blood, metallic and sharp. Beside Remus, Sirius's heart thundered, his lungs heaving. But 3 floors below, Remus caught tendrils of Teddy's citrus and mint scent, heard the child's steady heartbeat, and his soft bell of laughter followed by the words.
Again, Auntie Fleur, again.
Remus closed his eyes, inhaled, and then concentrated. The air tightened around him, and the next second, he and Sirius were standing on a deserted country lane with open fields all around them. They'd been trying for weeks to get through the wards to no avail. And now everything depended on the 2 men standing feet away from wrought iron gates that they could not see. Remus and Sirius stood and stared without seeing as Greyback and the Snatchers brought the prisoners into the manor.
What's your idea?
Remus asked Sirius quietly. Sirius smiled grimly back. It would take concentration, but if Harry was inside then they would reach out to him.
Hermione!
Ron shouted, his voice cracking, going raw.
Ron,
Harry begged breathlessly.
we need a plan, we need to get these ropes off.
Harry.
Came a whisper through the darkness.
Ron. Is that you?
Harry's heart thrilled.
Luna!
Yes, it's me.
Harry could tell she was smiling.
Luna, please, can you help us get these ropes off?
Harry asked.
Oh yes, there's an old nail we use if we need to break anything. Just a moment.
Hermione screamed again overhead, and they could hear Bellatrix screaming too, but her words were drowned out by Ron, who shouted again.
Hermione! Hermione!
Mr. Ollivander, have you got the nail?
Luna was saying. She returned seconds later.
You'll need to sit still.
Harry could feel her digging at the rope's tough fibers while upstairs. Bellatrix's voice carried.
I'm going to ask you again. Where did you get this sword? Where?
We found it, please.
Hermione screamed again and Ron struggled once more against the bonds.
Ron, please stay still.
Luna whispered.
I can't see what I'm doing.
My pocket.
Ron hissed, his voice scratchy from shouting.
In my pocket there's a deluminator, and it's full of light.
A few moments later there was a click and luminescent spheres flew into the dungeon, floating like tiny suns and flooding the underground room in light. Harry saw Luna, her blue eyes huge in her white face, and the motionless figure of Ollivander the Wandmaker, curled up on the floor in the corner. Craning around, Harry caught sight of their fellow prisoners, Dean Thomas, Ted Tonks, and Grip Hook the Goblin, who seemed barely conscious, kept standing by the ropes that tied him to the humans.
Hello, Dean.
Luna said as she began hacking at the ropes again.
You are lying, filthy mudblood, and I know it. You have been inside my vault at Gringotts. Tell the truth, tell the truth.
Hermione screamed again, terribly, her vocal cords tearing.
Hermione!
What else did you take? What else have you got? Tell me the truth or, I swear, I shall run you through with this knife.
There?
Luna whispered. Harry felt the ropes fall away and turned, rubbing his wrists to see Ron running around the dungeon, looking up at the low ceiling, searching for a trapdoor. Dean, his face bruised and bloody, said to Luna,
Thanks.
And then, shivering, turned to Ted Tonks.
You all right?
Ted, his nose clearly broken, tore a strip from his frayed and dirty coat to stem the flow of blood from his nose and nodded at Dean.
Aye, but that poor girl.
Griphook sank onto the stone floor, looking groggy and disoriented. Freed from the bonds, Harry was reaching into his pocket 1 second and pulling out the mirror the next. But then a horrible realization struck him. He had no wand. None of them had a wand with which to tap the mirror and spark the two-way magical connection. Harry's vision swam, his own contorted reflection staring back at him in horror.
There's no way out, Ron.
Luna said, watching Ron's fruitless efforts.
The dungeon's escape-proof. I tried, at first. Mr. Ollivander has been here a long time, he's tried everything.
Hermione was screaming again, and the sound went through Harry like physical pain.
What else did you take? What else? Answer me. Crucio.
Hermione's screams echoed off the walls upstairs, and Ron was half sobbing as he pounded the walls with his fists. Harry slowly put the mirror back into his pocket, swallowing and blinking hard. He closed his eyes and forced himself to breathe and chanted over and over.
Sirius and Remus, please. We need you more than ever. Sirius and Remus, help us, help us, help us.
Hermione was screaming and Ron was bellowing.
Hermione, Hermione.
How did you get into my vault? Did that dirty little goblin in the dungeon help you?
We only met him tonight. We've never been inside your vault, it isn't the real sword. It's a copy, just a copy.
A copy? Likely.
But we can find out easily,
came the voice of Lucius Malfoy.
Draco, fetch the goblin, he can tell us whether the sword is real or not.
Harry dashed across the dungeon to where Griphook was huddled on the floor.
Griphook,
he whispered.
You must tell them that the swords are fake, they mustn't know that it's the real one. Griphook, please.
Stand back.
Draco's voice was coming from behind the dungeon door, and it was shaking.
Line up against the back wall. Don't try anything or I'll kill you.
They did as they were bidden, and Ron clicked the deluminator, plunging the dungeon back into darkness. The door flew open and Draco stepped inside, wand held out in front of him, his sickly pale face determined. He seized the goblin by the arm and backed out again, dragging Griphook with him. The door slammed shut, and just as Ron clicked the deluminator, Harry fell to his knees. It wasn't his scar, which was still throbbing in sharp bursts. It was a sensation he recognized from December, from when he had knelt over his parents' grave in Godric's Hollow and been close to wishing he himself was buried beneath the earth beside their bones, and he had felt as if a warm hand had lain itself against his chest. It had felt as if that comforting warmth had been saying,
Hold on, just hold on.
Now it felt as if that warm hand was saying,
Open. Open for me.
Harry inhaled sharply. The voice was gruff, desperate and grating, but known. So well known.
Harry,
another familiar voice said, soft and clear.
We are here, let us in.
Harry knew what this magic was. What Sirius and Remus were attempting to do to break through the wards into the manor. It was what Regulus had done to send the Horcrux out of the cave to Sirius. Open your heart, and it will come to you, Regulus had told his older brother. If Harry opened his heart, could they come to him? Harry was not sure he knew how. But he bowed over on that stone floor and reached for those two warm hands that he felt almost physically upon his heart. He reached for them, reached for those two men who called for him. He imagined their fingers inches from his. Crack. And Harry looked up to see Sirius and Remus standing in the dungeon, illuminated under the balls of light that came from within the deluminator.
You!
Harry hit Ron in the arm to stop him from shouting and then barreled into the two men, throwing his arms around them.
You came,
he whispered.
A bloody course we came,
Sirius said, squeezing Harry's shoulder as Harry stepped back, looking up at his guardians in awe. Sirius's eyes were burning in his face, both with pride and righteous fury.
Although we couldn't have gotten in without you,
Remus said, his eyes twinkling while his jaw flexed in his face.
Merlin, am I glad to see you too,
Ted said around, staunching the blood from his broken nose.
Professor Lupin,
Dean stammered, his mouth hanging open.
Congratulations on the wedding, by the way,
Luna said brightly to the two men, who both blinked at her in surprise.
I didn't get to say so at Bill and Fleur's ceremony.
she added. Dean gaped, his eyes darting between Sirius and Remus. Ron opened his mouth, but just then an awful scream drowned him out, emphasizing what he was going to say anyway. Hermione was being tortured. Remus's and Sirius's eyes flashed to the ceiling, and then back to the assembled crowd around them.
It's Bellatrix,
Ron croaked, his eyes huge on the two men.
Bellatrix's got Hermione.
Sirius's eyes became coals, a spark away from fire, and he looked up at Remus, who met Sirius's gaze, Remus's own eyes now flashing yellow as the sun. The air around Remus began to ripple and shimmer with faint electricity, the air within the dungeon becoming thick and cloying.
Right.
Sirius barked lowly.
Remus and I can apparate in and out now that we're inside. I'll take you all now. Remus will go upstairs to get Hermione and then I'll come back to help him.
No.
Ron hissed, taking a huge step back from Sirius.
I'm not leaving without her.
Sirius frowned.
This isn't a debate.
I'm not leaving without Hermione either,
Harry said, quiet but firm. He met Sirius's and Remus's stares boldly, refusing to back down on this. Sirius growled.
Right then,
he said, and marched across the room, reaching Ollivander and taking one of the barely conscious man's hands in his, then holding out his other hand toward Dean, Ted, and Luna, either of whom moved.
We want to help,
Luna whispered.
We can't just leave,
Dean insisted.
I can help,
Ted said, dropping his hand from his nose only for more blood to cover his mouth a moment later.
You haven't got any wands,
Sirius hissed, his voice grating.
You'll just be in the way. Now get over here.
Dean, Luna, and Ted hesitated a moment longer, and Remus stepped forward and put a hand on Ted's shoulder.
Andromeda and Nymphadora are waiting for you,
he whispered. He looked to Luna.
Your father misses you,
he said softly, and then turned to Dean.
And your mother's been searching for you.
Frowning but nodding, Ted, Luna, and Dean caught hold of Sirius's outstretched fingers. Hermione wailed overhead and Bellatrix cackled just as Sirius, Ollivander, Luna, Dean, and Ted vanished with a crack. Remus turned to Harry immediately.
Where's Greyback?
Ron's eyes were on the ceiling, his mouth open, but he did not shout this time as Harry answered.
In the ballroom, I think. Where Bellatrix and Hermione are. He wants Hermione when.
Harry couldn't make himself finish. Crack. Sirius materialized in the dungeon beside Remus.
What was that?
Lucius Malfoy shouted overhead.
Did you hear that? What was that noise in the dungeon?
Draco, no, call Wormtail. Make him go and check.
The magic emanating from Remus took on a darker quality that Harry had not yet seen, the scent thicker and richer in the air. The waves of magic pulsing off of Remus's were deeper tones of gray and gold than ever before in their faint light. Remus's eyes flashed pure yellow. Harry stammered.
We can't kill him, Remus.
Rushing forward, putting a hand on Remus's wrist, trying to peel Remus's eyes away from the ceiling. But Remus's eyes just stayed on the ceiling, and he did not speak. His magic grew so dense in the air that Harry felt his head swim. Remus's wand was limp in his hand, for it was secondary with all the magic wafting in the air around him, now at his disposal. Harry turned to Sirius.
You mustn't kill him.
But Sirius just stared at the door, and then he stepped shoulder to shoulder with Remus, and raised his wand. Sirius's arm was steady and sure, it did not shake. His sleeves were rolled up and veins of muscle were visible on his forearm, his dark eyes cold and gleaming all at once. There were footsteps descending the stairs outside the door, and Ron reached for the deluminator.
Leave the lights on,
Sirius said. Harry stepped back, bumping into Ron, who was staring slack-jawed at Sirius and Remus. Harry remembered what he had done in his third year, and how sparing Wormtail had ensured Sirius's exoneration. It had made their new life together possible. But did Wormtail deserve a third chance? Had Harry prolonged the inevitable, and now it was time for the man's due? Harry stared at his guardians. At the two men he loved the most in the world. He did not want to see them become killers any less than he did back when he was 13. In fact, even more so, now that he knew them and loved them so well. Harry remembered Remus's words on the destructive nature of revenge, but Remus and Sirius had not sought revenge on Wormtail. He had just landed right here in their laps, and he was a clear and present threat. Was it revenge, or a necessity? On that vein, what would Remus do, Harry wondered, when he got to Greyback? And what would Harry do when he himself finally faced Voldemort?
Stand back,
came the high voice of Wormtail from behind the dungeon door.
Stand away from the door, I'm coming in.
The door flew open. For a heartbeat, Wormtail stood in the threshold, his wand pointed in front of him at two men who stood equally ready to face him. He was Wormtail, you see, and not Peter Pettigrew. Because Peter had died too, that same night 17 years ago, when he had betrayed James and Lily and their son to Voldemort. When he had betrayed his best friends, and all that they had stood for. When he had betrayed every moment, every memory. Peter had died when he had betrayed every story in which he featured alongside his school friends. All that was left was Wormtail, and he stood in that doorway and stared with wide, watery eyes at his final damnation. It had been coming a long time, and Wormtail could hardly say he was surprised. And for one split second Wormtail contemplated running again, transforming into the rat or apparating away. But he had a dark mark now. It was only a matter of time before the Dark Lord tracked him down. There was really only one question: how did he want to go? But it wasn't just a choice between a death at the hands of Remus Lupin and Sirius Black or a death at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Wormtail's friends had never, ever beaten him in a game of wizard's chess. And Wormtail decided that neither they nor his master would beat him in this final play either. Near the back of the room, Harry could barely breathe. His whole body was a live wire, poised towards his guardians who, like him, appeared to not be breathing.
What is it, Wormtail?
Lucius Malfoy called from above. Wormtail's eyes flashed from Sirius's face to Remus's face, and then to Harry's behind them. His mouth opened, and he called out,
Nothing, the prisoners are desperate fools.
Remus's magic silently closed the dungeon door just as it pulled Wormtail inside. And Sirius opened his mouth, but he was too late. Wormtail's wand tip was now pressed against the bottom of his own chin. His hand lacking its third finger was in clear view to them all.
Desperate fools,
Wormtail squeaked.
Like me.
And Remus's magic had just reached Wormtail's hand, began peeling his wand from his chin, just as Wormtail whispered the spell with conviction such as Sirius and Remus had not heard from the man since he was a teenager, and had successfully won a game of wizard's chess right out from under their noses.
Avada Kedavra.
At that same moment, as the green light collided with Wormtail's face, Hermione gave another dreadful scream overhead. And Wormtail's body, slowed by Remus's magic, fell forward silently onto the stone dungeon floor, dead by his own killing curse. Sirius was shaking, with hatred and outrage and shock, but Remus just reached for Sirius's free hand, and slowly Sirius turned to look up at him. Something passed between them, something that felt like a deep exhale, and then Remus stepped forward and bent down, grabbing Wormtail's wand from where it lay beside his self-mutilated hand. It seemed Wormtail had always been one for harming himself to escape justice. Remus turned back to Harry and Ron and silently tossed Wormtail's wand to Ron, who caught it deftly. Remus then threw his own wand. Harry caught it, staring up at Remus in dismay.
I don't need it,
Remus said. He turned back to the doorway, tugging Sirius's hand and pulling him with him. Sirius stared back at Wormtail's body as he and Remus stepped over his corpse, but as Harry and Ron rushed forward, Sirius's eyes rose to meet Harry's. Harry felt himself shiver involuntarily at the grief and the pain in Sirius's eyes before Sirius's face hardened with renewed resolve, and he beckoned them all out of the dungeon, Remus leading the way. They entered the shadowy passageway which led from the ballroom. Remus put a damper on his magic, tightening it around himself, and crept cautiously forward, Sirius at his flank, and Harry and Ron behind them as they reached the ballroom door, which was ajar. Inside they had a clear view of Bellatrix looking down at Griphook, who was holding Gryffindor's sword in his hands. Hermione was lying at Bellatrix's feet, barely stirring. Remus and Sirius stared at Hermione and Bellatrix, and Remus's eyes flashed to the back of the room. There by the fireplace was Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, and Greyback. Greyback stood with his arms crossed, smiling down at where Hermione lay. Remus's grip on Sirius's hand tightened. How to get her? How to get Greyback? How to best engage?
Well,
Bellatrix said to Griphook.
Is it the true sword?
Remus and Sirius froze. They had to know what the goblin would say. Harry's scar prickled as they all waited on bated breath.
No.
Griphook answered.
It is a fake.
Are you sure?
Bellatrix panted, her chest heaving.
Quite sure.
Yes,
Griphook said. Relief had flooded Bellatrix's face, and all tension drained from her.
Good,
she said, and with a casual flick of her wand she slashed a deep cut across the goblin's face. He dropped the sword with a yelp at her feet. Sirius was whispering.
I'll take Lucius. You take Bellatrix and Greyback.
And now,
Bellatrix said, her voice laced with triumph,
we call the Dark Lord.
She pushed back her sleeve and touched her forefinger to the dark mark before Sirius had finished speaking. And as Bellatrix summoned her master, Sirius's blood ran cold with terror just as Harry's scar felt as though it would split open. Harry was Voldemort, and he was enraged at the summons he felt. He had told them to summon him for nothing less than Potter, and if they were mistaken.
Kill me then,
demanded Grindelwald.
You will not win, you cannot win. That wand will never, ever be yours.
And Voldemort's fury broke. A burst of green light filled the prison room and the frail man's body fell back, lifeless, and Voldemort returned to the window.
And I think,
Bellatrix was saying,
we can dispose of the mudblood. Greyback, take her if you want her.
Remus Lupin unleashed the damper on his magic as he strode out from behind the ballroom doors.
Not as long as I live.
Greyback and Bellatrix looked up in shock as the storm of Remus's magic collided with their bodies, throwing them into the air. Bellatrix lost her grip on her wand and it went flying across the room, and then Remus's magic slammed them both down against the ballroom floor so hard that Greyback let out a whimper, and Bellatrix went immediately unconscious and slack. Remus stepped toward Greyback, putting himself between Hermione and Greyback.
Stupefy!
Sirius roared, charging in behind Remus and hitting Lucius directly in the chest. Lucius collapsed against the hearth. Jets of light flew from Narcissa and Draco's wands as Ron and Harry barreled forward, Ron holding Wormtail's wand and Harry holding Remus's. They had to dive to avoid being hit. Harry rolled on the polished black ballroom floor, so shiny he could see the spells flying over his head that he had to avoid.
Expelliarmus!
Harry shouted as he jumped to his feet and Draco's wand flew through the air. Harry caught it with the reflex of a seeker, and felt his heart thrill with the triumph. Sirius was dueling Narcissa as Harry and Ron advanced on Draco, who was now running towards where Bellatrix's wand had fallen upon the floor. Remus had reached Greyback, who lay prone on the ballroom floor before him. Remus's storm cloud of magic gathered around Greyback.
Stop or she dies,
Bellatrix screamed. Harry and Ron froze, and oddly, so did Draco. Sirius's wand remained raised at Narcissa, but they both had gone rigid. Remus's magic was now a thick wall entrapping Greyback within it, and as he turned back straight, Harry saw Remus register what had happened. Self-loathing became etched into every line of Remus's face. The yellow vanished from his eyes, which were wide and horror-struck. Bellatrix was supporting Hermione, who seemed to be unconscious, and was holding her short silver knife to Hermione's throat. Every thought was written so clearly on Remus's face. He had chosen to focus his attention on Greyback, his mind and magic so intent on his personal vendetta that he had not realized that Bellatrix had feigned. She had not been unconscious, she had learned her way around his magic. Having been trapped within it before, she had tricked him. He had chosen revenge over reaching Hermione first. And now Bellatrix threatened to kill Hermione with a silver knife, the one thing Remus could not fight against.
Drop your wands.
Bellatrix screeched.
And drop your filthy mongrel magic, werewolf.
She pressed the blade into Hermione's throat, and they all saw beads of blood appear there. Her eyes flashed to Remus, and maniacal delight danced in her dark eyes. Lucius was stupefied, Greyback was still entombed in Remus's magic, Draco was staring at Harry and Ron, wandless and exposed, and Narcissa was staring open-mouthed at her sister. And so, with Bellatrix's attention briefly on Remus, and no eyes on him, Sirius took advantage. He'd always hated that chandelier especially. It was just so opulent. So many ridiculous crystals suspended over the heads of such abhorrent people and parties, lighting up their plans for genocide and dominance. It was the embodiment of all of the pure-blood family's wealth, the Blacks, the Malfoys, the Lestranges, and it hung just above all of their vileness. He flicked his wrist so quickly that not a single person caught it, not even Moony, who looked like he was going to eat himself alive with his own guilt and self-hatred. Sirius would have none of that, and he would tell Moony so once they were all safe. And they would be, Sirius knew, because his spell had done its work. There was an ominous creak and a soft jingling, and Bellatrix looked up in time to see the chandelier sway and drop. She dropped Hermione and threw herself aside with a scream. And Remus dove forward, his speed amplified by his werewolf abilities, and he was crouched over Hermione and Grip Hook, who still clutched the sword of Gryffindor. And the chandelier crashed directly atop Remus, and upon the obsidian ballroom floor in an explosion of crystals and chains. Glittering shards of crystal flew in all directions. Sirius cast a nonverbal shield spell over Harry and Ron, running toward them and grabbing them as Draco doubled over, his hands covering his bloody face. Greyback remained encased in that storm of Remus's magic, but he was bellowing now, his fists slamming against the magical encasing, and with each tremor the sphere of magic buckled. Harry's scar was now blinding him with pain. He knew that they had moments, seconds, before Voldemort was with them. Narcissa lunged forward, dragging Draco away as Bellatrix sprang to her feet, screeching in rage. Remus rose to his feet, lifting Hermione up to his chest with his preternaturally strong arms, his face and robes streaming with blood. Ron had sprinted forward and was at Remus's side, his hands pressed to Hermione's face, his eyes roaming over her wildly. Sirius and Harry ran forward. Harry grabbed Grip Hook with one hand and Sirius's arm with the other. Bellatrix shrieked in fury one more time, and then Harry and Grip Hook were yanked forward as Sirius lunged. Toward Remus. But wait, no. It was not toward Remus. Harry was towed forward as Sirius lunged in front of Remus. Bellatrix's silver knife flew through the air and hit Sirius directly in the chest, right below his heart. Remus's howl tore through the world, and Harry did not even have to concentrate on apparating as he clung to his godfather's arm and Grip Hook's hand, because Remus's magic had now come to encase them all. The ballroom spun and Harry felt Sirius jerk beneath his hand, and even as his magic threw them into space, Remus let out a bone-chilling cry of anguish that echoed across the darkness. Chapter 18. They landed into the crowded drawing room of 12 Grimmauld Place. Grip Hook whimpered as he released Harry's hand, sliding down onto the carpet, and Remus rose in one lithe movement, laying Hermione onto the drawing room's sofa as Andromeda hurried forward, inspecting her as Ron came to kneel by Hermione's head. Ted, who had been sitting in one of the armchairs, his nose now healed thanks to his wife, jumped to his feet. Luna and Dean stood by the fireplace, rushing forward and then abruptly halting. Their eyes went wide. Remus had returned to kneel beside Sirius, who lay on his back on the drawing room floor. Harry was still holding tight to his arm, and did not let go. Sirius was panting, his eyes barely open, and Harry dared to look down at the silver hilt of the knife that protruded from Sirius's heaving chest. Blood was pooling down Sirius's white shirt, seeping onto the carpet, more blood than a stab from a small short knife should have produced. Apparating. apparating with the knife in him. Suddenly Fleur was beside Harry, scooping up Grip Hook into her arms and sweeping out of the room. Andromeda was inspecting Hermione by the sofa.
I reckon she'll.
She turned, catching sight of Sirius for the first time, and then went silent. Harry tore his eyes away from Sirius to look at Remus. The cuts given to him by the broken shards of crystal when the chandelier crashed upon him were already healing on Remus's face and neck. He'd rolled up the sleeves of his brown jumper, displaying the familiar crisscrossing slashes of scars up his forearms and the burn marks on his wrists, and lifted a hand into the air, summoning something wandlessly and wordlessly as if it were a second thought. Because it was a second thought. Remus's face was so intent, so focused. Harry felt as if those sharp brown eyes would vanish the silver knife and the blood with their sheer will.
Remus.
Andromeda started, but just then the healing supplies Remus had summoned zoomed into the room and waited, floating in midair, by Remus's raised hand. An assortment of potion bottles and gauze and bandages.
Tend to Hermione,
Remus said without looking at Andromeda. His voice was strained and hoarse from howling. His nimble hand snatched a potion jar from the air above his head, and he uncorked it in one smooth movement.
Lift his head, Harry,
Remus said. His voice was so stiff, inflexible. Harry did so at once, putting his hand beneath Sirius's black hair and raising Sirius's head off the drawing-room carpet. Remus gently pressed the potion bottle, pain relief potion, Harry recognized, to Sirius's lips. Sirius began to drink, and as he did so his furrowed brow smoothed, his tense body slackened, his panting slowed to even breaths. His eyes closed fully. But Remus's hand on the potion bottle was shaking. There were tremors all the way up his arm. Harry reached forward in alarm and caught the bottle before it slipped from Sirius's lips just as Remus turned sharply and bowed over, vomiting upon the carpet. The silver knife was still in Sirius, and Remus would not leave his side. Andromeda made a soft noise in the back of her throat but did not leave Hermione. She had summoned a bottle of pain relief potion as well and was studying a diagnostic charm which she had cast over her as she and Ron helped the unconscious Hermione drink her own pain-relieving potion. Ted, Luna, and Dean at last came out of their shock and stepped forward from the hearth. Ted reached for the wand Ron still held clutched in his fist where he knelt beside Hermione, Wormtail's wand, and vanished Remus's sick from the carpet silently. Luna reached for the gauze floating in the air above Remus's head and knelt beside Harry.
Use this to staunch the blood,
she said.
I can pull the knife out.
Dean hovered, looking around the room helplessly. His eyes fixed on the floating potion bottles.
Which one does he need next? The dark one,
Remus croaked, wiping his mouth with the back of his shaking hand and lifting himself back up onto his knees. Dean handed Remus a dark brown potion bottle, inside sloshed an amber-looking liquid. Blood-replenishing potion.
Luna,
Remus breathed. His face, already pale, was now a faint shade of green.
Pull upward swiftly. Harry, hold the gauze against the wound as soon as the knife's out of him.
Harry and Luna nodded. Dean fidgeted, his eyes locked on the pool of blood emanating from Sirius's chest, staining his shirt and the carpet crimson. Ted came to kneel beside Remus, watching attentively. Luna reached forward and lightly grasped the short silver hilt. A second later, her thin arm yanked upward, and blood gushed forward from Sirius's chest like a stone pulled from a dam in a stream. Harry plunged his hand, full of the gauze, down against Sirius's chest, and he could feel the warmth and stickiness of the blood as it instantly soaked through the white cloth, could feel Sirius's ribs as he breathed softly. There was a soft thunk. Harry looked up for a second and started. There, embedded just below the ceiling into the wall on the opposite end of the room, was the silver knife. Luna had thrown it so hard that all that was visible of it was a soft glint among the dark wood. Remus moved instantly. He gently lifted Sirius's head onto his knee and raised the blood-replenishing potion to Sirius's lips as his other hand stroked Sirius's cheek with a feather-light touch.
Drink, love,
Remus murmured.
Then you can sleep, I promise.
Sirius's eyes peeled partly open, and he opened his lips. His throat worked as he drank the potion down to its dregs. Remus set aside the empty potion bottle and looked up at Harry.
You may remove the gauze now,
he said quietly, his voice having lost its severe edge. Harry pulled his hand away numbly and he, Luna, Ted, and Dean watched as Remus placed 2 hands on the collar of Sirius's white shirt. He flexed the muscles of his hands only slightly, and the fabric instantly tore. Remus's deft hands moved quickly, yanking lower and lower, until the shirt was torn clean in 2. Remus used his long, scarred right hand to sweep the blood-stained fabric off of the chest wound, and his brown eyes stared steadily down at the open stab wound in Sirius's fair skin from which blood still leaked forth.
My wand, Harry.
Harry hurriedly looked around, and there by his shoes were 2 wands. One he recognized at once as Remus's. The other one was Draco's. But Dean was leaning forward and he picked up the brown cypress and unicorn core wand, and some small part of Harry's mind realized that Dean must have remembered Remus's wand from his tenure as Professor Lupin. The fact that Dean remembered, it made part of the terrible queasiness roiling within Harry ease a bit. Remus nodded at Dean in thanks and then raised his wand over the wound, murmuring spells that sounded like chants, or perhaps hymns. Harry's blood ran cold, remembering Snape doing the same spells on Draco that horrible day last school year in the bathroom. But Harry shoved that memory aside, and thought of how Remus must have come to know such healing spells, from those 12 years in which he had to repair himself after each full moon he transformed alone. Slowly, the blood began to retreat back within the wound, and then the skin began to stitch itself back together, until all that was left was a small angry scar below Sirius's heart, and the bloodstains on the carpet. Remus leaned forward and pressed his lips against Sirius's brow, inhaling softly. Dean was openly gawking at Remus now, and Luna was smiling serenely, looking down at Sirius as if he were just sleeping. Ted patted Remus on the shoulder and rose to his feet.
He'll be all right. I'll make some tea.
Harry at last looked over to Andromeda, Hermione, and Ron. Andromeda had stepped away from Hermione, her healing seemingly finished. Hermione was stirring and Ron ran his hand over her forehead, sweeping the hair out of her face. Dean and Luna moved away, following Ted out of the room. A moment later, Andromeda followed as well. Ron was faintly whispering to Hermione words that Harry could not catch over the fire in the hearth, which crackled soothingly. Sirius's head still rested on Remus's knee, and Remus's hand had returned to gently stroking Sirius's cheek. His brown eyes were molten in the faint firelit room. It was only then that Harry realized that his scar burned, but yet, he had been and still was apart from it. In his state of absorbed fear for Sirius, he had become master of the pain. He had learned to control it at last, learned to shut his mind completely against Voldemort. He had done so in the drawing room, in the very place that he often envisioned when trying to practice a clemency, but it had not been the safe, calming nature of the room. It had been his love for Sirius which had drove Voldemort out. Harry rose slowly to his feet and stepped back toward the entrance hall, pausing to look back one last time. Ron was smiling as he whispered in Hermione's ear, his cheeks wet with tears, and Hermione's eyes were blinking open. Remus was slowly lifting Sirius into his arms. Remus was so tender and so careful, it made some part of Harry's heart ache with it. Sirius, pain-free and sleeping, pressed his head against Remus's chest, and a faint pulse of Remus's love, that purest and strongest of magic, which Harry also recognized within himself at that moment, spilled out into the room. A moment later, Remus walked past Harry and ascended the stairs, Sirius cradled in his long arms. But Harry stayed in the entrance hall, and stared up the stairs after Remus. There was only his own breath and thoughts in the quiet hall, and the things that happened at Malfoy Manor returned to Harry. The things he had heard came back to him, and understanding blossomed within him in the silent, dark hall. Hallows. Horcruxes. Hallows. Horcruxes.
Watcher!
Harry started in shock, looking up to see Tonks standing on the bottom of the staircase.
Teddy's sleeping in his room,
Tonks said.
Griphook and Ollivander are resting. Fleur just left. She's meeting Bill at the Weasleys' new safe house.
Harry frowned in confusion.
The Death Eaters know Ron is with you now,
Tonks said.
Bill was on a mission with Sturgis and Kingsley. They and Fleur are now helping Arthur, Molly, Lee, Fred, George, and Ginny go into hiding. Ginny was on her Easter holiday. It's quite lucky she wasn't at Hogwarts or they could have gotten her.
They could all come here,
Harry said. Tonks shook her head.
Too crowded now.
Once Ollivander and Griphook are well enough, we could move them in with the Weasleys,
came Andromeda's voice behind Harry. He turned to see her, and Ted standing by the door that led to the kitchen.
Fleur gave Ollivander a nutrient tonic and Griphook Skelly Grow for his legs.
Tonks explained.
We could probably move them in an hour or...
No,
Harry said, and Tonks and her parents looked startled.
I need both of them here. I need to talk to them. It's important.
He heard the authority in his own voice, the conviction, the sense of purpose that had filled him.
I'll have a wash,
Harry said, looking down at himself. He was covered in mud and dirt, and Sirius's blood.
Then I'll need to see them straight away.
Harry climbed the stairs to his bedroom in headquarters and closed the door behind him. He removed his clothes and changed, and then went to his bathroom sink, washing his face and hands under the cool water in the basin. He dried his hands and turned to look out the magically impenetrable window of the concealed flat in Islington, London. Dawn was breaking over the row houses and a man on a bicycle rode by on the street, whistling merrily. A woman walked along the pavement, pushing a pram. Harry peeled his eyes back up and looked south over the rooftops at the distant dome of St. Paul's, lit with the pale golden rays of sunrise. Harry felt closer than ever before to the heart of it all. Because Harry had now fully realized that Voldemort had just killed Grindelwald. And still his scar prickled, and Harry knew that Voldemort was getting there too. Harry understood and yet did not understand. His instinct was telling him one thing, his brain quite another. The Dumbledore in Harry's head smiled, surveying Harry over the tips of his fingers, pressed together as if in prayer.
You gave Ron the Deluminator. You understood him, you gave him a way back. And you knew Hermione would investigate the symbol in the book, you wanted her to find the tail. You knew them, so what did you know about me, Dumbledore? Am I meant to know, but not to seek? Did you know how hard I'd find that? Is that why you made this so difficult? So I'd have time to work that out.
Harry stood quite still, his eyes glazed, and watched the place where the bright gold rim of the sun bathed the dome of St. Paul's. He needed to speak to both Griphook and Ollivander, but there was hardly any time left. Now would be the moment to decide, Horcruxes or Hallows. He needed counsel, Harry thought, from the wisest person he knew. He knocked on their bedroom door, and footsteps tread lightly across the wooden floor before the door cracked open and Remus stood there, looking down at him. He'd removed his outer jumper, and was now wearing just his thin cotton shirt and trousers. His face was no longer pale, his brown eyes warm and clear.
How serious?
He'll be fine, he's just resting now,
Remus said, stepping into the hall and closing he and Sirius's bedroom door behind him. His soft eyes gazed over Harry carefully.
What is it? Are you all right?
I wanted to ask you something,
Harry said, surprised by the depth of his own voice. Remus bowed his head.
Of course, anything.
Harry looked up at Remus's prematurely aged face, lined and scarred. At those brown eyes that shone with attention and intellect and magic and wells of fierce and tender love. Remus raised the scarred hand to sweep the gray and brown hair out of his face, and Harry saw the shining onyx wedding ring adorned with phases of the moon and the dog star.
You mastered death,
Harry said.
That day you saved Sirius in the death chamber. How?
Dumbledore had said that it was Remus's love that had saved Sirius that day, but Harry needed to know. Remus did not show any outward signs of surprise at the question. He looked down at Harry, and his brown eyes shone with boundless depth.
I offered myself in exchange,
he said quietly.
Just as your mother did for you.
Harry had thought so, and now Remus affirmed it.
But death did not take you instead,
Harry said.
Why?
Remus stared at him for a moment, and at last he said,
I was not hit with the killing curse, Harry. I just spoke to the voices beyond the veil, to death, with my heart and soul. I told them I loved him, I offered up myself, and in answer, Sirius was spared.
Harry nodded.
Okay.
Remus reached a hand out to Harry and slowly rested it upon his arm.
I won't ask what you are planning,
Remus said.
What choices you are making. I'll just say again that I trust you, and that you must trust yourself.
Thank you,
Harry said.
And I do.
All right,
Remus said, lowering his warm hand. The corners of his lips twitched slightly upward in a soft smile as he said,
I'm so very proud of you, Harry.
Harry took the stairs down towards the guest quarters and found Hermione and Ron waiting for him on the second-floor landing. Hermione was leaning heavily on Ron, his arm wrapped her waist, and while her face looked pale and peaky, her eyes shone with fierce determination. Ron looked shaken, but gave Harry a nod in support. Beside them, Andromeda, Ted, and Tonks were waiting too.
You were amazing, Hermione,
Harry said.
You were so brave and clever, coming up with that story.
Hermione gave him a small smile and Ron gave her a one-armed squeeze.
Who do you need to speak to first?
Andromeda asked.
Grip Hook,
Harry answered, his mind now fully made up.
What are we doing now, Harry?
Ron asked.
You'll see,
Harry told him.
Come on, you two.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Andromeda to the room at the end of the second-floor landing. She opened the door to reveal Grip Hook sitting up against the bed frame of the guest room he was now occupying, still clutching the sword of Gryffindor. As Andromeda closed the door behind the three of them, Harry saw that Grip Hook wore a strange look, half irritated, half intrigued. His skin was sallow and he looked quite thin, even for a small goblin. Grip Hook and Harry stared at one another. Harry's scar continued to prickle, but he paused, trying to decide on the best way to approach his request.
3 werewolves live in this house.
Grip Hook said into the silence.
Yes,
Harry said.
And one of them is married to a wizard. Both male.
Grip Hook continued.
I saw the werewolf carrying the wizard up the stairs.
yes.
Harry said again.
You keep unusual company, Harry Potter.
Do I?
Harry asked, unruffled. Grip Hook did not answer, and Harry gathered himself.
Grip Hook, I need to ask.
You also rescued a goblin. You brought me here, saved me.
Well, I take it you're not sorry.
Harry said.
No, Harry Potter.
Grip Hook said.
But you are a very odd wizard.
Or everyone else is just lagging behind.
Harry said.
Now, I need some help, Grip Hook, and you can give it to me.
Grip Hook just frowned at Harry as though he had never seen anything like him.
I need to break into a Gringotts vault,
Harry said. And as he said it, pain shot through his lightning scar and he saw from Voldemort's view his new destination now that he had killed Grindelwald, Hogwarts Castle. Harry closed his mind, thinking of Sirius and Remus and Ginny and Ron and Hermione, and it was gone. Harry looked to see that Ron was staring at him as if he had gone mad. Hermione, however, was smiling softly. She had figured it out too.
Break into a Gringotts vault,
Grip Hook said.
It is impossible.
No, it isn't.
Ron contracted.
It's been done.
Yeah,
Harry said.
It happened the same day I first met you, in fact. 7 years ago.
The vault in question was empty at the time.
Grip Hook snapped and Harry understood that he was offended.
Its protection was minimal.
Well, the vault we need to get into isn't empty, and I'm guessing its protection will be pretty powerful,
Harry said.
Considering it belongs to the Lestranges.
You have no chance.
Grip Hook said flatly.
If you seek beneath our floors, a treasure that was never yours.
Thief, you have been warned. Beware. Yeah, I know, I remember,
Harry said.
But I'm not trying to get myself any treasure, and I'm not trying to take anything for personal gain. Can you believe that?
Grip Hook glowered at him, and Harry's scar prickled again, but he ignored it, refusing to acknowledge its pain or its invitation.
If there was a wizard of whom I would believe that they did not seek personal gain,
Grip Hook said at last,
it would be you, Harry Potter. Goblins and werewolves are not used to the respect that you have shown them.
And that is exactly what this fight is all about.
Harry said, meeting Griphook's gaze.
As you know who gains power, he ensures that wizards who think like him, who think they are above goblins or werewolves or those with non-magical families or whatever else, rise to power and that they will control everything and everyone. Well, we can't allow that to happen. Any and all beings and creatures and humans deserve respect and fairness.
Griphook stared at Harry and then asked bluntly.
What do you seek within the Lestrange's vault? The sword that lies inside it is a fake. This is the real one. But I think you already know this. You asked me to lie for you back there.
But the fake sword isn't the only thing in the vault, is it?
Harry asked.
Perhaps you've seen the other things in there.
Harry's heart was pounding and he had to focus twice as hard now on ignoring the stabbing pain of his scar.
It is against our code to speak of the secrets of Gringotts,
Griphook said, but he continued to fix his gaze on Harry and at last he said,
You are so young to be fighting so many.
Will you help us?
Harry asked.
We haven't got a hope of breaking in without your help. You're our one chance.
I shall think about it,
Griphook said. Ron made to open his mouth, but Hermione elbowed him in the ribs.
Thank you,
Harry said. Griphook bowed his domed head and then leaned back against the bed's pillows.
I must rest now, forgive me.
Of course,
Harry said, and just before he left the room he leaned forward and picked up the sword of Gryffindor from beside the goblin. Griphook did not protest, but his eyes flashed darkly. Hermione turned to Harry as soon as they were on the landing and the bedroom door was shut.
Brilliant, Harry.
I thought so too.
Will one of you please explain?
Ron huffed.
There's a Horcrux in the Lestrange's vault,
Harry said quietly.
Bellatrix was terrified when she thought that we had been in there. Why? What else did she think we might have taken? Something she was petrified you know who would find out about.
But I thought we were looking for places you know who's been,
Ron said.
Was he ever inside the Lestrange's vault?
I don't know whether he's ever been inside Gringotts,
Harry said.
But he would have seen the bank from the outside the first time he ever went to Diagon Alley, and I think he would have envied anyone who had a key to a Gringotts vault. I think he'd have seen it as a real symbol of belonging to the wizarding world.
Harry paused, rubbing his scar.
He trusts the Lestranges, they were his most devoted servants before he fell. He said it the night he came back, I heard him. I don't think he'd have told Bellatrix it was a Horcrux, though. He probably told her it was a treasured possession and asked her to place it in her vault.
Ron stared at him in awe, shaking his head.
You really understand him?
Bits,
Harry said.
Bits? I just wish I'd understood Dumbledore as much. But we'll see. Come on, Ollivander now.
Ron and Hermione now both looked bewildered but impressed as they followed Harry to the next door on the landing and Harry knocked. A week.
Come in,
answered from within. The wand-maker was lying in a bed that was pushed up as close as possible to the window. He had been held in the dungeon of Malfoy Manor for more than a year, and tortured, Harry knew, on at least one occasion. He was emaciated, the bones of his face sticking out sharply under yellowish skin. His great silver eyes seemed vast in their sunken sockets. The hands that lay upon the blanket could have belonged to a skeleton. Harry sat down in the closest armchair to the bed, and Ron and Hermione hovered behind him.
Mr. Ollivander, I am sorry to disturb you,
Harry said.
My dear boy,
Ollivander said in a feeble voice.
You rescued us. I thought I would die in that place. I can never thank you enough.
We were glad to do it, but don't thank me,
Harry said.
Thank Sirius Black and Remus Lupin.
Ollivander's lips twitched upward.
Ah, I remember those boys, one so unique among his family and the other so very unusual indeed.
Harry's scar throbbed. He knew there was hardly any time left to beat Voldemort to his goal or else to attempt to thwart him. Yet he had made his decision to choose to speak to Griphook first.
Mr. Ollivander, I need some help.
Anything,
the wand-maker said weakly. Harry reached into his pocket, and now pulled out the other wand he had been carrying when he arrived at 12 Grimmauld Place. Not Remus's wand, but Draco's.
This is Draco Malfoy's wand,
Harry asked. Ollivander nodded minutely.
Hawthorn and unicorn hair, 10 inches precisely, reasonably springy. That was the wand of Draco Malfoy.
Was?
Harry asked.
Isn't it still his?
Perhaps not, if you took it.
I did, I disarmed him. I used Expelliarmus.
Well, then it may be yours. Of course, the manner of taking matters. Much depends on the wand itself. In general, however, where a wand has been won, its allegiance will change.
You talk about wands like they've got feelings.
Harry said.
Like they can think for themselves.
The wand chooses the witch or wizard.
Ollivander said.
That much has always been clear to those of us who have studied wand lore.
A person can still use a wand that hasn't chosen them, though.
Oh yes. The best results, however, must always come where there is the strongest affinity between a witch or wizard and their wand. These connections are complex. An initial attraction, then a mutual quest for experience, learning from one another.
Outside, the brakes of a bus on the main road squeaked loudly and a flock of pigeons took to flight across the small square.
I took this wand from Draco Malfoy by force,
Harry said.
Can I use it safely?
I think so. The conquered wand would usually bend its will to its new master.
And this holds true for all wands, does it?
Harry asked.
Wand lore is a complex and mysterious branch of magic, Harry Potter. But yes, I think so.
So, it isn't necessary to kill the previous owner to take true possession of a wand?
Harry asked. Ollivander swallowed.
No, I should not say that it is necessary to kill.
There are legends,
Harry said.
Legends about a wand, or wands, that have passed from hand to hand by murder.
Only one wand, I think.
Ollivander whispered.
And you know who is interested in it, isn't he?
How?
Ollivander croaked.
How do you know this?
Harry did not answer.
Yes?
Ollivander whispered.
He wanted to know everything I could tell him about the wand variously known as the Wand of Destiny, or the Elder Wand.
Harry looked sideways at Hermione. She looked utterly shocked.
The night the Dark Lord returned to his body, your wand cores connected. He sought a new wand as a way to conquer yours.
But my wand is broken beyond repair,
Harry said quietly.
The Dark Lord no longer seeks the Elder Wand only for your destruction, Mr. Potter. He is determined to possess it because he believes it will make him truly invulnerable.
And will it?
The owner of the Elder Wand must always fear attack,
Ollivander said.
But the idea of the Dark Lord in possession of the Elder Wand is formidable.
You really think that this wand exists, then, Mr. Ollivander?
Hermione asked.
Oh yes. It has certain identifying characteristics that those who are learned in wand lore recognize. There are written accounts which ring of authenticity, but whether it needs to pass by murder, I do not know.
Mr. Ollivander, you told you know who that Gregorovitch had the Elder Wand, didn't you?
Ollivander turned, if possible, even paler. He looked ghostly as he stammered.
How did you?
Never mind how I know it,
Harry said, closing his eyes as his scar burned and he saw a vision of the main street of Hogsmeade.
You told you know who that Gregorovitch had the wand.
It was a rumor,
Ollivander whispered.
One last thing,
Harry said, and he rose to his feet.
What do you know about the Deathly Hallows, Mr. Ollivander?
The what?
The wand maker looked utterly confused.
The Deathly Hallows.
I'm afraid I don't know what you are talking about. Is this still to do with wands?
Harry looked into the sunken face and believed that Ollivander was not acting. He did not know about the Deathly Hallows.
Thank you,
Harry said.
Thank you very much. We'll leave you to rest now.
Harry led Hermione and Ron out of the room and back out onto the landing. Hermione and Ron followed Harry back into his usual bedroom, and Harry closed the door behind them.
Gregorovitch had the Elder Wand a long time ago,
Harry said, turning to face Ron and Hermione.
I saw you-know-who trying to find him. When he tracked him down, he found that Gregorovitch didn't have it anymore. It was stolen from him by Grindelwald.
Voldemort was at the gates of Hogwarts. Harry could see him standing there, and see the lamp bobbing in the pre-dawn of the northern latitude of Scotland, coming closer and closer.
And Grindelwald used the Elder Wand to become powerful. And at the height of his power, Dumbledore duelled Grindelwald and beat him, and he took the Elder Wand.
Dumbledore had the Elder Wand.
Ron gasped.
But then, where is it now?
At Hogwarts,
Harry said, warring within himself to remain present in his bedroom in 12 Grimmauld Place.
But then, let's go,
Ron cried.
Let's go and get it before he does.
It's too late for that,
Harry said, clutching at his forehead.
He knows where it is. He's there now.
Harry,
Ron said furiously.
How long have you known this? Why have we been wasting time? We could have gone.
No.
Harry said, and he sank onto his bed.
Hermione's right. Dumbledore didn't want me to have it. He didn't want me to take it. He wanted me to go after the Horcruxes.
But Harry, it's an unbeatable wand.
I'm supposed to get the Horcruxes. I do not need the wand to master death.
And now everything was cool and dark. He glided beside Snape up through the grounds toward the lake.
I shall join you in the castle shortly,
he said in his high, cold voice.
Leave me now.
Snape bowed and set off back up the path, his black cloak billowing behind him. He cast upon himself a disillusionment charm, and then he walked on, around the edge of the lake, taking in the outlines of the beloved castle, his first kingdom, his birthright. And here it was, beside the lake, reflected in the dark waters. The white marble tomb. He raised the old wand. How fitting that this would be its last act. The tomb split open from head to foot. The shrouded figure was as long and thin as he had been in life. He raised the wand again, and the wrappings fell open. The face was translucent, pale, sunken, yet almost perfectly preserved. They had left his spectacles on his crooked nose. Albus Dumbledore's hands were folded upon his chest, and there it lay, clutched beneath them, buried with him. Had the old fool imagined that marble or death would protect the wand? Had he thought that the Dark Lord would be scared to violate his tomb? The spider-like hand swooped down and pulled the wand from Dumbledore's grasp, and as he took it, a shower of sparks flew from its tip. On the 5th floor of 12 Grimmauld Place, in the first bedroom at the top of the stairs and behind the closed door, Remus Lupin sat on the edge of he and Sirius's bed and lifted Sirius Black's hand in his. Gently he pressed his lips to the inside of Sirius's left wrist. Feeling the steady, thrumming pulse that beat there beneath the fair skin, inhaling the scent of musk and wind and embers. Sirius was sleeping peacefully, his chest rising and falling easily. The wound had been simple enough to heal with magical healing spells and remedies. But still, Remus ached that Poppy was up at Hogwarts, unable to risk sneaking off to help the Order under Snape's nose. If she could just check on Sirius. Remus's blood had been cold, and his mouth had been dry ever since he had felt that knife strike Sirius. He concealed it well, he thought, considering the almost uncontrollable nature of the panic and the desperation he had felt. Considering the voice inside his head that had continuously screamed just as he had done so aloud when he had realized it had happened. But he had channeled his fear and his hysteria into careful action. That had always been Remus's way. Ever since he was bitten, he made sure his feelings were predominantly dealt with internally. It was a way to fight back against the unbridled rage and frenzy of the wolf that he often felt within him when he let his anger triumph. So, he had learned to bury his feelings, anger, anxiety, even sorrow, within himself. He wore a steady mask of composure that became who he was and also not. Because those who knew Remus well understood that he carried a universe within him. He revealed it to those he loved, in small and big moments. Tonight, the March 18th full moon would rise, and Remus would insist Sirius stay behind to rest and recover. Sirius was an animagus, yes, but he was also a human. He did not have Remus's rapid self-healing abilities. It would be the first full moon they'd spend apart since September, and Remus knew the wolf would howl and bay at the moon, longing for Padfoot. Sirius opened his eyes, and Remus moved Sirius's wrist away from his lips, laying Sirius's hand gently into his own lap.
How do you feel?
Remus asked.
Like I took a knife to the chest,
Sirius answered, his voice slightly hoarse. Remus's brow furrowed.
I'm all right, Moony,
Sirius said, squeezing Remus's hand.
Truly.
Remus gave a faint nod and reached a long arm to the bedside table and handed Sirius a glass of water, which Sirius held with his free hand, drinking deeply. When he was finished, Remus set the empty glass back on the bedside table and turned to face Sirius again.
How did you know she would throw it?
Remus had to ask.
I was not focused on her. I did not glean her thoughts.
Sirius's eyes glinted.
Chekhov's gun, Moony. She had a silver knife. It was only a matter of time before she used it on you. It was just about knowing when.
Remus accepted this, but found that it did nothing to ease the lingering metallic taste of fear on his tongue, the still rapid pounding of his heart.
Hey,
Sirius whispered, squeezing their interlaced hands again.
I'm all right. We got them out. It's all right.
Remus swallowed slowly.
May I lie beside you? Would that hurt?
Come here, you great git.
Sirius growled, smiling widely and pulling Remus forward by their interlaced hands. Remus did not smile, but he did loosen a deep exhale as he and Sirius released their clasped hands and adjusted themselves on their bed. Sirius moved onto his side and Remus lifted the blankets and slid against Sirius's back, wrapping a long arm around Sirius's waist and pulling Sirius tenderly against his own long body.
It's all right, my darling,
Sirius murmured, reaching for Remus's arm around his waist and squeezing tighter so their bodies pressed even closer. Remus propped himself up on his elbow and swept the black locks of Sirius's hair off his neck, leaning forward and kissing the skin just above Sirius's broad shoulder. He took a moment to savor Sirius's strong body against his, the feeling of their hearts beating against one another.
Harry asked me something while you were sleeping,
Remus said. Sirius shifted his head to look up at Remus.
What did he ask of you?
Remus tucked a strand of black hair behind Sirius's finely carved ear, his finger trailing down Sirius's neck, feeling the spike in Sirius's pulse beneath his ivory skin.
A question. He asked me how I saved you in the death chamber.
Sirius's pulse faltered, his heartbeat paused, his shining dark eyes widened.
Why? Why would he ask that? What? I thought it was love, wasn't it? That's what Dumbledore said.
Remus squeezed Sirius's waist soothingly.
It was my love, Sirius. But it was also more than that. I told you the voices beyond the veil heard me, but I did not tell you exactly what I said to them.
Sirius stared up at him.
Moony.
He swallowed. His eyes feasting upon Remus were so large in his beautiful face.
What did you say to them?
I told Death I loved you,
Remus said.
And I told Death to let you live, and take me instead.
Sirius moved at once, flipping onto his other side and releasing a grunt in pain as he did so.
You shan't move like that, Sirius.
Bloody hell I won't.
Sirius shouted, his hands reached up and seized Remus's face, his dark eyes boring into Remus's own. Sirius looked like thunder.
Swear to me that you will never do that again, Remus John Lupin.
Remus couldn't help it.
My full birth name, is it?
Swear to me that you will never do a fucking daft thing like that again.
Remus stared into those gleaming dark eyes, that beautiful face that could have been sculpted from marble, that face which he had seen grow from a young boy to a teenager and then into a man. That face which he had seen in all its facets. That face which he had loved from the moment he laid eyes on it, on him. That face with which shone out the soul of Sirius Orion Black.
I can't,
Remus said.
I would do it for you again. And I would do it for Teddy, and for Harry.
Sirius's face crumpled, the tidal surge of his outrage receded, leaving him open and raw in its wake, and Remus saw tears shining in Sirius's eyes and he was shaking his head and then Sirius stammered.
I bloody can't swear it either.
Remus swallowed. He could still see Sirius diving in front of him, shielding him. He could still hear the soft sound of the silver knife hitting Sirius's flesh, smelled the sharp fresh tang of Sirius's blood. Remus lifted one hand to trace his fingers along Sirius's cheek, wiping away the tears that spilled from Sirius's black eyelashes, and then Remus bowed forward, pressing his lips to Sirius's cheek, his brow, his temple, anywhere he could, until he met Sirius's lips and they opened wide to meet his. Their breaths became one. Sirius's hands still cupped his face, and now Remus did the same, moving his own hands to hold Sirius's face in his, and the kiss became deeper, their lips crushed against each other as if to bruise, and soon they were panting and Sirius's tongue was sliding across his teeth and Remus saw stars bursting into light behind his eyelids. And Remus let that universe within him open and reveal itself to Sirius. Chapter 19.
I'll get her some dreamless sleep later tonight,
Ron said as Hermione let out another small moan. It was afternoon now, and Hermione, Ron, and Harry had discussed the Elder Wand and Voldemort and Horcruxes until Hermione's eyes couldn't stay open any longer. She and Ron had then crawled back under the blankets of the other bed in Harry's room, which they had shared a few months before. They had held hands as Hermione drifted off to sleep. But Harry and Ron lay awake, staring at the ceiling and listening to the soft hum of Muggle London outside the walls of the concealed row house.
Yeah,
Harry said. It was all he could say. Hermione had been tortured by none other than Bellatrix Lestrange, and she'd not relented. Harry had never been more impressed by Hermione, or ached for her more. Around supper time, Hermione's soft sleep jerks finally jolted her awake. She sat bolt upright at once, and then looked sheepish, almost embarrassed.
Hungry?
Ron asked her. She nodded, smiling shyly. They took the stairs down into the kitchen, opening the basement door to the sounds of crockery and chatter, the wafting sense of a roast and various boiled vegetables enveloping them. Remus was standing by the stove, draining the potatoes with one hand and holding Teddy on his hip with the other. Sirius sat in a chair, smiling at Harry and his friends as they entered. The thick bandage over his chest was visible through his thin cotton t-shirt, but he looked like he was healing well. Andromeda was setting the table, Tonks was heaping the carrots onto a platter, and Ted was taking the ham roast out of the oven. Luna was pouring water into the glasses and Dean was standing beside her, looking slightly overwhelmed. Ayala and Diana were sitting at the table beside Sirius, nursing cups of tea, their faces pale and their bodies tremoring slightly. The full moon would rise in only a few hours, and since they were not alphas, they did not feel the empowering effects which Remus now did before the transformation.
Harry.
Teddy practically shoved himself out of Remus's arms and leapt to the floor, sprinting the short distance from the kitchen stove to the doorway, and Harry barely had time to crouch and catch him as the child barreled into him with a surprising amount of force considering he was only 4 years old.
Hiya, Teddy,
Harry whispered as he held his little brother tightly against his chest. Teddy pulled back, beaming at Harry with a brightness that made Harry's eyes water. Teddy's hazel eyes shifting to bright green, his forehead now marked by Harry's lightning bolt scar, his hair black and untidy.
You look cold,
Teddy said. Harry tried to smile, but he knew it did not reach his eyes. He lifted a hand to trace the lightning bolt scar which Teddy imitated. How odd it was to see it on a young child, and that is what he, Harry, had looked like growing up. Teddy grinned up towards Ron and Hermione.
You're here.
We're here,
Hermione told him, smiling faintly.
All right.
Ron asked the little boy distractedly as he put a hand on Hermione's elbow and steered her toward the closest available chair. Harry scooped up Teddy and joined Hermione and Ron at the table.
I'll just bring a plate each up to Mr. Ollivander and Griphook,
Andromeda said, bustling from the kitchen. She returned a minute later and soon, everyone was seated and began to tuck in.
No, I only want the roast,
Ayala said as Diana tried to put potatoes and carrots on her plate. Diana smirked.
And I know you wanted it bloodier than Mr. Tonks cooked it.
Ted looked up, his fork halfway to his mouth, and smiled banally.
Call me Ted, please.
Dean stared at them, his eyes going from Ayala's scarred, unseeing eye to her shaking hand as she cut her meat.
What?
Ayala snapped at him, the looming transformation making her even more blunt than usual. Dean hurriedly looked away, and then his eyes fell on the child in Harry's lap. His brow furrowed and Harry realized that no one had explained who Teddy was to Dean yet.
This is my friend, Dean,
Harry said to the child.
Why don't you tell him who you are?
I'm Teddy Lupin,
Teddy said, and then he turned his attention to his own small plate, his tongue sticking out between his teeth as he concentrated on stabbing a slice of carrot with his fork. Dean turned to look at Remus across the table from him.
Professor Lupin, he's your son.
Remus's face lit up with a warm smile as he looked upon Dean.
I'm honored, Dean, for the old title. But please, call me Remus. And yes, Teddy's my son. Mine and Sirius's.
Remus reached his left hand for Sirius's right, which rested atop the table, and interlaced their fingers. The kitchen became slightly muted. The only sound was the scrape of knives and forks on plates as Dean stared at those two hands clasped upon the wooden table. Remus's ring finger adorned with his onyx wedding ring was clearly visible, and Sirius set down his fork, grinning wickedly, and lifted his left hand to sweep his black hair out of his face, his own ring glinting in the light. And then Dean's brown eyes seemed to spark, and he straightened in his chair, and lifted up his water glass.
Blimey, that's right, Luna mentioned you'd gotten married. Cheers, then. I can't think of a better match in all of Britain.
Too right.
Sirius barked, clinking his water glass with Dean as Remus gave him a sincere nod, raising his glass in salute to Dean.
Oi, no better match in Britain, he says.
Ted said in mock indignation, leaning over to kiss Andromeda on the cheek as she laughed and batted him away, her dark eyes twinkling. Tonks let out a snort at her parents, rolling her eyes at Harry. Ayala made a scoffing noise and turned to Diana.
With a better match.
She murmured to Diana.
Those two are a dog and a wolf once a month, but we're both wolves this full, and everyone after that.
Harry blinked and Tonks grinned, her suspicions at last confirmed as Diana offered Ayala a secretive and cheeky smile. Dean jerked his head to the two women.
What?
We're werewolves,
Diana said, not bothering to look at Dean and turning her attention to her plate of food.
Full moon rises in a few hours' time.
Dean nodded.
Oh, right. Well, have a good one then.
Sirius erupted into barking laughter, and Tonks, having been mid-drink, snorted water out of her nose as her eyes streamed. Andromeda and Ted each snorted, and Ron let out a surprised sound halfway between a laugh and a gasp. Even Hermione smirked. Luna just smiled serenely, but let out a soft hum of amusement. Remus, Harry knew by his tells, was fighting to keep his own laughter in and finally couldn't help it any longer.
We'll do our best,
Remus managed, his eyes twinkling as he smiled, and then he let out a pure-hearted laugh. Teddy giggled and clapped his hands, bouncing in Harry's lap.
Have a good one,
he cried, not really knowing what it meant but knowing everyone had found it funny. Ayala, however, was glaring at Dean, her good eye scrutinizing him so intensely Harry found himself applauding internally as Dean did not even squirm a bit under her heated gaze but rather took a bite of his roast and asked her conversationally.
So, where will you be transforming?
Scotland,
Diana replied when Ayala just continued to glare.
Sounds about right,
Dean said, grinning. Luna piped up.
You're an alpha now, aren't you, Remus?
Remus smiled kindly at her.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Dean asked, innocently curious. Ted, Andromeda, and Tonks leaned in, all perceptively interested as well. Remus set down his fork and folded his napkin carefully in his lap before he looked up at Dean.
I was lucky, last year,
Remus said, his eyes flitting to Harry's, for it was Harry's Christmas gift of Felix Felicis that had made Remus lucky.
I infiltrated a pack and won a fight between an old alpha with allegiance to Fenrir Greyback. In winning the fight against her, I took over her pack and became alpha.
And we are glad,
Diana said, looking to Remus as she spoke,
that he took over. We were part of that old pack, you see. Ayala and I did not know of another way. We did not know that any of our kind fought against that monster. Remus as our alpha, it changed everything for us. And now he guides us, and leads us on our hunts. He leads us on our quest to thwart Greyback.
Ayala nodded, her eyes on Remus too.
He is a good alpha, both in his wolf pelt and his human skin.
Sirius was looking up at Remus, his eyes shining, their hands still clasped.
And while the alpha magic is strong, Mooney's always been strong without it.
Remus's eyes shone sharply and he squeezed Sirius's hand before lifting his head to meet Ayala and Diana's gaze.
I shared with you what happened at Malfoy Manor. Greyback's a snatcher, and sir, this full moon, we must follow any scent of the snatcher's trail.
Ayala and Diana bowed their heads in agreement and acknowledgement. Everyone at the table looked awed, even Teddy. Dean nodded.
Figures,
he said.
You were made for it, Professor, Remus.
Luna smiled still wider.
Indeed.
After a hearty pudding of millionaire shortbread, Remus, Ayala, and Diana rose to their feet. Sirius did the same, but slower, wincing as he used his arms to help himself stand up from his chair, one hand going to his chest, to his still healing stab wound. Remus strode around the table and nimbly plucked Teddy out of Harry's lap. Teddy had been waiting eagerly, his arms already raised up into the air. Teddy leaned forward, pressing himself against Remus's chest and wrapping his arms around Remus's neck.
Back tomorrow, Dad.
In the morning before you wake, little one,
Remus answered as he lightly kissed the young boy's forehead. Teddy leaned back, angling himself now to look at Sirius.
Padfoot goes too.
Not this moon.
Sirius said, lifting his hand to gently tap at his chest.
Padfoot's got to rest.
Teddy brightened, innocently unaware of Sirius's healing wound but happy at the prospect of his other father staying the night with him.
Story time.
Sirius grinned.
Come on, then.
Remus, Ayala, Diana, Teddy, and Sirius excused themselves from the kitchen. The werewolves departed for their transformation, and Sirius and Teddy retreated upstairs for a good book and an even better night's sleep. Hermione slept well too that night, her sleep dreamless, and buoyed by Ron's hand in hers. In the days that followed, Harry found himself perched nearly always in the drawing room. Teddy scribbled with his coloring quills while Ron and Harry played wizard's chess and Hermione read. Dean and Luna joined in often, and the Order members came and went on their various missions. Remus's pack, however, had not found Greyback. It seemed he had gone into hiding, knowing Remus hunted him. Harry tried to find true solace in his decision not to race Voldemort to the Elder Wand. He tried not to look back, tried to trust in himself, tried to trust that he had correctly interpreted Dumbledore's intentions for him. He reminded himself again and again that he did not need the wand or even the Hallows to master death, not after what Remus had fully illuminated for him. But still, from time to time, anger at Dumbledore crashed over Harry again, powerful as waves slamming themselves against seaside cliffs, anger that Dumbledore had not explained enough before he died. But then Harry focused on the scenes in front of him. On Sirius transforming into Padfoot so Teddy could squeal and chase him around the house. On how Remus's eyes melted as he looked upon Sirius and Teddy and Harry. On how Sirius came to chat with Harry any chance he could about all sorts of things, new strategies for wizard's chess or what he'd seen on his raid that day or,
Bloody when will Ron and Hermione kiss?
Harry's anger at Dumbledore would leave him then, as he remembered that while he no longer had the old mentor, he had his guardians. His family. And Harry would also focus on the others now living in the house. On Andromeda and Ted, and how they laughed and kissed as they cooked meals. On Tonks and Teddy imitating faces together until Teddy burst into uncontrollable giggles. On Ron and Hermione and their stolen glances and shyly held hands. On Ayala and Diana and their growing skill with defensive spells, which they practiced up in the attic. On Luna and the way she hummed and swayed to the music Andromeda and Remus played nearly constantly from the record player or the radio. On Dean, and how he asked question after question about the Order and what they'd been up to. The questions Dean asked Harry, Ron, and Hermione were answered with the same mantra.
Dumbledore left us a mission. We can't tell anyone, sorry.
But despite the hominess and comfort of 12 Grimmauld Place, full of love and friendship, it was still headquarters. Every time Sirius, Remus, and Tonks left on a mission, Harry felt the outside world return with a vengeance. The Weasleys couldn't visit, their safe house still being tested for its security, and Ollivander and Griphook remained in their rooms recovering from their respective ordeals.
Harry, Griphook would like to speak with you,
Andromeda said one afternoon 3 days after their arrival. Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered Griphook's room. He had drawn the curtains, leaving the space looking rather dreary compared to how more cheerful and animated the rest of the house had become as of late.
I have reached my decision, Harry Potter,
Griphook said. He was sitting cross-legged in the lone armchair in the room.
I have decided to help you.
That's great,
Harry cried.
Grip Hook, thank you.
In return,
Grip Hook continued firmly.
for payment, I want the sword. The sword of Godric Gryffindor.
The sword. Their one, indispensable weapon against the Horcruxes. After months of searching and still having not found the basilisk fang, Remus and Sirius had essentially given up on it as an option, and Harry felt they were right to do so. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, who looked properly taken aback.
We need to discuss this grip hook, if that's all right. Could you give us a few minutes?
Grip Hook nodded, looking sour. They went into the drawing room, now empty. Sirius, Remus, and Tonks were on missions, Teddy was napping, Ayala and Diana were practicing their dueling in the attic, and Ted and Andromeda were in the kitchen with Dean. Harry walked to the fireplace, brow furrowed, and tried to think of what to do. Behind him, Ron said,
He's having a laugh. We can't let him have that sword.
Harry turned to the soft sounds of footsteps in the entrance hall. Luna walked by, humming a song by the Cranberries, one of Andromeda's favorite bands, and eating jam straight from a jar with her fingers. Ron slowly closed the door after she passed by.
How about we tell Grip Hook we need the sword until we get inside the vault, and then he can have it?
Ron said.
There's a fake in there. So, we switch them and give him the fake.
Ron, he'd know the difference better than we would.
Hermione said.
He's the only one who realized there had been a swap.
Yeah, but we could scarper before he realizes.
Ron went silent under the look Hermione was giving him.
That,
Hermione said quietly,
is despicable. Ask for his help, and then double-cross him. And you wonder why goblins don't like wizards, Ron.
Ron's ears had turned red.
We need to offer him something else, something just as valuable.
Hermione said, turning to Harry.
How many black heirlooms are left in this house? Surely Sirius has something we can offer him.
Harry shook his head.
None of it would be as good as the sword. Sirius threw out all the silver when we first moved in.
Harry took a deep breath.
We'll tell him he can have the sword after he's helped us get into the vault, but we'll be careful to avoid telling him exactly when he can have it.
Harry, we can't.
Hermione started.
He can have it,
Harry pressed.
after we've used it on all of the Horcruxes. I'll make sure he gets it then. I'll keep my word.
I don't like it,
Hermione said.
Neither do I,
Harry admitted, but he could think of no other way.
I think it's genius,
Ron said.
Let's go and tell him.
Back in Griphook's guest room, Harry made the offer, careful to phrase it so as not to give any definite time for the handover of the sword.
I have your word, Harry Potter, that you will give me the sword of Gryffindor if I help you.
Yes,
Harry said.
Then shake.
Harry took Griphook's hand and shook it.
So,
Griphook said.
We begin.
It took weeks to plan. The April full moon passed, with again no capture of Greyback. And still, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Griphook planned.
I have been to the Lestrange's vault only once,
Griphook explained.
The oldest wizarding families store their treasures at the deepest level, where the vaults are largest and best protected.
They had the Order's stores of Polyjuice potion at their disposal, and after they had decided on who would imitate who, Sirius spent long hours instructing Hermione. It was highly uncomfortable for them both, and Remus, Ron, and Harry sat and watched, offering kind words and positive reinforcement. Sirius and Remus offered again and again to join, to help them, but Harry insisted they did not. Moreover, Griphook pointed out that goblins could scent werewolves even with Polyjuice potion, and Sirius, Harry could clearly tell, would be fighting his past trauma from Azkaban if he returned to a fortress made of black stone, even if that fortress was underground instead of jutting out of the North Sea. The day after Ollivander went to join the Weasleys in their safe house, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Griphook were ready. Harry would miss being back in person with his family, and with the Tonkses, Luna, and Dean. But as they prepared Hermione's beaded bag, the sword, and the Polyjuice potion, Harry found that he was ready to begin again. To return to his quest, to the part that he could play in the fight. Harry had gotten better at sitting still thanks to Sirius, Remus, and Teddy. But he knew their time together these past weeks at 12 Grimmauld Place was only a brief reprieve, an interlude. And he looked at his guardians, his baby brother, and he felt that flame within him rekindle. He would help ensure that the world Teddy grew up in was better, that it was a world in which Remus, Ayala, and Diana would not be prejudiced against any longer, that it was a world in which Sirius and Remus could walk hand in hand down the street, and kiss one another in public without fear of rebuke. Harry looked upon his family, his friends, and remembered what he was fighting for. What his parents, and so many others had died for, and sacrificed for. Still, Harry slept badly the night before their departure. He could not shake off the feeling that it was going to go wrong. Finally accepting that he could lay in his bed and fight with his bedsheets any longer, Harry went quietly down to the drawing room. He had just lit the fire, when he turned to the sound of footsteps. Sirius and Remus stood in the doorway, and they each smiled softly at Harry, and took seats on the sofa. Harry smiled wanly back, and went to sit in the armchair across from them. There wasn't much more to say. Remus and Sirius had given Harry, Ron, and Hermione their best advice, their best instructions, and their well wishes. The two-way mirror was in Harry's pocket, beside Draco's wand, which Harry was glad to find worked well under his control.
I'll miss you both,
Harry said into the peaceful quiet.
And Teddy. So much.
We'll miss you too, until we see you again,
Sirius croaked. His dark eyes were lit with the flames of the fire, but he was still smiling at Harry and the pride in those eyes. Remus smiled wider.
Harry, there was something serious and I wanted to ask you.
Harry sat up.
Yeah.
Remus's eyes were melted chocolate as he swept the graying hair out of his face and then said,
We'd like to name you as Teddy's godfather.
Harry blinked.
Me.
Yes, you,
Remus said, his eyes twinkling.
There's no one better.
Harry glanced between Sirius and Remus before stammering.
I?
Harry's eyes stung. Sirius barked a soft laugh.
That's exactly what I said to Prongs when he asked me the same thing for you.
Harry let out his own strangled laugh before exclaiming.
Of course. Of course, I will. Oh my.
Just promise not to be as reckless a godfather as I was for the first 13 years of your life,
Sirius said, smiling while his eyes shone. Harry grinned, dabbing at his face.
I promise, Sirius, Remus. I promise to be just the guardian for Teddy as you two are for me. But, please, you both.
We don't plan on leaving you or Teddy anytime soon,
Remus said, his voice so very kind while his eyes flashed faintly.
But a child is always blessed to have a wonderful godparent, are they not?
At 6 o'clock that morning, May 1st, 1998, Harry, Ron, Sirius, and Remus were joined by Grip Hook and Bellatrix Lestrange in the entrance hall. Though Harry knew perfectly well that it was Hermione, he could suppress a shudder of loathing as Bellatrix approached. Sirius, too, shivered and leaned against Remus, his eyes darting away from Hermione apologetically. Bellatrix, Hermione, was tall, her long black hair rippling down her back, her heavily lidded eyes disdainful as she looked upon them all. But it was clearly Hermione under Bellatrix's high voice as she said,
All right, Ron, come here and I'll cast the charms.
Ron stood still as Hermione gave him his false identity, the long and wavy hair, thick brown beard, short, broad nose and heavy eyebrows of his new character. Harry and Grip Hook would be hidden under the invisibility cloak.
How does he look?
Hermione asked.
Not my type, but he'll do,
Sirius said with a wicked grin. Remus's lips quirked and he gave Sirius a playful shove.
I should climb up now, Harry Potter, I think,
Grip Hook said. Harry bent and Grip Hook clambered up onto his back, his hands linked in front of Harry's throat. Hermione pulled the invisibility cloak out of her beaded bag and threw it over them both as Remus arranged it around Harry's feet.
Excellent,
Remus said, stepping back.
Completely concealed. All right, let's go,
Ron said. Harry turned to his guardians and, although he was invisible, he said,
See you soon.
That's right,
Sirius said gruffly. Remus nodded, his throat bobbed as he said,
Trust yourself, Harry.
Hermione and Ron clasped hands and turned on the spot. Harry closed his eyes and apparated. A lot could happen in a day. Harry, his guardians, and the rest of the wizarding world would soon come to find out. Chapter 20. Harry's feet met pavement on Charing Cross Road. He opened his eyes and took in the feel of the city for the first time in ages. Muggles bustled past wearing the hangdog expressions of mourning. Some wore suits and dresses, others joggers and trainers. The sky above was overcast, the street and pavement gray and stony. Bright red double-decker buses and black cabs drove past quietly, and overhead a flock of gulls took flight toward the rolling, flowing Thames in the distance. Outside the Charing Cross Underground station, a street singer sang into a microphone and strummed their guitar. Harry and Grip Hook, concealed by the cloak, followed Bellatrix, Hermione, and Ron, disguised, into the leaky cauldron. Tom, the hunched barman, was polishing glasses behind the bar top.
Madame Lestrange,
Tom murmured as Hermione passed. Instructed well by Sirius, Hermione lifted her chin into the air and smiled disdainfully down at Tom, her heavily lidded eyes glinting with malevolent joy. They passed through the pub inn and stepped into the tiny back garden. Hermione drew out her wand and tapped a brick on the wall in front of them. At once, the bricks began to whirl and spin and a hole appeared in the middle of them, which grew wider and wider before forming an archway onto the narrow, cobbled street of Diagon Alley. It was quiet, barely time for the shops to open, and there were hardly any shoppers abroad. The shop fronts of the crooked, cobbled street were boarded up and Harry's own face glared down at him from posters plastered over many windows, always captioned with the words, "Undesirable Number 1." As they set off down the street, the passers-by cowered away from Hermione, melting away before her and drawing their hoods over their faces, fleeing as fast as they could. Hermione just smirked. They approached the snowy white tower of Gringotts, looming above the other little shops. They climbed the marble steps, Hermione's long black hair rippling down her back as they approached the great bronze front doors. Soon, they crossed the threshold and two goblins stood before the inner doors, which Harry was shocked to find were now made of solid silver. They stepped into the entrance of Gringotts Bank and Harry was struck by the fond memory of his first visit with Hagrid. He would never have imagined that he would return to break in, to steal, and much less something such as a Horcrux. Things had gotten quite dark, hadn't they? But Harry looked at the long counter manned by goblins sitting on high stools, serving the first customers of the day and felt a small flicker of the brightness of the room flash within his own chest. Their cause was for the greater good, a mighty slippery road that was, but decisions had to be made for any chance at a better future. Harry knew he was 17, just a lad, and who was he to make such choices? He was the chosen one, the boy who lived. It meant everything and also nothing, but whether he wanted or deserved the titles, they were his all the same. And Harry knew that all he had to decide was what to do with the time that had been given to him, with his spared life, with his parents' sacrifice, the sacrifices of all who cared for him, and all who hoped for a better world. Hermione, Ron, and Harry and Grip Hook approached the counter and an old goblin who was examining a thick gold coin through an eyeglass.
"Leprechaun,"
the goblin muttered, tossing the coin aside and then looking up at Hermione.
"Madame Lestrange,"
he cried.
How may I help you today?"
"I wish to enter my vault,"
Hermione said coolly. The old goblin recoiled a little. Harry glanced around. The other goblins down the counter had looked up from their work to stare at Hermione.
"I must identify your wand,"
the goblin said, holding out a slightly trembling hand. Harry's blood ran cold. Hermione possessed her own wand, not Bellatrix's.
"They know,"
Grip Hook whispered in Harry's ear.
"They must have been warned there might be an imposter. Act now, act now."
Harry raised Draco's wand beneath the cloak and for the first time in his life, whispered.
Imperio.
A curious sensation shot down Harry's arm, a feeling of tingling warmth that seemed to flow from his mind, down the sinews and veins connecting him to the wand and the curse that it had just sent. The goblin took Hermione's wand, examined it closely, and then said,
Your wand is excellent as always, Madame Lestrange.
Hermione smiled, and on Bellatrix's face, with Hermione's careful study, the smile was sharp and fully mad.
Jealous, are you?
The goblin looked up, his wizened face paling as he swallowed.
I shall fetch the clankers,
he said, dashing away at once. He returned a moment later with a leather bag that jangled loudly.
If you will follow me, Madame Lestrange,
the goblin said, hopping off his stool and appearing around the end of the counter.
I shall take you to your vault.
He hurried toward one of the many doors leading off the hall, and Hermione and Ron followed. Hermione strutting with her head held high, glaring and smirking at every single goblin on the counter, who shifted and watched her anxiously. They were not imperious, and Harry did not have the time to curse every single one of them. They reached the iron door and passed through the stone passageway beyond, lit with flaming torches.
We're in trouble, they suspect,
Harry said as the door slammed behind them and he pulled off the invisibility cloak. Griphook jumped down from his shoulders, but the goblin leading the way did not show any sign of surprise at the appearance of Harry Potter in their midst.
I imperioused him,
Harry said in response to Hermione and Ron's confused queries. Harry stared at the goblin, and he remembered Bellatrix shrieking at him in the Department of Mysteries when he had first tried to use an unforgivable curse.
You need to mean them, Potter.
Had Harry meant it well enough? Every part of him was sharply attuned to the incredible need to get into the Lestrange's vault. He meant to break in with every fiber of his being, but still an unforgivable curse. It felt so wrong.
We go on,
Harry said.
Bogrod must control the cart,
Griphook said.
I no longer have the authority.
Harry pointed his wand at the goblin, Bogrod, who whistled to summon a little cart that came trundling along the tracks toward them out of the darkness. Harry was certain that he could hear shouting behind them in the main hall as they all clambered into the cart. Bogrod in front with Griphook, Harry, Ron, and Hermione crammed together in the back. With a jerk the cart moved off, gathering speed, and then they were twisting and turning through the labyrinthine passages, sloping downward all the while. Hermione's, Bellatrix's, hair flew behind her like a black cape as they swerved between stalactites, flying ever deeper into the earth. But Harry kept glancing back. They were now deeper than Harry had ever penetrated within Gringotts. They took a hairpin bend at high speed and saw ahead of them, with seconds to spare, a waterfall pounding over the track. They zoomed through it, and water filled Harry's eyes and mouth, and then the cart flipped over and they were thrown out of it. Harry heard the cart smash into pieces against the passage wall, heard Hermione shriek a spell, and Harry felt himself glide toward the ground as though weightless, landing painlessly on the rocky passage floor.
Cushioning charm,
Hermione sputtered, and as Ron helped her to her feet, Harry saw to his horror that Hermione was no longer Bellatrix and Ron was red-haired and freckly and beardless again.
The thief's downfall,
Griphook hissed, clambering to his feet and looking back at the deluge onto the tracks, which Harry realized had been more than water.
It washes away all magical concealment,
Griphook growled.
They know there are impostors in Gringotts, they have set off defenses against us.
Harry turned to see Bogrod shaking his head in bewilderment. The thief's downfall had lifted the imperious curse.
We need him,
Griphook said.
We cannot enter the vault without a Gringotts goblin, and we need the clankers.
Imperio,
Harry cried again, his voice echoed through the stone passage. Bogrod submitted once more to his will, and Griphook led the way into the darkness. As they turned a corner, they saw the thing for which Harry had been prepared, but still brought all of them to a halt. The gigantic dragon was tethered to the ground in front of them, barring access to 4 or 5 of the deepest vaults in Gringotts. The beast's scales were pale and flaky due to its long incarceration underground. Its eyes were milky pink and both rear legs bore heavy cuffs from which chains led to enormous pegs driven deep into the rocky floor. Its great spiked wings, folded close to its body, would have filled the chamber if it spread them, and when it turned its head toward them, It roared with a noise that made the rock tremble.
It's partially blind,
Griphook panted.
but it has learned what to expect when the clankers come. Give them to me.
Ron passed the bag to Griphook, and he withdrew a number of small metal instruments that when shaken made a loud, ringing noise like miniature hammers on anvils.
It will expect pain when it hears the noise, it will retreat,
Griphook said, handing Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Bogrod each a set of clankers.
And Bogrod must place his palm upon the door of the vault.
They advanced around the corner, shaking the clankers, and the noise echoed off the rocky walls, grossly magnified. The dragon let out another hoarse roar and then retreated. Harry could see that it was trembling, and as they drew nearer, he saw the scars made by various slashes across its face. Harry pointed his wand at Bogrod as they approached the vault, and the goblin pressed his palm to the wood, and the door of the vault melted away to reveal a cave-like opening crammed from floor to ceiling with golden coins and goblets, silver armor, the skins of magical creatures, potions and jeweled flasks, and a skull wearing a laden crown.
Search fast,
Harry said as they hurried inside the vault. Harry had described Hufflepuff's cup to Ron and Hermione, but if it was the other unknown Horcrux that resided in this vault, he did not know what it may look like. Harry had barely glanced around before there was a muffled clunk from behind them. The door had reappeared, sealing them inside the vault. Harry, Ron, and Hermione whispered,
Lumos,
together, and the vault was lit once more by their wand tips.
Bogrod will be able to release us,
Griphook said.
But we must hurry, we have very little time.
Harry moved his wand around the space, and the fake sword of Gryffindor glinted upon a high shelf amongst a jumble of chains.
Harry, could this be, Arg?
Hermione screamed in pain, and Harry turned to see a jeweled goblet falling from her grip to the floor. But as it fell, it split, and a second later, with a great clatter, the floor was covered in identical goblets rolling in every direction.
It burned me,
Hermione moaned.
They have added Gemino and Flagranti curses,
Griphook hissed.
Everything you touch will burn and multiply, but the copies are worthless, and if you continue to handle the treasure, you will eventually be crushed to death by the weight of expanding gold.
Just stand still and look around,
Harry instructed.
Remember the cup small and gold, it's got a badger engraved on it, 2 handles, otherwise see if you can spot Ravenclaw's eagle anywhere.
Harry cast his wand light higher and higher, over shields and goblin-made helmets, until suddenly his eyes found an object that made his heart skip and his hand tremble.
It's there, it's up there.
The cup of Helga Hufflepuff sparkled in the wandlight. It was high upon a shelf, and they knew from Griphook's lessons that they could not summon it.
The sword,
Harry said.
Maybe I can insert the sword into one of the handles.
Hermione fumbled inside her robes, pulled out her beaded bag, and then removed the shining sword. Harry seized it by its rubied hilt, and touched the tip of the blade to a silver flagon nearby, which did not multiply. But the shelf was too high, even for Ron to reach, who was the tallest. Outside the vault, the dragon roared and there was the sound of clankers. Harry turned to Hermione.
I've got to get up there.
Hermione pointed her wand at Harry and whispered.
Levi Corpus.
Hoisted into the air by his ankle, Harry hit a suit of armor and replicas burst out of it like white-hot bodies, filling the cramped space. With screams of pain, Ron, Hermione, and the 2 goblins were knocked aside into other objects, which all began to multiply. Harry thrust the sword through the handle of Hufflepuff's cup, hooking it on the blade.
Libera Corpus,
Harry yelled, and with a crash he landed on the surface of the swelling treasure beside the others, and the cup was flung into the air. Harry dived and caught it, and although he could feel it scalding his flesh, he did not relinquish it, even while countless Hufflepuff cups burst from his fist, raining down upon them as the vault door opened and he found himself sliding uncontrollably on an avalanche of fiery gold and silver and jewels that bore him, Ron, Hermione, into the outer chamber. Harry shoved the cup into his pocket and whirled around. Griphook had snatched up the sword and was running now toward the other goblins, crying,
Thieves! Thieves!
Griphook vanished into the crowd of goblins, all of whom were holding daggers. Slipping on the hot metal, Harry struggled to his feet and bellowed.
Stupefy!
Ron and Hermione joined in. Jets of red light flew into the crowd of goblins, and some toppled over, but others advanced, and Harry saw several wizard guards running around the corner. The tethered dragon let out a roar and a gush of flame flew over the goblins. The wizards turned heel and fled back the way they had come, and inspiration, or madness, came to Harry. Pointing his wand at the thick cuffs chaining the dragon to the floor, Harry yelled,
Relatio!
The cuffs broke open and hit the stone floor with a bang.
This way, come on!
Harry yelled, and still shooting stunning spells at the advancing goblins, he sprinted toward the half-blind dragon. The dragon had not yet realized it was free as Harry's foot found the crook of its hind leg, and he pulled himself up onto its back. The scales were hard as steel. Harry stretched out his arm and helped Hermione clamber up. Ron climbed on behind them, and a second later the dragon became aware that it was untethered. With a roar, the dragon reared and Harry dug in his heels, clutching as tightly as he could to the jagged scales as the wings opened, knocking the shrieking goblins aside like chess pieces, and the dragon soared up into the air. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, flat on its back, scraped against the ceiling as it flew toward the passage opening, while the pursuing goblins hurled daggers that glanced off the dragon's flanks. The dragon struggled upward toward the fresher air, away from the screaming and clanking goblins, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione aided it, blasting the ceiling apart with gouging spells as the dragon belched fire to clear the passage. And then at last, by the combined force of their spells and the dragon's brute strength, they had blasted their way out of the passage into the marble hallway. Goblins and wizards cried out and dove for cover, and the dragon turned its head toward the entrance, stretching its wings. Harry, Ron, and Hermione clung on to its back for dear life as the dragon forced its way through the metal doors, staggered into Diagon Alley, and then launched itself into the sky. London unfurled below them like a grey and green map. They soared over Regent's Park, St. Pancras, and Islington, and Harry imagined he could see 12 Grimmauld Place below them. The cool breeze was soothing on Harry's blistered skin, and behind him, Ron was swearing at the top of his voice and Hermione was half laughing and half sobbing. The dragon climbed steadily until they were flying through wisps of chilly clouds and Harry could no longer make out the headlights of the cars below which poured in and out of London. On and on they flew, over countryside parceled out in patches of green and brown, over roads and rivers winding through the landscape like strips of matte and glossy ribbon. The sun slipped lower in the sky, which was turning indigo, and still the dragon flew, cities and towns gliding out of sight beneath them. Every part of Harry ached with the effort of holding on to the dragon's back.
Is it my imagination or are we losing height?
Ron shouted. Harry looked down and saw deep green mountains and lakes, their surfaces coppery in the sunset. The landscape grew larger and more detailed, and lower the dragon flew, in great spiraling circles, honing in, it seemed, upon one of the smaller lakes.
I say we jump when it gets low enough,
Harry called.
Straight into the water before it realizes we're here.
Harry could see the dragon's wide yellow underbelly rippling on the surface of the water.
Now!
Harry slithered over the side of the dragon and plummeted feet first toward the surface of the lake, and he hit the water hard, plunging like a stone into a freezing, green, reed-filled world. He kicked toward the surface and emerged, panting, to see enormous ripples emanating from the spots where Hermione and Ron had fallen. The dragon was already 50 feet away, swooping low over the lake to scoop up water in its scarred snout. As Ron and Hermione emerged, sputtering, the dragon flew on, its wings beating hard, and landed on a distant bank. Harry, Ron, and Hermione struck out for the opposite shore, and at last they flopped, sodden and exhausted, onto slippery grass. Harry staggered to his feet, drew his wand, and started casting the usual protection spells around them. Hermione pulled out essence of murtlap from her beaded bag, and they all set to work dabbing the essence on their angry red burns. Hermione then retrieved 3 bottles of pumpkin juice, given to them by Sirius before they had left, and clean, dry robes. They changed and gulped down the juice.
Well, on the upside,
Ron said, watching the burns on his hands fade.
We got the Horcrux. On the downside.
No sword,
Harry said through gritted teeth. Harry pulled out the Horcrux from the pocket of the wet jacket he had taken off and set it down on the grass before them. It glinted in the dusk sun.
What will happen to it, do you think?
Hermione asked, staring across the lake at where the dragon was resting.
It's a dragon, Hermione, it can look after itself.
Ron said.
It's us we need to worry about.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know how to break it to you,
Ron said.
But I think they might have noticed that we broke into Gringotts.
All three of them burst into uproarious laughter. Harry's ribs ached with it, and he lay back on the grass beneath the reddening sky and laughed until his throat was raw.
What are we going to do, though?
Hermione said at last, hiccuping herself back into seriousness.
You know who will know, must know now that we know about his Horcruxes.
And at that moment, pain cleaved Harry's head like a sword stroke. He was standing in a dimly lit room and a semicircle of wizards faced him, and on the floor at his feet was a small, quaking figure.
Say it again,
he said in his high and cold voice. Fury and fear burned within him, the one thing that he had dreaded, but he could not see how it could be true.
My lord,
the goblin cowering before him stammered.
We tried to stop them. Impostors, my lord, broke into the Lestranges' vault.
What impostors?
It was the Potter boy and 2 accomplices.
What did they take?
Fear gripped him.
A small golden cup, my lord.
The scream of rage, of denial, left him as if it were a stranger's. He was crazed, frenzied. It could not be possible. No one had ever known. How was it possible that the boy had discovered his secret? The elder wand slashed through the air and green light filled the room. The kneeling goblin fell over, dead. The watching wizard scattered before him, and again his wand fell, and those who did not make it to the door in time were slain, for bringing him this news, for hearing about the golden cup. Alone amongst the dead he stormed up and down, and they passed before him in visions, his safeguards, his anchors to immortality. The diary was destroyed and the cup was stolen. What if the boy knew about the others? Could he know? Had he already acted? Had he traced more of them? Was Dumbledore at the root of this? But surely if the boy had destroyed one of his Horcruxes, he, Lord Voldemort, would have known, would have felt it. He, the greatest wizard of them all, he, the most powerful, how could Lord Voldemort not have known, if he himself, most important and precious, had been attacked? But he must know, he must be sure. He paced the room and the pictures blurred and burned in his boiling brain. The lake inside the cave, the hovel cottage, Hogwarts. A modicum of calm cooled his rage. How could the boy know that he hid the ring in the Gaunt shack? No one had ever known he was related to the Gaunts. The ring, surely, was safe. And how could the boy, or anyone else, know about the cave? Or penetrate its protection? The idea of the locket being stolen was absurd. As for the school, he alone knew where in Hogwarts he had stowed the Horcrux, because he alone had plumbed the deepest secrets of that place. And there was still Nagini, who must remain close now, no longer sent to do his bidding. But to be sure, to be utterly sure, he must return to each of his hiding places, he must double the protection around each of his Horcruxes. But which should he visit first? An old unease flickered inside him. Dumbledore had known his middle name. Dumbledore may have made the connection with Gaunts. It was to their abandoned home he would go first. Harry's eyes flew open.
He knows,
Harry said, wrenching himself into the present, and turning to Hermione and Ron's alarmed faces beside the lake.
He knows, and he's going to check where the others are, and the last one is at Hogwarts. I knew it.
Chapter 21.
Griphook took the sword, but the last Horcrux is at Hogwarts, and you know who knows. He knows that I'm after his Horcruxes. He's going to go check each one. What will he do once he's realized the ring and the locket are gone? He'll come to check on the one at Hogwarts.
Go.
Sirius said, his face was set, his eyes shining fiercely.
Go to the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. The village is bewitched with alarm jinxes. You must go immediately to the inn. There's an Order member deep undercover there that Mad Eye always told us about but who we never spoke to. Whoever they are, they'll help you get into the castle.
You have the map with you,
Remus said.
and we will join shortly. The Order can distract Snape. We'll send for as many as we can.
What? No. I have to be discreet. You know who can't know I'm at Hogwarts. Won't he suspect with the Order turning up?
As you said, Harry, he'll know the locket and the ring are gone soon enough.
Remus countered.
And you need all the help you can get inside Hogwarts. Snape and the Carrows run the place. Even Minerva and the other staff might not be able to help you. You need the Order.
Go to the Hog's Head,
Sirius said.
We'll be close behind.
Time is of the essence,
Remus said, and the two-way mirror swirled and then the connection faded. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. Ron was holding the cup and Hermione was clutching the invisibility cloak.
You heard them,
Ron said.
Let's go.
Harry pulled the cloak down as far as it would go over all three of them, and together, they turned on the spot into the crushing darkness. Harry's feet touched the cobbled road. He saw the achingly familiar Hogsmeade High Street, dark shop fronts and the outline of the Forbidden Forest, and the black mountains beyond the village, and the curve of the road ahead that led off toward Hogwarts. And then the air was rent by a piercing scream that sounded like Voldemort's when he had realized the cup was stolen. It tore at every nerve in Harry's body, and he knew they had seconds to reach the Hog's Head. They ran, and as they did, Death Eaters poured out of the three broomsticks. One roared,
It must be Potter. Accio cloak.
Harry gripped the cloak's folds, but it made no attempt to fly off their bodies. The summoning charm had not worked on it. And still they kept running, reaching the side lane, and before Harry had even raised his fist to knock on the door, the bolts slid back and the wooden door to the Hog's Head flew open and a rough voice said,
Potter, in here, quick!
Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurtled through the open doorway.
Upstairs, keep the cloak on, keep quiet.
The tall figure of the undercover Order member muttered as he passed by them and stepped out onto the side street, slamming the door behind him. Harry turned and took in, by the light of a solitary sputtering candle, the grubby, sawdust-strewn bar of the Hog's Head Inn. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran behind the counter and through a second doorway, which led to a rickety wooden staircase that they climbed as fast as they could. The stairs opened onto a sitting room with a threadbare carpet and a small fireplace, above which hung an oil painting of a blonde girl who gazed out at the room, her eyes both vacant and sweet. Shouts reached them from the street below, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione, still hidden beneath the cloak, approached a small square window which looked down upon the small lane. The undercover Order member was the barman of the Hog's Head, and he was shouting at the hooded Death Eaters.
If I want to put my cat out, I will, and be damned to your curfew.
You set off the caterwauling charm.
And so what if I did? Going to cart me off to Azkaban for sticking my head out my own front door. Do it then, if you want to. But I hope for your sake you haven't pressed your little dark marks and summoned him. He's not going to like being called here for me and my old cat, now is he?
Don't worry about us.
The Death Eaters spat.
Worry about yourself, breaking curfew.
Ack!
The barman roared, waving his hand and turning his back on the Death Eaters, who in turn strode back toward the high street. Hermione moaned with relief, wove out from under the cloak, and sat down on a wobble-legged chair. Harry drew the curtains tightly shut, then pulled the cloak off he and Ron. They could hear the barman below, rebolting the door of the bar, and then climbing the stairs.
You bloody fools!
The barman said gruffly as he entered the room.
What were you thinking, coming here?
Thank you,
Harry said at once.
Sirius Black and Remus Lupin told us to come here. They said there was an undercover Order member at the Hog's Head, and you could help us get into Hogwarts.
The barman grunted and Harry approached him, looking up into his face. He had long, stringy, wire-gray hair and beard and wore spectacles. Underneath the dirty lenses, Harry saw the man's eyes were a piercing, brilliant blue.
You're Aberforth,
Harry said. The man neither confirmed nor denied it, but bent to light the fire. When he stood again, he said,
Always liked those two lads. Only met them once, and I didn't fancy being properly in the Order. But Mad Eye always kept me informed, Gave me instructions in case he got himself killed. But he never told me you'd be coming here on the run trying to sneak into the castle.
It's important,
Harry said, and at the same moment Ron's stomach growled.
I got food,
Aberforth Dumbledore said, and he sloped out of the room, appearing moments later with a large loaf of bread, some cheese and a pewter of mead, which he set upon a small table in front of the fire. Ravenous, Harry, Ron, and Hermione pounced on the food and drink, and for a long while the only sound was the crackle of the fire, the clink of goblets, and the sound of chewing.
Right then,
Aberforth said when they had eaten and drank their fill.
I don't care what Black and Lupin told you, you've got to get as far away from here as you can.
You don't understand, we've got to get into the castle. There isn't much time, the Order is coming too. Dumbledore, I mean, your brother, he wanted us.
My brother Albus wanted a lot of things,
Aberforth said.
And people had a habit of getting hurt while he was carrying out his grand plans. Black and Lupin ought to know that well enough, oughtn't they? Forget my brother and his clever schemes. He's gone where none of this can hurt him, and you don't owe him anything.
It's not what I owe your brother,
Harry said.
It's what I owe everyone else that's still here with us.
Save yourself,
Aberforth said roughly.
I can't.
Why not?
Harry felt overwhelmed. There were too many words, too many desperate feelings roiling inside him.
The Order's finished whether they know it yet or not,
Aberforth said.
You know who's won, it's over, and anyone who's pretending different is kidding themselves. It'll never be safe here for you, Potter, so save yourself and go abroad. Take these two and Black and Lupin and whoever else is foolish enough to still think they've got a fighting chance.
I can't leave,
Harry said again.
I've got to try. I've got a job.
Give it to someone else.
It's got to be me,
Harry insisted.
Dumbledore explained it all.
Did he now? And did he tell you everything? Was he honest with you?
Harry wanted to say yes, but he remembered. I must not tell lies.
Professor Dumbledore cared about Harry very much,
Hermione said in a low voice.
Did he? Funny thing, how many people my brother cared about very much ended up in a worse state than if he'd left Em alone.
He gave Lupin a place at Hogwarts,
Harry countered.
When no other headmaster would have.
Kept a place for him after the First War, did he?
Aberforth said, his piercing blue eyes boring into Harry's.
Kept him warm and well-fed, did he? And looked out for Black, didn't he?
Harry clenched his fists in his lap and said through gritted teeth.
He made mistakes.
Aberforth let out a cold laugh.
Mr. Dumbledore.
Hermione said.
Is that your sister, Ariana?
She was pointing at the painting above the fireplace. Aberforth grunted.
Yes. Been reading Rita Skeeter, have you?
We saw her and your mother's grave in Godric's Hollow,
Hermione said.
What happened to her?
Aberforth glared at her. His lips moved as if he were chewing words he was holding back. Then he burst into speech.
When my sister was 10 years old, she was attacked by 3 Muggle boys. They'd seen her doing magic, spying through the garden hedge. She was a kid, she couldn't control it, no witch or wizard can at that age. What they saw scared them, I expect. They forced their way through the hedge, and when she wouldn't show them the trick, they got carried away trying the little freak doing it. They violated her.
Hermione's eyes were huge in the firelight, and Ron looked slightly sick. Aberforth stood up, tall as Albus had been, and suddenly terrible in his anger and the intensity of his pain.
It destroyed her, what they did. She was never right again. She wouldn't use magic, but she couldn't get rid of it. Her magic turned inward and drove her mad, exploding out of her when she couldn't control it, and at times she was strange and dangerous. But mostly she was scared and sweet and harmless. And my father went after the bastards that did it,
Aberforth said,
and attacked them. And they locked him in Azkaban for it. He never said why he'd done it, because if the Ministry had known what Ariana had become, she'd have been locked up in St. Mungo's for good. We had to keep her safe and quiet. We moved house, put it about she was ill, and my mother looked after, and tried to keep her calm and happy. Then, when she was 14, she had one of her rages, and my mother wasn't as young as she once was. It was an accident. Ariana couldn't control it, but my mother was killed. So that put an end to Albus's plans to see the world. He did all right taking care of my sister for a few weeks, till he came.
A dangerous look crept over Aberforth's face.
Grindelwald. And at last my brother had an equal to talk to, someone just as bright and talented as he was. Oh, my brother fancied him, all right. But what did I care about that when he was abandoning his care of Ariana to scheme about the greater good and their grand plans for the benefit of all wizard kind? Well, it was nearly time for me to go back to Hogwarts, and I sat the two of them down face-to-face and I told him, you'd better give it up now. You can't take her with you wherever it is you're planning to go, but Grindelwald didn't like that at all. He got angry. He told me I was a stupid little boy for trying to stand in the way of him and my brilliant brother. Didn't I understand? My poor sister wouldn't have to be hidden once they changed the world, and led the wizards out of hiding and taught the muggles their place. And there was an argument, and I pulled out my wand, and he pulled out his, and I got the Cruciatus from my brother's lover, and Albus, he was trying to stop him, and then all three of us were dueling, and the flashing lights and the bang set her off. She couldn't stand it.
Aberforth's face had gone white.
I don't know which of us did it. It could have been any of us. And she was dead.
Aberforth cleared his throat.
Grindelwald scarpered. And Albus was free, wasn't he? Free of the burden of his sister, free to become the greatest wizard of the...
He was never free,
Harry said.
I beg your pardon.
Never,
Harry said.
The night your brother died, he drank a potion that drove him out of his mind. He started screaming, pleading with someone who wasn't there. Don't hurt them, please, hurt me instead.
Ron and Hermione stared at Harry.
He thought he was back there with you and Grindelwald. I know he did,
Harry said, remembering Dumbledore whimpering and pleading on the island in the lake within the cave.
He thought he was watching Grindelwald hurting you and Ariana. It was torture to him. If you'd seen him then, you wouldn't say he was free.
Aberforth seemed lost in contemplation of his own knotted and veined hands. At last he said,
How can you be sure, Potter, that my brother wasn't more interested in the greater good than in you? How can you be sure you aren't dispensable, just like my little sister?
Because it's my decision too,
Harry said.
And I know what I can do.
You're only 17, boy.
I'm of age, and I'm going to keep fighting even if you've given up.
Who says I've given up?
You just did.
I don't say I like it, but I was just stating the facts. The truth.
It's not,
Harry said.
Your brother knew how to finish you-know-who, and he passed it on to me. I'm going to keep fighting until I succeed, or I die. Don't think I don't know how this might end. I've known it for years. Maybe I am dispensable, but I'll be damned sure to make my life, and my death, mean more than just myself.
Aberforth scowled.
We need to get into Hogwarts,
Harry said.
And the rest of the Order is coming soon. If you can help us, well, now would be a great time to mention it.
Aberforth gazed at Harry with those eyes that were so much like his brother's. At last he cleared his throat, walked around the little table, and approached the portrait of Ariana.
You know what to do,
he said. She smiled, turned, and walked away, back along a long tunnel painted behind her. They watched her slight figure retreating until finally she was swallowed by the darkness.
What?
Ron said.
There's only one way in now,
Aberforth said.
They've got all the old secret passageways covered at both ends, Dementors all around the boundary walls, regular patrols inside the school.
A tiny white dot reappeared at the end of the painted tunnel, and now Ariana was walking back toward them, growing bigger and bigger as she came. But there was somebody with her now, someone who was taller than she was, who was limping along, looking excited. His hair was longer than Harry had ever seen it. He had gashes on his face, and his clothes were ripped and torn. Larger and larger the two figures grew, until only their heads and shoulders filled the portrait. Then the whole thing swung forward on the wall like a little door, and then the entrance to a real tunnel was revealed. And out of it, his robes ripped, clambered the real Neville Longbottom. He gave a roar of delight, leapt down from the mantelpiece and yelled,
I knew you'd come. I knew it, Harry.
Neville, what, how?
Harry stammered. But Neville had caught sight of Ron and Hermione, and with another yell of delight he was hugging them too. The longer Harry looked at Neville, the worse he looked. One of his eyes was swollen yellow and purple, there were gouged marks on his face, and his general air of unkemptness suggested that he had been living rough. Nevertheless, His battered visage shone with happiness, as he let go of Hermione and said again,
I knew you'd come. Kept telling Seamus it was a matter of time.
Neville, what's happened to you?
What? This?
Neville dismissed his injuries with a shake of his head.
This is nothing. Seamus is worse off. You'll see. Shall we get going then?
Wait a Hermo, Sirius and Remus are on their way and they're bringing more of the Order too.
Harry started.
I'll send them down the passage once they get here,
Aberforth said.
You best get going then.
Thanks a lot,
Harry said. Neville climbed up toward the hole in the mantelpiece, and then turned back to help Hermione into the tunnel. Ron followed, and then Harry. There were smooth stone steps on the other side of the hole behind Ariana's portrait. Brass lamps hung from the walls and the earthly floor was worn and smooth. As they walked, their shadows flickered along the wall.
How long's this passage been here?
Ron asked as they set off.
It isn't on the Marauders map.
There's no chance getting in any of them now,
Neville said as he started walking backward, beaming at them.
Never mind that stuff. Is it true? Did you break into Gringotts? Did you escape on a dragon? Everyone's talking about it. Terry Boot got beaten up by Caro for yelling about it in the Great Hall at dinner.
Yeah, it's true,
Harry said. Neville laughed gleefully.
What did you do with the dragon?
Released it into the wild,
Ron said.
Hermione was keen on keeping it for a pet.
Don't exaggerate, Ron.
But what have you been doing? Sirius and Remus have been telling everyone you're all right, just on the run, but then why haven't you lot been staying at headquarters with them? I think you've been up to something.
You're right about that,
Harry said.
But tell us about Hogwarts, Neville. We haven't heard much, just that Snape and the Carrows run the place and that McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, and the other staff in the Order are trying their best to help the students.
Yeah, well, even with their help, it's not really Hogwarts anymore,
Neville said, the smile fading from his face as he spoke.
The Carrows like punishment.
Like Umbridge.
Nah, they make her look tame. The other teachers do their best to try not to send us to them if we do anything wrong like they're supposed to do. Amicus, the bloke, he teaches what used to be defense against the dark arts. Except now it's just dark arts. We're supposed to practice the Cruciatus curse on people who've earned detentions.
What?
Harry, Ron, and Hermione's united voices echoed up and down the passage.
Yeah,
Neville said.
That's how I got this one.
He pointed to a particularly deep gash on his cheek.
I refused to do it. Electo, the sister, teaches Muggle studies, which is now compulsory for everyone. Right idea, mind you, but now the whole class is her explaining how Muggles are like animals, stupid and dirty, and how the natural order is being re-established. I got this one.
He motioned to another slash to his face.
For telling her that no wizard wrote The Dark Side of the Moon.
Harry raised his eyebrows and couldn't help his smile.
Damn, just wait until you tell Sirius and Remus that one.
Neville smiled widely.
Reckon it's what Padfoot and Mooney would have done.
But blimey, Neville,
Ron said.
There's a time and a place for getting a smart mouth.
The thing is,
Neville said,
it helps when people stand up to them. It gives everyone hope. I used to notice it when you did it to Umbridge, Harry.
But they've used you as a knife sharpener,
Ron said. Neville shrugged.
Doesn't matter. They don't want to spill too much, pure blood, so they'll torture us a bit if we're mouthy, but they won't actually kill us.
Harry did not know which was worse, the things Neville was saying or the matter-of-fact tone in which he said them.
The ones who are in real danger are the ones with relatives on the outside giving trouble. Old Zeno Lovegood was getting a bit too outspoken in the Quibbler, so they dragged Luna off the train on the way back for Christmas.
Neville, she's all right.
Yeah, I know,
Neville said, grinning.
She sent a message to me. She's been having a brilliant time at headquarters, she says. And Dean too.
Neville pulled out a golden coin from his pocket, and Harry recognized it as one of the fake galleons that Dumbledore's army had used to send each other messages.
These have been great,
Neville said, beaming at Hermione.
The Carrows still haven't rumbled how we've been communicating. We used to sneak out at night and put graffiti on the walls, Dumbledore's army, still recruiting. Stuff like that. Snape hated it.
You used to.
Harry asked.
Yeah, well, it got more difficult as time went on.
Neville said.
We lost Luna at Christmas, Ginny never came back after Easter, and the three of us were sort of the leaders. The Carrows seemed to know I was behind a lot of it, so they started coming down on me hard. And then Michael Corner went and got caught releasing a first year they'd chained up and they tortured him pretty badly. That scared people off.
No kidding.
Ron muttered as the passage began to slope upward.
I couldn't ask people to go through what Michael did,
Neville said.
So we dropped those kind of stunts. But we were still fighting, doing underground stuff, right up until a couple of weeks ago. That's when they decided there was only one way to stop me, I suppose, and they went for Gran.
What?
Harry, Ron, and Hermione said together.
You can see they're thinking,
Neville said, panting a bit now because the passage was climbing so steeply.
But they bit off more than they could chew with Gran. Anyway,
Neville said and laughed.
Dawlish is still in St. Mungo's and Gran's on the run. She sent me a letter yesterday actually.
He clapped a hand to the breast pocket of his robes.
Said she's making contact with Kingsley and that she's proud of me, that I'm my parents' son, and to keep it up.
Cool.
Ron said.
Yeah.
Neville said happily.
Only thing was, once the Carrows realized they had no hold over me, they decided Hogwarts could do without me after all. I don't know whether they were planning to kill me or send me to Azkaban. Either way, I knew it was time to disappear.
But,
Ron said, looking thoroughly confused.
Aren't we heading straight back into Hogwarts?
Oh, course.
Neville said.
You'll see, we're here.
They turned a corner, and there ahead of them was the end of the passage. Another short flight of steps led to a door. Neville pushed it open and climbed through. As Harry followed, he heard Neville call out.
Look who it is. Didn't I tell you?
As Harry emerged into the room beyond the passage, there were several screams.
Harry!
It's Potter! It's Potter!
Ron!
There were colored hanging, lamps, and many faces, and the next moment Harry, Ron, and Hermione were engulfed, hugged, pounded on the back, their hair ruffled, their hands shaken, by what seemed to be more than 20 people.
Okay, calm down.
Neville called and the crowd backed away. The room was enormous and filled with a multicolored hammock strung from the ceiling and from a balcony that ran around the dark wood panels and windowless walls, which were covered in bright tapestry hangings. Harry saw the gold Gryffindor lion, emblazoned on scarlet, the black badger of Hufflepuff, set against yellow, and the bronze eagle of Ravenclaw, on blue. There were bulging bookcases, a few broomsticks propped against the walls, and in the corner, a large wooden-cased wireless radio.
Where are we?
Harry asked.
The room of requirement,
Neville said.
Surpassed itself, hasn't it? The Carrows were chasing me, and I knew I had just one chance for a hideout. I managed to get through the door and this is what I found. And it's expanded as more and more of the DA arrive.
And the Carrows can't get in.
Nope.
Seamus Finnegan said, his face bruised and puffy behind his smile.
It's a proper hideout. As long as one of us stays in here, they can't get us, the door won't open. It's all down to Neville, he really gets this room. Neville's the man.
It's quite straightforward really,
Neville said modestly.
I'd been here about a day and a half and was getting really hungry and wishing I could get something to eat, and that's when the passage to the Hog's Head opened up. I went through it and met Aberforth. He's been providing us with food, because for some reason, that's the one thing the room doesn't do.
Yeah, well, food's one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration,
Ron said to general astonishment. Their months of camping and scrounging for food had taught Ron and Harry that law well enough.
So we've been hiding out here for nearly 2 weeks,
Seamus said.
And it just makes more hammocks every time we need them, and it even sprouted a pretty good bathroom once girls started turning up.
And thought they'd quite like a wash, yes,
Lavender Brown said. Harry turned and recognized Parvati and Padma Patil beside her, as well as Terry Boot, Ernie Macmillan, Anthony Goldstein, and Michael Corner.
Tell us what you've been up to,
Ernie said.
You didn't break into Gringotts.
They did,
Neville said.
And the dragon's true too.
There was a smattering of applause and a few whoops, Ron took a bow.
What were you after?
Seamus said eagerly. But before any of them could answer, Harry felt a terrible, scorching pain in his scar. He put his hands over his face as the room of requirement vanished, and he was standing alone inside a ruined stone shack, and at his feet on the rotting floorboards a golden box lay open and empty, and Voldemort's scream of fury vibrated inside his head. With enormous effort, Harry pulled out of Voldemort's mind.
Are you all right, Harry?
Neville was saying.
Want to sit down?
No,
Harry said.
We need to get going.
Ron and Hermione nodded in understanding.
What are we going to do then, Harry?
Seamus asked.
What's the plan?
Well, there's something Ron, Hermione, and I need to do. And then we'll get out of here,
Harry said as his scar burned. Neville looked confused.
What do you mean, get out of here?
We haven't come to stay,
Harry said, rubbing his scar.
There's something we need to do.
What is it?
I can't tell you.
Neville's brows drew together.
Why can't you tell us? It's to do with fighting you know who, right?
Well, yeah.
Then we'll help you.
The other members of Dumbledore's army were nodding, some enthusiastically, others solemnly.
Look, Dumbledore left Ron, Hermione, and I a job.
Harry started.
We're his army,
Neville said.
Dumbledore's army. We were all in it together, and I don't see why you can't trust us. Everyone in here has proven they're loyal to Dumbledore, to you.
Harry opened his mouth, to say what he wasn't sure, but just then the portrait door swung open.
Hi everyone. Oh, it's great to be back.
Luna Lovegood said as she stepped out of the passage, followed shortly by Dean Thomas. Seamus gave a cry of delight, and ran to hug his best friend, nearly tackling Dean to the ground. And then Harry's heart seemed to fail. Ginny was climbing through the hole in the wall, followed by Fred and George Weasley, and Lee Jordan. Ginny gave Harry a radiant smile. A moment later, Cho Chang stepped out from behind Lee, looking shy but determined. And then the room exploded into uproarious applause. Fred, George, Lee, and Cho hurried out of the way as Sirius Black and Remus Lupin emerged into the room of requirement.
Blimey, that's Sirius Black, that is.
And that's Professor Lupin.
Voices chorused.
The Order of the Phoenix is on their way.
Sirius Black crowed, sweeping his long black hair out of his face to greet the room at large. Sirius and Remus both weren't wearing wizard's robes. Sirius wore a simple black cotton t-shirt with the iconic red tongue and lips logo of the Rolling Stones on the front, and Remus wore a granddad sweater of chocolate brown, rolled up to his elbows, displaying the various scars slashing across his forearms and burned into his wrists.
What's the plan, Harry?
Remus said, turning to Harry with sharp yet kind eyes.
There isn't one,
Harry managed, unable to focus fully while his scar continued to burn fiercely.
Just going to make it up as we go along, are we?
Fred said.
My favorite kind of plan.
We're fighting though, aren't we?
Dean said, pulling out his wand, a gift Mr. Ollivander had sent him.
Sirius and Remus said you need help distracting Snape and the Carrows. So, we're going to fight.
Seamus grinned and slapped Dean on the back. Ron turned suddenly to Harry.
Why can't they help?
What?
They can help,
Ron said. Sirius and Remus came to stand beside Harry. Sirius raised one eyebrow and grinned wickedly.
Haven't you learned well enough by now that you don't need to do everything alone?
Despite his scar and despite his uneasiness at putting his friends in danger, Harry looked up at his guardians and found himself smiling, watery-eyed both from the pain in his forehead and from not alone. Never alone.
All right then,
Harry said. Sirius reached out to squeeze his shoulder before calling out.
Oi! Listen to my godson, you lot.
Harry turned to the room at large and all noise ceased. Everyone looked at Harry, all of them alert and excited.
There's something we need to find,
Harry said.
Something that'll help us overthrow you-know-who. It's here at Hogwarts, but we don't know where. It might have belonged to Ravenclaw. Has anyone heard of an object like that? Has anyone ever come across something with her eagle on it, for instance?
It was Luna who answered, perched up on the arm of the chair in which Ginny was now sitting in.
Well, there's the lost diadem of Ravenclaw.
Yeah, but it's lost, Luna.
Michael said, rolling his eyes.
That's sort of the point.
When was it lost?
Harry asked.
Centuries ago.
Cho said.
Professor Flitwick says the diadem vanished with Ravenclaw herself.
Sorry, but what is a diadem?
Ron asked.
It's a kind of crown.
Terry said.
Ravenclaw's was supposed to have magical properties, enhance the wisdom of the wearer.
And none of you have seen anything like it.
Harry asked the Ravenclaws. Padma, Michael, Terry, Cho, and Luna shook their heads.
But if you'd like to see what the diadem's supposed to look like,
Luna piped up.
I could take you up to our common room and show you, Harry. Ravenclaw's wearing it in her statue.
Harry's scar scorched again, and for a moment he was soaring with the great snake Nagini wrapped around his shoulders. Where Voldemort was flying, whether to the cave or to Hogwarts he did not know. Either way, there was hardly any time left.
He's on the move,
Harry said quietly to Sirius, Remus, Ron, and Hermione.
Listen, I know it's not much of a lead, but I'm going to go look at that statue and at least find out what the diadem looks like.
All right,
Remus said.
We'll stay to greet the rest of the Order when they arrive, and wait for your word, Harry.
Sirius nodded in agreement.
Don't forget to use the Marauder's map.
Of course,
Harry said, and Hermione handed him the parchment from her beaded bag. Harry took it, and then turned to Ron.
And keep, the other one, safe.
Ron nodded, patting the pocket of his robes which contained the cup.
How do we get out?
Harry said to Neville.
Over here.
Neville led Harry and Luna to a corner, where a small cupboard opened into a steep staircase.
It comes out somewhere different every day, so they've never been able to find it.
Neville explained.
Be careful, Harry.
No problem,
Harry said.
See you in a bit.
As Harry and Luna hurried up the staircase, Harry heard Sirius give a shout in the room behind them.
Right then. Remus and I want to hear what all schemes you legends have been pulling under Snivel's nose this year.
There were even more cheers at that. Chapter 22. Teddy Merrick Black Lupin stood in the drawing room of 12 Grimmauld Place and reached his arms up toward his dad. Dad was speaking to Andromeda, and turned at once toward Teddy, bending over and lifting Teddy up onto his hip. Teddy buried his face in his dad's jumper, chocolate brown, and whispered,
You go. Teddy stays.
That's right,
Dad whispered, rubbing a hand on Teddy's small back.
Padfoot too.
Yes, and Auntie Tonks, Ted, Ayala, and Diana,
Dad told him.
Auntie Fleur and her family will be meeting us.
Where?
Hogwarts,
Dad answered and leaned back a little to sweep Teddy's turquoise and curly hair out of his eyes.
When come home?
Teddy asked. Dad hummed softly.
I'm not sure, little one. But as soon as we can, we'll come home to you.
Okay.
Teddy sniffed, rubbing his eyes. Teddy pointed to his pile of drawings by the fireplace.
I drew something for Auntie Fleur.
Dad lifted one hand into the air and the top piece of parchment in the pile floated into the air into Dad's waiting palm. Dad tucked it into his trouser pocket. Padfoot came to stand beside them then, and gave Teddy a kiss on his forehead.
Be good for Andy, A-type.
I'll be good,
Teddy assured Padfoot. Padfoot smiled, and that was very good because Dad wasn't smiling and Teddy wanted Dad to smile too, because if Dad smiled then it would all be okay.
I'll be so good,
Teddy stammered, looking up at his dad's weary face.
I'll eat the vegetables and no pudding.
Have as much pudding as you like,
Dad said, his hand coming to cup Teddy's cheek tenderly. Dad's hand was so very warm as always. And then Dad smiled, and that was the best. His dad's eyes were twinkling, soft brown with flecks of green, like a forest, Teddy thought. Teddy barely concentrated as he shifted his features to mirror Dad's. He watched those kind, twinkling eyes look over Teddy's, Dad's face, and Dad smiled still wider.
I love you,
Dad said, his voice so clear and strong.
Beyond the stars, beyond the moon.
I love you,
Teddy said.
Beyond the whole galaxy.
Andromeda had told Teddy about galaxies the night before. She was even named after one. Dad chuckled softly and ruffled Teddy's, Dad's, brown and gray hair.
Got you beat with that,
Padfoot said, his dark eyes shining with silver.
We'll come home to you as soon as we can,
Dad repeated, and then Teddy felt his dad move his arms, moving Teddy toward Andromeda.
Wait.
Teddy cried, clinging to Dad's jumper.
Wait, I'm not ready.
It's all right,
Dad whispered, looking into Teddy's eyes.
All is going to be all right. There will be time, little one. So much time, I promise you.
Teddy stared up at Dad's face, and he trusted. Just as he had that night when the wolf had come into his old bedroom, and he had seen what lay within the yellow eyes of the wolf.
Protect, protect, protect.
It shone in Dad's brown eyes now.
I will protect you. I am going to take care of you.
Teddy nodded and let Andromeda slowly take him out of his dad's long, skinny, strong and scarred arms. Teddy watched as Padfoot took his dad's hand, intertwining their fingers, and Padfoot and Dad looked at Teddy and Andromeda. And then, with a crack, Teddy's parents vanished into thin air. Teddy let out a whimper. He couldn't help it.
Come now, child,
Andromeda said, walking them toward the table in the corner where the record player rested.
I haven't shown you the song Heroes yet.
Harry and Luna hurried up the staircase within the cupboard that led away from the room of requirement, and at last reached what appeared to be a solid wall.
Get under here,
Harry told Luna, pulling out the invisibility cloak and throwing it over both of them before giving the wall a push. The wall melted away at Harry's touch, and they slipped outside. Harry glanced back and saw that it sealed at once. They were standing in a dark corridor, and Harry quickly unfolded the Marauder's map. He held it close to his nose as he searched and located his and Luna's labeled dots.
We're up on the 5th floor,
Harry whispered, watching Filch moving away from them, a corridor ahead.
Come on, this way.
They crept off. As they made their way, Harry expected to encounter an obstacle at any moment. His worst fear was Peeves, and he strained his ears with every step to hear the first, telltale signs of the poltergeist's approach.
This way, Harry,
Luna breathed, taking his sleeve and pulling him toward a spiral staircase. They climbed in tight, dizzying circles. Harry had never been up here before. At last, they reached a door, a plain expanse of aged wood, adorned with a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. Luna reached out a pale hand and knocked it once, and in the silence, it sounded to Harry like a cannon blast. At once the beak of the eagle opened and a soft musical voice said,
Which came first, the phoenix or the flame?
What do you think, Harry?
Luna asked, looking thoughtful.
What? I don't know.
Luna hummed.
Well, then I think the answer is that a circle has no beginning.
Well reasoned,
said the voice, and the door swung open. The deserted Ravenclaw common room was a wide, circular room, airer than any Harry had ever seen at Hogwarts. Graceful arched windows punctuated the walls, which were hung with blue and bronze silks. The ceiling was domed and painted with stars, which were echoed in the midnight blue carpet. There were tables, chairs, and bookcases, and in a niche opposite the door stood a tall statue of white marble. The statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood beside a door that led, Harry guessed, to the dormitories above. Harry strode up to the marble woman, and she seemed to look back at him with a quizzical half-smile on her face, which was beautiful, yet intimidating. A delicate-looking circlet had been reproduced in marble atop her head. There were tiny words etched onto it, and Harry stepped out of the cloak and climbed up onto Ravenclaw's plinth to read them.
Wit beyond measure is humankind's greatest treasure.
Which makes you pretty skint, witless,
a cackling voice said. Harry whirled around, slipped off the plinth, and landed on the floor. The sloping-shouldered figure of Alecto Carroll was standing before him, and even as Harry raised his wand, she pressed a stubby forefinger to the skull and snake branded on her arm. The moment her finger touched the dark mark, Harry's scar seared savagely, and the starry room vanished from sight. He was standing upon an outcrop of rock beneath a cliff, and the sea was washing around him, and there was triumph in his heart.
They have the boy.
A loud bang brought Harry back to where he stood. Disoriented, he raised his wand, but the witch before him was already falling forward. She hit the ground so hard the glass in the bookcases tinkled.
I've never stunned anyone except in DA lessons.
Luna said, sounding mildly interested.
That was noisier than I thought it would be.
And sure enough, the ceiling had begun to tremble. Scurrying, echoing footsteps were growing louder from behind the door leading to the dormitories. Luna's spell had woken the Ravenclaws sleeping above.
I need to get under the cloak,
Harry whispered urgently. Luna's feet appeared out of nowhere, and Harry hurried to her side and she let the cloak fall back over them as the door opened and a stream of Ravenclaws, all in their night clothes, flooded into the common room. There were gasps and cries of surprise as they saw Alecto lying there, unconscious. Harry closed his eyes and as his scar throbbed he chose to sink again into Voldemort's mind. He was moving along the tunnel into the first cave. He had chosen to make sure of the locket before coming, but that would not take long. There was a rap on the common room door, and every Ravenclaw froze. From the other side, Harry heard the soft, musical voice say,
"Where do vanished objects go?"
I don't know, do I?
A voice snarled behind the door.
Alecto! Alecto! Have you got him? Open the door.
The Ravenclaws were whispering amongst themselves, terrified. Then, without warning, came a series of loud bangs.
Alecto! If he comes and we haven't got Potter, do you want to go the same way as the Malfoys? Answer me.
Amicus Carrow bellowed, shaking the door for all he was worth, but it did not open. The Ravenclaws were backing away, and some of the most frightened began scampering back up the staircase to their beds. Then, just as Harry was wondering whether he ought not to blast open the door and stun Amicus, a second, most familiar voice rang out behind the door.
May I ask what you're doing, Professor Carroll?
Trying to get through this damned door,
Amicus shouted.
Go and get Flitwick. Get him to open it now.
But isn't your sister in there?
Professor McGonagall asked.
Didn't Professor Flitwick let her in earlier this evening, at your urgent request? Perhaps she could open the door for you, then you wouldn't need to wake up half the castle.
She ain't answering, you old besom. You open it. Do it now.
Certainly, if you wish it,
Professor McGonagall said with awful coldness. There was a gentle tap of the knocker, and the musical voice said again,
"Where do vanished objects go?"
Into non-being, which is to say, everything,
Professor McGonagall said.
Nicely phrased.
The eagle door knocker replied and the door swung open. The few Ravenclaws who had remained behind sprinted for the stairs as Amicus burst over the threshold, brandishing his wand. He let out a yell of fury and fear as he spied his sister sprawled out on the floor.
What have they done, the little whelps?
He screamed.
I'll cruciate the lot of them till they tell me who did it. She's gone and sent for me, I felt my dark mark burn, and he thinks we've got Potter.
Got Potter?
Professor McGonagall said sharply.
What do you mean?
He told us Potter might try and get inside Ravenclaw Tower, and to send for him if we caught him.
Why would Harry Potter try to get inside Ravenclaw Tower? Potter belongs in my house.
Beneath the disbelief and anger, Harry heard a strain of pride in her voice, and affection for Minerva McGonagall swelled up inside him.
We were told he might come in here,
Amicus said.
I don't know why, do I?
Professor McGonagall straightened and her beady eyes swept the room.
We can push it off on the kids,
Amicus said.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll say Alecto was ambushed by those kids and we'll say they forced her to press her mark, and he can punish them. Couple of kids, more or less, what's the difference?
Only the difference between truth and lies, courage and cowardice,
Professor McGonagall said, her face turning pale.
A difference, in short, which you and your sister seem unable to appreciate. But let me make one thing very clear. You're not going to pass off your many ineptitudes on the students of Hogwarts. I shall not permit it.
Excuse me.
Amicus moved forward.
It's not a case of what you'll permit, Minerva McGonagall. Your time's over. It's us who's in charge here now, and you'll back me up or pay the price.
And then Amicus Carrow spat in her face. Harry pulled off the cloak and raised his wand.
You should not have done that.
As Amicus spun around, Harry shouted,
Crucio!
The Death Eater was lifted off his feet. He withered through the air like a drowning man, thrashing and howling in pain, and then with a crunch and a shattering of glass, he smashed into the front of the bookcase and crumpled, insensible, to the floor.
I know I did what Bellatrix said,
Harry said, his heart thundering in his chest.
I really meant it.
Potter,
Professor McGonagall whispered, clutching a hand over her heart.
Potter, you're here. What? How?
She struggled to pull herself together.
Potter, that was foolish.
He spat at you,
Harry said.
Potter, that was very, very kind of you, but don't you realize?
Yeah, I do,
Harry assured her.
Professor McGonagall, Voldemort's on his way. The Order are coming too. Sirius and Remus are already in the castle.
Oh, are we allowed to say the name now?
Luna asked, pulling the cloak off herself. The appearance of a second outlaw combined with Harry's news seemed to overwhelm Professor McGonagall, who staggered backward and fell into a nearby chair, clutching at the neck of her tartan dressing gown.
He already knows where I am,
Harry told Luna.
You must flee.
Professor McGonagall whispered.
Now, Potter, as quickly as you can. If you say your guardians are here, they can help you escape.
No,
Harry said.
I can't run. There's something I need to do. Professor, do you know where the diadem of Ravenclaw is?
Of course not. Hasn't it been lost for centuries?
She sat up straightened.
Potter, it was madness, utter madness for you to enter this castle. I must see if Black and Lupin supported it.
I had to,
Harry insisted.
Professor, there's something hidden here that I'm supposed to find. Remus and Sirius know it too, and it could be the diadem.
There was a sound of movement, of clinking glass. Amicus was coming round. Before Harry or Luna could act, Professor McGonagall rose to her feet, pointed her wand at the groggy Death Eater and said,
Imperial.
Amicus got up, walked over to his sister, picked up her wand and then shuffled over to Professor McGonagall, and handed it over along with his own. Then he lay down on the floor beside Alecto. Professor McGonagall waved her wand and a length of shimmering golden rope appeared out of thin air and snaked around the carrows, binding them tightly together.
Potter,
she said, turning to face him again.
If he who must not be named does indeed know you're here.
As she said, a wrath that was physical pain tore through Harry, setting his scar on fire, and for a second he looked down upon a basin whose potion had turned clear, and saw that no golden locket lay safe beneath the surface.
Potter, are you all right?
A voice said, and Harry came back. He was clutching Luna's shoulder to steady himself.
Time's running out, Voldemort's getting nearer. Professor, I'm acting on Dumbledore's orders, and as I said, Sirius and Remus know it too. I must find what Dumbledore wanted me to find. But we've got to get the students out of the castle. It's me Voldemort wants.
You're acting on Dumbledore's orders.
Professor McGonagall breathed.
And Black and Lupin know this.
Slowly, she drew herself up to her full height.
Then I and the other teachers shall help them secure the castle against he who must not be named while you search for this object. Come, we must alert the other heads of houses. You'd better put the cloak back on.
She marched toward the door, and as she did so, she raised her wand. From the tip burst 4 silver cats with spectacle markings around their eyes. The Patronuses ran sleekly ahead, filling the spiral staircase with silver light as Professor McGonagall, Harry, and Luna hurried back down. Along the corridors they raced, and one by one the Patronuses left them. They had descended 2 more floors when another set of quiet footsteps joined theirs. Harry, whose scar was still prickling, felt for the map in his pocket, but before he could take it out, Professor McGonagall seemed to become aware of their company. She halted and raised her wand, ready to duel, and said,
Who's there?
It is I,
a low voice answered. From behind a suit of armor stepped Severus Snape. Hatred boiled up within Harry at the sight of him. He had forgotten the details of Snape's appearance due to the magnitude of his crimes. His greasy black hair fell lank to his shoulders around his thin face, far thinner now than Harry had ever seen it. His black eyes had a cold, dead look that sent a shiver down Harry's spine with its familiarity. Snape's eyes looked exactly as Regulus Black's eyes had in Sirius's memory in the Pensieve. Snape was dressed in his usual black cloak, and he too was holding his wand aloft, ready for a fight.
Where are the Carrows?
Snape asked quietly.
Wherever you told them to be, I expect, Severus,
Professor McGonagall said. Snape stepped nearer, and his dead eyes flitted over Professor McGonagall into the air around her, as if he knew Harry was there. Harry held up his wand too, ready to attack. He wanted to send for Sirius and Remus, but he couldn't send a Patronus message.
I was under the impression,
Snape said,
that Alecto apprehended an intruder.
Snape made a slight flexing movement of his left arm, where the dark mark was branded into his skin.
I did not know it was your night to patrol corridors, Minerva,
he said.
You have some objection.
I wonder what could have brought you out of your bed at this late hour.
I thought I heard a disturbance.
Really, but all seems calm,
Snape said, and then looked into her eyes.
Have you seen Harry Potter, Minerva? Because if you have, I must insist.
Professor McGonagall moved faster than Harry could have believed. Her wand slashed through the air, and for a split second Harry thought that Snape would crumple, unconscious. But the swiftness of his shield charm was such that Professor McGonagall was thrown off balance. She brandished her wand at a torch on the wall, and it flew out of its bracket just as Harry was about to curse Snape. He was forced to pull Luna out of the way of the flames, which became a ring of fire that filled the corridor and flew like a lasso at Snape. But then it was no longer fire but a great black serpent that Professor McGonagall blasted to smoke, which reformed and solidified in seconds to become a swarm of pursuing daggers. Snape avoided them by forcing the suit of armor in front of him, and with echoing clangs the daggers sank one after another into the iron breastplate.
Minerva!
A voice that Harry had only ever heard cry out on the Quidditch pitch shouted, and looking behind him, Harry saw Madame Hooch, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout sprinting up the corridor in their nightclothes, with Professor Slughorn panting along behind them.
No.
Professor Flitwick squealed, raising his wand.
You will do no more murder at Hogwarts.
Flitwick's spell hit the suit of armor behind which Snape had taken shelter, and with a clatter, it came to life. Snape struggled free of the crushing arms and sent it flying back to his attackers. Harry and Luna had to dive out of the way as it smashed into the wall and shattered. When Harry looked up again, Snape was in full flight, McGonagall, Hooch, Flitwick, and Sprout thundering after him. Snape hurtled through a classroom door, and moments later Harry heard Professor McGonagall cry,
Coward, coward.
What's happened? What's happened?
Luna asked. Harry dragged her to her feet and they raced along the corridor, trailing under the invisibility cloak behind them into the deserted classroom where McGonagall, Hooch, Flitwick, and Sprout were standing at a smashed window.
He jumped,
Professor McGonagall said.
You mean he's dead?
Harry sprinted to the window, ignoring Hooch's, Flitwick's, and Sprout's yelps of shock at his sudden appearance.
No,
Professor McGonagall said bitterly.
Unlike Dumbledore, he was still carrying a wand, and he seems to have learned a few tricks from his master.
With a tingle of horror, Harry saw in the distant night sky a huge bat-like shape flying through the darkness toward the perimeter wall. There were heavy footfalls behind them, and a great deal of puffing as Slughorn caught up.
Our headmaster is taking a break,
Professor McGonagall said, turning to Slughorn.
Professor!
Harry shouted, his hands on his forehead. He could see the in-fury-filled lake beneath him, and he felt the ghostly green boat bump into the underground shore, and Voldemort leapt from it with murder in his heart.
Professor, we've got to barricade the school. He's coming now.
Very well,
Professor McGonagall said, turning to the other teachers.
He who must not be named is coming.
Hooch nodded, looking determined. Sprout and Flitwick gasped. Slughorn let out a low groan.
Potter has work to do on Dumbledore's orders. He says the order is on their way, some are already here, and we need to put in place every protection of which we're capable while Potter does what he needs to do. I suggest we put up basic protection around the place, then gather the students and meet in the Great Hall. Most must be evacuated, though if any of those over age wish to stay and fight, I think they ought to be given the chance.
Agreed,
Professor Sprout said, already hurrying toward the door.
I shall meet you in the Great Hall in 20 minutes with my house.
And as she jogged out of sight, they could hear her muttering.
Tentacular. Devil's Snare and Snargaluff pods, yes. I'd like to see the Death Eaters fighting those.
Madam Hooch turned to Professor McGonagall, and Harry noted with curiosity a grim look of understanding passed between each of them before Madam Hooch turned on her heel and followed Professor Sprout, calling over her shoulder,
"Bludgers, the whole lot of, and charmed quaffles and broomsticks."
I can act from here,
Professor Flitwick said, pointing his wand through the smashed window and muttering incantations of great complexity. Harry approached the charms master.
Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important. Have you got any idea where the diadem of Ravenclaw is? Have you seen it?
Protego horribilis, the diadem of Ravenclaw.
Flitwick squeaked.
Seen it. Nobody in living memory has seen it. Long since lost, boy.
Harry felt a mixture of desperate disappointment and panic. What, then, was the Horcrux?
We shall meet you in your Ravenclaws in the Great Hall, Sirius,
Professor McGonagall said, beckoning her and Luna to follow her. They had just reached the door when Slughorn rumbled into speech.
My word, what a to-do. He is bound to find a way in, Minerva. Anyone who has tried to delay him will be in most grievous peril.
I shall expect you and the Slytherins in the Great Hall in 20 minutes, also,
Professor McGonagall said.
If you wish to leave with your students, we shall not stop you. But if any of you attempt to sabotage or resistance or take up arms against us within this castle, Horace, then we duel to kill.
Minerva,
Slughorn cried, aghast.
The time has come for Slytherin House to decide upon its loyalties,
Professor McGonagall said.
Go and wake your students, Horace.
Harry and Luna ran after Professor McGonagall, who had taken up a position in the middle of the corridor, and raised her wand.
Pirtotum, oh, for Merline's sake, Filch, not now.
The aged caretaker had just come hobbling into view, shouting,
Students! Students in the corridors!
They're supposed to be, you blithering idiot.
Professor McGonagall shouted.
Now go and do something constructive. Find Peeves.
Peeves?
Filch stammered.
Yes, Peeves, you fool. Peeves, haven't you been complaining about him for a quarter of a century? Go and fetch him, at once.
Filch evidently thought Professor McGonagall had gone round the twist, but he hobbled away, muttering under his breath.
And now, Pirtotum locomotor,
Professor McGonagall cried. And all along the corridor the statues and suits of armor jumped down from their plinths, and from the echoing crashes on the floors above and below, Harry knew that their fellows throughout the castle had done the same.
Hogwarts is threatened,
Professor McGonagall shouted.
Man the boundaries, protect us, and do your duty to your school.
Clattering and yelling, the horde of moving statues stampeded past Harry. There were animals too, and the clanking suits of arms brandished their swords and spiked balls on chains.
Now, Potter,
Professor McGonagall said.
You and Miss Lovegood had better return to your friends and bring them to the Great Hall. I shall rouse the other Gryffindors.
They parted at the top of the next staircase. Harry and Luna ran back toward the concealed entrance to the room of requirement. As they ran, they passed crowds of students, most wearing traveling cloaks over their pajamas.
That was Potter.
Harry Potter.
It was him, I swear, I just saw him.
But Harry did not look back, and at last they reached the entrance to the hidden room. Harry leaned against the enchanted wall, which opened to admit them, and he and Luna sped down the staircase. As the room came into view, Harry stared at the crowd that now packed the room. Sirius and Remus were looking up at him, and behind them were Kingsley, Sturgis, Tonks, Ted, Ayala, and Diana, as well as Oliver Wood, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, Bill and Fleur Weasley, and Molly and Arthur Weasley.
Harry, what's been happening?
Sirius said, meeting Harry at the foot of the stairs.
Voldemort's on his way now. The teachers are barricading the school. Snape's run for it.
Sirius growled so loudly at this, Harry didn't try to continue to speak over it.
What first, Harry?
George called.
What's going on?
They're evacuating the younger kids and everyone's meeting in the Great Hall in 20 minutes.
Harry said.
We're fighting.
There was another great roar and a surge toward the foot of stairs, and Harry fell back against Sirius's chest as the mingled members of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's army, all with their wands drawn, headed up the staircase.
Come on, Luna,
Neville called as he passed, holding out his hand, She took it and followed him up the stairs. The crowd was thinning. Only a small group of people remained now in the room of requirement. Sirius put his hands on Harry's shoulders, steering him toward where Remus stood beside Molly, who was struggling with Ginny. Arthur, Fred, George, Bill, and Fleur hovered.
You're underage,
Molly shouted at her daughter.
I won't permit it. The boys, yes, but you've got to go home.
I won't.
Ginny's hair flew as she pulled her arm out of her mother's grip.
I'm in Dumbledore's army.
You're 16.
Molly shouted.
She's not old enough. What you two were thinking, bringing her with you.
Fred and George blanched a bit.
I can't go home,
Ginny shouted.
My whole family is here. I can't stand waiting there alone and not knowing and.
Her eyes met Harry's for the first time. She looked at him beseechingly and Harry opened his mouth. There was scuffling and a thump. Someone else had clambered out of the tunnel, overbalanced slightly, and fallen. He pulled himself up on the nearest chair, looked around through lopsided horn-rimmed glasses and said,
Am I too late? Has it started? I only just found out, sir. I.
Percy Weasley sputtered into silence. Evidently, he had not expected to run into most of his family. Fleur turned to Remus and said with a wildly transparent attempt to break the tension,
So, how is little Teddy? I miss him.
Remus blinked at her, momentarily startled. The silence among the Weasleys seemed to be solidifying like ice.
Oh, yes, he's fine,
Remus said loudly, and Sirius bowed his head, his shoulders shaking with the effort of holding in his laughter as Remus continued, uncharacteristically unsettled.
He's with Andy at headquarters.
Percy and the other Weasleys were still staring at one another, frozen.
I've a drawing of his,
Remus shouted, pulling out the piece of parchment from his trouser pocket and showing it to Fleur and Harry, who each saw a scribbled drawing of white blonde-haired Fleur and turquoise-haired Teddy playing in a tree-filled park.
I was a fool,
Percy roared, so loudly that Remus nearly dropped Teddy's drawing.
I was an idiot, I was a pompous prat, I was a
ministry-loving, family-disowning, power-hungry moron,
Fred said. Percy swallowed.
Yes, I was.
Well, you can't say fairer than that,
Fred said, holding out his hand to Percy. Sirius crossed his arms and grinned wickedly. Molly burst into tears. She ran forward, pushed Fred aside, and pulled Percy into a strangling hug while he patted her on the back, his eyes on his father.
I'm sorry, Dad,
Percy said. Arthur blinked rather rapidly, then he hurried to hug his son.
Well, we do look to our prefects to take the lead in times such as these,
George said in a good imitation of Percy's pompous manner.
Now, let's go upstairs and fight, or all the good Death Eaters will be taken.
So, you're my sister-in-law now,
Percy said, shaking hands with Fleur as they hurried off toward the staircase with Bill, Fred, and George.
Ginny,
Molly barked. Ginny had been attempting, under cover of the reconciliation, to sneak upstairs too.
Molly,
Remus said, having recovered his composure.
Why doesn't Ginny stay here? Then at least she'll be on the scene and know what's going on, but she won't be in the middle of the fighting. That's a good idea,
Arthur said.
Ginny, stay in this room, you hear me?
Ginny did not seem to like the idea much, but under her father's unusually stern gaze she nodded. Arthur, Molly, Sirius, and Remus headed for the stairs as well.
Where's Ron?
Harry asked them as he followed.
Where's Hermione?
They said something about a bathroom.
Sirius called over his shoulder.
Not long after you left.
Bathroom?
But then Harry's scar seared and the staircase leading out of the room of requirement vanished. He was looking through the high wrought iron gates with winged boars on the pillars at either side, looking through the dark grounds toward the castle, which was ablaze with lights. Nagini lay draped over his shoulders, and he was possessed of that cold, cruel sense of purpose that preceded murder. Chapter 23. The enchanted ceiling of the grand hall was dark and scattered with stars, and below it the 4 long house tables were lined with disheveled students, some in traveling cloaks, others in dressing gowns. Here and there shone the pearly white figures of the school ghosts. Every eye, living and dead, was fixed upon Professor McGonagall, who was speaking from the high table at the top of the hall.
Evacuation will be overseen by Mr. Filch and Madam Pomfrey. Prefects, when I give the words, you will organize your house and take your charges, in an orderly fashion, the evacuation point.
Many of the students looked petrified. But as Harry skirted the walls, scanning the Gryffindor table for Ron and Hermione, Ernie Macmillan stood up at the Hufflepuff table and shouted,
"And what if we want to stay and fight?"
There was a smattering of applause.
If you are of age, you may stay,
Professor McGonagall said.
Where's Professor Snape?
A girl from the Slytherin table shouted.
He has, to use the common phrase, done a bunk.
Professor McGonagall replied, and a great cheer rose up from the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws. Harry moved up the hall alongside the Gryffindor table. As he passed, faces turned in his direction, and a great deal of whispering broke out in his wake.
We have already placed protection around the castle,
Professor McGonagall was saying.
But it is unlikely to hold for very long unless we reinforce it. I must ask you, therefore, to move quickly and calmly, and do as you prefects.
But her final words were drowned out as a different voice echoed throughout the hall. It was high, cold, and clear. It seemed to issue from the walls and ceiling themselves. Like the monster it had once commanded, it might have lain dormant for centuries.
I know that you are preparing to fight.
There were screams amongst the students.
Your efforts are futile. You cannot fight me. I do not want to kill you. I have great respect for the teachers of Hogwarts. I do not want to spill magical blood.
There was silence in the hall now. Harry turned to catch sight of Sirius and Remus amongst the crowd of Order members. Remus's magic was pulsing in a faint glow around him, and Sirius was bristling, his eyes wide and mouth open.
Give me Harry Potter,
Voldemort said,
and none shall be harmed. Give me Harry Potter, and I shall leave the school untouched. Give me Harry Potter, and you will be rewarded. You have until midnight.
The silence swallowed them all again. Remus's and Sirius's eyes locked on Harry's own as every head in the great hall turned to stare at him. Then a figure rose from the Slytherin table and Pansy Parkinson screamed.
But he's there. Potter's there. Someone grab him.
Before Harry could speak, there was a massive movement. The Gryffindors in front of him had risen and stood facing, not Harry, but the Slytherins. Then the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws stood, all of them with their backs to Harry, all of them looking toward Pansy instead. Harry swallowed, awestruck and overwhelmed, as wands emerged everywhere, pulled from beneath cloaks and from under sleeves.
Thank you, Miss Parkinson,
Professor McGonagall said in a very clipped voice.
You will leave the hall first with Mr. Filch, if the rest of your house could follow.
There was a grinding of benches as the Slytherins stood and trooped out of the hall.
Ravenclaws, follow on,
Professor McGonagall instructed. Slowly, the 4 tables emptied. The Slytherin table was completely deserted, but a number of older Ravenclaws remained seated, along with even more Hufflepuffs. Half of Gryffindor remained in their seats, necessitating Professor McGonagall to descend from the platform before the high table and chivvy the underage on their way.
Absolutely not, Creevy, go. And you, Peeps.
Harry hurried over to the Order members, gathered at the top of the Gryffindor table.
Where are Ron and Hermione?
Haven't you found?
Arthur began to ask, looking worried. But he broke off. Kingsley had stepped forward onto the raised high table and began to speak.
We've only got half an hour until midnight, so we need to act fast,
Kingsley called out.
A battle plan has been agreed upon between the teachers of Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix. Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall, joined by Madam Hooch, are going to take groups of fighters up to the 3 highest towers, Astronomy, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor, where they'll have a good overview. Meanwhile, Lupin and Black,
Kingsley indicated Sirius and Remus,
Arthur Weasley,
he pointed toward Mr. Weasley,
and myself will take groups into the grounds. We'll need somebody to organize defense of the entrances of the passageways into the school.
Sounds like a job for us,
Fred said, indicating to himself, George and Lee. Kingsley nodded his approval.
All right, leaders up here, and we'll divide up the troops.
Harry had begun moving toward Remus and Sirius, but was confronted with Professor McGonagall standing in front of him.
Potter,
She said.
aren't you supposed to be looking for something?
What? Oh. Yeah.
Then go, Potter, go.
Right, yeah.
Harry tried to see around Professor McGonagall and caught a glimpse of Sirius and Remus, speaking to a huddle of overage students, who were all looking up at them with determined faces and wide eyes. Remus looked pale, but Harry caught the subtle scent and glow of his magic in the air. Sirius looked brimming with energy, using his hands to gesture as he spoke. Ayala and Diana had joined Remus and Sirius's group. Tonks and her father were with Arthur and Molly and their huddle of students, and now Kingsley stood with Sturgis beside the teachers. Harry tore his eyes away, and hurried out of the great hall, sweeping up the marble staircase and along a deserted corridor. In the silence, Harry pressed his hands over his face and closed his eyes, trying to concentrate.
Voldemort thought I'd go to Ravenclaw Tower.
There it was, a solid fact, a place to start. The Horcrux had to be related to Ravenclaw House, but no one in living memory had seen the diadem. No one in living memory. Harry's eyes flew open and he tore back the way he had come, now in pursuit of his one last hope. Harry forced his way through the crowd of students by the front doors and called out,
Nick! Nick! I need to talk to you.
Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, was hovering a few centimeters off the ground by the tide of Gryffindor students.
Harry.
Nick made to grab Harry's hands with both of his own, making Harry's hands feel like they had been thrust into ice water.
Nick, who's the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower?
The Grey Lady, of course.
Nick said, looking rather offended.
But if it is ghostly services you require...
It's got to be her. Where is she?
Nick's head wobbled a bit as he looked around, peering over the heads of the swarming students.
That's her over there, Harry? The young woman with the long hair.
Harry saw a tall ghost floating by the wall of the entrance hall. She caught sight of Harry looking at her, raised her eyebrows, and drifted away through a solid wall. Harry ran after her, going through the door near where she had disappeared in the wall, and chased her down a long corridor. She glided smoothly down the passage away from him.
Hey, wait, come back.
She consented to pause, and turned to look at him. She floated above the ground in front of him, and she was beautiful. Not Ginny beautiful, but still Harry had to admit it to himself. She had waist-length hair and a floor-length cloak.
You're the Grey Lady, the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower.
That is correct.
Please, I need to know anything you can tell me about the lost diadem.
She raised her chin.
I am afraid I cannot help you.
This is urgent,
Harry said fiercely, his temper and panic flaring.
This is about defeating Voldemort. I need you to help me see it done.
She stared at him.
It is not a question of...
Her voice faltered.
My mother's diadem.
Your mother's?
When I lived,
she said stiffly,
I was known as Helena Ravenclaw.
Listen,
Harry said.
There's no time to explain, but if you care about Hogwarts, if you want to see Voldemort finished, you've got to tell me anything you know about the diadem.
She remained quite still, floating in midair. And then she said in a low voice,
I stole the diadem from my mother. I sought to make myself cleverer, more important than my mother. I ran away with it.
Harry listened raptly.
My mother never admitted the diadem was gone. She concealed her loss and my betrayal. But then she fell ill, and she became desperate to see me one last time. She sent a man who had long loved me, though I spurned his advances, to find me. She knew that he would not rest until he had done so.
She took a deep breath and threw back her head.
He tracked me to the forest where I was hiding. When I refused to return with him, he became violent. The Baron was furious at my refusal, and jealous of my freedom, he stabbed me.
The Baron?
Yes, the bloody Baron,
she said.
When he saw what he had done to me, he was overcome with remorse. He took the weapon that had claimed my life, and used it to kill himself. All this centuries later, he wears his chain as an act of penitence, as he should.
And the diadem?
It remained where I had hidden it when I heard the Baron blundering through the forest toward me, concealed inside a hollow tree.
Where was this tree?
The forest in Albania.
Harry's blood was cold.
You already told someone this story, didn't you? Another student.
She closed her eyes and nodded.
I had no idea he was flattering. He seemed to understand, to sympathize.
Well, you weren't the first person Riddle wormed things out of,
Harry muttered. So Voldemort had managed to find the location of the diadem. He had probably traveled to retrieve it after graduating and before working at Borgin and Burke's. But the diadem, once it had become his precious Horcrux, could not have been left in that lowly tree. No, the diadem had been returned secretly to its true home, and Voldemort must have put it there the night he asked Dumbledore for a job.
Thank you,
Harry said to the Grey Lady, turning back the way he had come.
Thanks a lot.
As Harry rounded the corner back into the entrance hall, he checked his watch. 5 minutes until midnight, and though he knew what the last Horcrux was, he was no closer to discovering where it was. It was very dark on the grounds, but above their heads, the night sky was strewn with stars. It felt as if the stars were making their presence known on purpose, as if they were signaling, "Look how much the light is winning." Beseechingly, Sirius's eyes sought out the constellation of the Lion. How ironic, Sirius had said often as a young lad, that Regulus was named for the brightest star in Leo, and was the black brother that was actually sorted into Slytherin. It didn't feel so ironic anymore. It felt right. The star was so luminous tonight, it felt as if Regulus himself was looking down on Sirius from above. As if Regulus were cheering them on.
You're here.
Sirius murmured up at Regulus.
And we're finishing what you started.
Moony stood next to him, his sharp eyes on the tree line of the Forbidden Forest. Ayala and Diana stood behind them, marshalling the crowd of overage students with soft calls of,
"Remember your shield charms,"
and
"Never leave your back exposed."
Remus abruptly turned and called out over their hushed whispering,
"It is almost midnight."
The students went still and silent, their wands held tight in their hands, and all eyes focused on Remus.
Our group was chosen to confront those that seek to enter Hogwarts by means of the Forbidden Forest,
Remus explained.
Because 3 werewolves fight on our side tonight.
The students did not quake, they held their heads high before nodding in turn toward Ayala, Diana, and Remus. Only after this was done did their eyes flash to the dark tree line and widen, the reality of where they were and what it meant coming down upon them.
"This is a battle,"
Remus said, his voice clear and steady.
"You will duel as such. There will be no time for instruction once the wards are broken. You must call upon all that you have learned these last 7 years, and above all, you must remember what you are fighting for."
The students' faces hardened, even in their youth. Sirius remembered being 17 and thrown into a war. He hoped this new generation would not have to fight as bloody long as he had to. Would not have to dedicate their lives to it like he had. Would not have to sacrifice. Sirius's train of thought ended as he felt a warm hand find his in the dark. Sirius looked up at Moony's face as their fingers intertwined and they held on as tightly as they ever had before. Remus's face was shadowed but his eyes were burning with intensity as he held Sirius's gaze. A moment passed, and then Moony stiffened. There was the sound of about a dozen figures apparating just beyond the wards.
"Until the very end,"
Remus said softly into the night. Sirius looked up at him, and knew Moony's eyes were seeing beyond the impenetrable darkness of the Forbidden Forest, seeing what approached them. Sirius gave Remus's hand one last squeeze.
"Until the very end,"
he said, mirroring their wedding vows back to Moony. Jets of light shot out from the darkness, as if cast by the trees themselves, but Sirius had never been afraid of the Forbidden Forest. Not when he had Moony by his side. A window above Harry shattered and he leapt aside as a gigantic body flew in through the window and landed heavily onto the stone floor. Something large and furry detached itself, whimpering, and flung itself at Harry.
"Hagrid!"
Harry cried, fighting off Fang as the enormous bearded figure clambered to his feet.
"What the—"
"Harry, you're here."
Hagrid stooped down and bestowed upon Harry a rib-cracking hug, then ran back to the shattered window.
"Good boy, Grawpy. I'll see you in a moment. There's a good lad."
Beyond Hagrid, Out in the dark night, Harry saw a burst of light in the distance, and heard a weird, keening scream. He looked down at his watch. It was midnight. The battle had begun.
This is it, Harry,
Hagrid panted.
Time to fight. Just saw Lupin and Black dueling below. Blimey, they're good, all right. But, where's Ron and Hermione?
That,
Harry said, fighting to keep his nerves in check,
is a really good question. Come on.
They hurried together along the corridor, Fang lopping along beside them. Harry could hear movement through the corridors all around, running footsteps, shouts. Through the windows he saw flashes of light in the dark grounds.
Where are we going?
Hagrid puffed.
I don't know,
Harry said, making another random turn.
But Ron and Hermione must be around here somewhere.
The first casualties of the battle were already strewn across the passage ahead. The 2 stone gargoyles that usually guarded the entrance to the staff room had been smashed apart by a jinx that had sailed through another broken window. Their remains stirred feebly on the floor, and the ugly stone faces made Harry think suddenly of an ugly stone effigy of a warlock, onto whose head Harry himself had placed a wig and a battered old tiara. The shock shot through Harry like fire whiskey, and he nearly stumbled. He knew, at last, where the Horcrux was waiting for him. He was roused by Professor Sprout, who was thundering past, followed by Neville and a half-dozen others, all of them wearing earmuffs and carrying large potted plants.
Mandrakes,
Neville bellowed at Harry as he ran.
Going to lob them over the walls.
Harry knew now where to go, and he sped off with Hagrid and Fang galloping behind him. As they reached the end of this corridor, the whole castle shook, and Harry knew, as a gigantic vase blew off its plinth with explosive force, that the castle's wards had been shattered, and it was now in the grip of more sinister enchantments than those cast by the teachers and the Order.
It's all right, Fang, it's all right.
Hagrid shouted, but Fang shot off and Hagrid pounded after the terrified dog, leaving Harry alone. Harry forged on through the trembling passages, his wand at the ready, and hurtled around a corner to see Fred, Lee, and Hannah Abbott, surrounded by a small knot of students, standing beside another empty plinth, whose statue had concealed a secret passageway. Their wands were drawn and they were listening at the concealed hole.
Nice night for it,
Fred shouted as the castle quaked again and Harry sprinted by. And then Harry skidded around the final corner, and with a yell of mingled fear and fury he saw them, Ron and Hermione, their arms full of large, curved, yellow objects. Ron had a broomstick under his arm.
Where the hell have you been?
Harry shouted.
Chamber of Secrets,
Ron said.
What?
It was Ron, all Ron's idea.
Hermione panted.
Wasn't it absolutely brilliant? The basilisk?
What the?
Something to get rid of Horcruxes,
Ron said simply. Harry's eyes dropped to the objects in Ron and Hermione's arms. They were great, curved fangs, taken, he now realized, from the skull of a dead basilisk.
But how did you get in there?
Harry asked.
You need to speak Parseltongue.
He did,
Hermione said.
Show him, Ron.
Ron made a horrible strangled hissing noise.
It's what you did to open the locket,
Ron said apologetically.
I had a few goes to get it right, but...
He shrugged.
We got there in the end.
It was amazing,
Hermione said.
Amazing.
So?
Harry was struggling to keep up.
So
we're another Horcrux down,
Ron said, pulling out the mangled remains of Hufflepuff's cup from his jacket.
Hermione stabbed it. Thought she should. She hasn't had the pleasure yet.
Genius,
Harry yelled.
It was nothing,
Ron said, though he looked delighted with himself.
So what's new with you?
As he said it, there was an explosion overhead, and all 3 of them looked up as dust fell from the ceiling and they heard a distant scream.
I know what the diadem looks like and I know where it is,
Harry said quickly.
He hid it exactly where I hid my old potions book. Come on.
As the walls trembled again, Harry led the other 2 back through the concealed entrance and down the staircase into the room of requirement. It was empty except for 2 people, Ginny, and an elderly witch wearing a moth-eaten hat.
Oh, Potter,
Mrs. Longbottom said as if she had been waiting for him.
You can tell us what's going on.
Is everyone okay?
Ginny asked.
So far as we know.
Harry said, swallowing tightly before continuing.
Are there still people in the passage to the Hog's Head?
I was the last to come through.
Mrs. Longbottom said.
I sealed it. Have you seen my grandson?
He's fighting,
Harry told her.
Naturally.
The old woman said proudly.
Excuse me, I must go and assist him.
And with surprising speed, she trotted off toward the stone steps. Harry looked at Ginny.
Ginny, I'm sorry, but we need you to leave too. Just for a bit. Then you can come back in.
Ginny nodded at him, her eyes blazing, and took off after Mrs. Longbottom.
But then you've got to come back in,
Harry shouted after her.
She can fight,
Ron said seriously, looking at Harry. Harry balked.
She's got a lot to lose, mate.
Ron continued sagely.
She's got you, and our whole family is out there. Plus she's the best Quidditch player Gryffindor's got, sides from you. She's always been one of the best in the DA, and don't go on about her being underage, she's bloody more mature than us. Just because she's a girl and you're in love with her doesn't give you the right to treat her differently. I would never do that to Hermione.
There was a clatter as the basilisk fangs cascaded out of Hermione's arms. Running at Ron, she flung them around his neck and kissed him full on the mouth. Ron threw away the fangs and broomstick he was holding and responded with such enthusiasm that he lifted Hermione off her feet.
Is this the moment?
Harry asked weakly, still feeling slightly affronted at being called out by Ron. But when nothing happened except that Ron and Hermione gripped each other still more firmly and swayed on the spot, Harry raised his voice.
Oi! There's a war going on here.
Ron and Hermione broke apart, their arms around each other.
I know, mate,
Ron said.
So it's now or never, isn't it?
Never mind that,
Harry said.
Just hold it until we've got the diadem.
Yeah, right, sorry,
Ron said, and he and Hermione set about gathering up the fangs, both pink in the face. It was clear, as the three of them stepped back into the corridor upstairs, that the situation within the castle had worsened. The walls and ceilings were shaking worse than ever. Dust filled the air, and through the nearest window, Harry saw a burst of green and red light so close to the foot of the castle that he knew the Death Eaters were very near to entering the place. Harry turned and saw Ginny at the next window, which was missing several panes, her wand drawn. Even as he watched, Ginny sent a well-aimed jinx into a crowd of fighters below.
Good girl,
a figure roared as he ran by, and Harry saw Aberforth, his gray hair flying as he led a small group of students past.
They've breached the forest and the north battlements.
Ginny turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione.
Ginny, that was excellent. We'll be back in a moment,
Harry said, meeting her eyes.
Take care of yourself, okay?
Ginny nodded and turned back to the window as Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran back to the stretch of wall beyond which the room of requirement was waiting.
I need the place where everything is hidden,
Harry begged, and the door materialized on his third pass. The furor of battle died the moment they crossed the threshold and closed the door behind them. All was silent. They were in a place the size of a cathedral with the appearance of a city, its towering walls built of objects hidden by thousands of long-gone students.
This way,
Harry said.
I think it's down here.
Deeper and deeper into the labyrinth they went, splitting up to look for the statue wearing a wig and a tiara. Harry's breath was loud in his ears, and then his soul itself seemed to shiver. There it was, right ahead, the blistered old cupboard in which he had hidden his potions book, and on top of it, the pockmarked stone warlock wearing a dusty old wig and what looked like an ancient, discolored tiara.
Hold it, Potter.
Harry turned around. Crabbe and Goyle were standing behind him, shoulder to shoulder, wands pointed right at his chest. Behind them stood Draco Malfoy.
That's my wand you're using, Potter,
Draco said, pointing his new one through the gap between Crabbe and Goyle.
Not anymore, it's not,
Harry panted.
Winners, keepers, Malfoy. Who's lent you theirs?
My mother,
Draco said. He looked terrible. His eyes had deeper, darker rings about them than Remus's used to after a full moon, and his skin still had that grayish tone as if he hadn't seen sunlight in, well, 2 years. He was so thin that his chin was so pointy it might have been able to cut glass.
So how come you three aren't with Voldemort?
Harry asked.
We're gonna be rewarded,
Crabbe said. His voice was soft, and it eerily reminded Harry of Teddy's voice. It was that much like a small child.
We hung back, Potter. We decided not to go. Decided to bring you to him,
Crabbe said.
Good plan,
Harry said in mock admiration.
So how did you get in here?
I virtually lived in the room of hidden things all last year.
Draco said. His voice was very brittle.
I know how to get in.
Harry.
Ron's voice echoed suddenly from the other side of the wall to Harry's right.
Are you talking to someone?
Harry lunged for the tiara, but Crabbe shouted.
No, Potter. Crucio.
Crabbe's curse missed Harry but hit the stone bust, and it flew upward. The diadem soared into the air, dropping out of sight in the mass of objects on which the bust had rested.
Stop!
Draco shouted.
The Dark Lord wants him alive.
So, I'm not killing him, am I?
Crabbe yelled. A jet of scarlet light shot past Harry by inches. Hermione had run around the corner behind him and sent a stunning spell straight at Crabbe's head. It only missed because Draco pulled him out of the way.
It's the mudblood. Avada Kedavra.
Harry saw Hermione dive aside, and his fury that Crabbe had used the killing curse wiped all else from his mind. He shot a stunning spell at Crabbe, who lurched out of the way, knocking Draco's wand from his hand. It rolled out of sight beneath a mountain of broken furniture and boxes.
Don't kill him. Don't kill him.
Draco shouted at Crabbe and Goyle, who were both aiming at Harry. Their split-second hesitation was all Harry needed.
Expelliarmus!
Goyle's wand flew out of his hand and disappeared into the bulwark of objects beside him. Draco jumped out of range of Hermione's second stunning spell, and Ron, appearing suddenly at the end of the aisle, shot a full-body bind curse at Crabbe, which narrowly missed. Crabbe wheeled around and screamed,
Avada Kedavra!
As Ron leapt out of sight to avoid the jet of green light. The wandless Draco cowered behind a three-legged wardrobe as Hermione charged toward him, hitting Goyle with a stunning spell. A roaring, billowing noise behind Harry gave him a moment's warning. Harry turned and saw Ron and Crabbe running as hard as they could up the aisle towards them.
Like it hot, scum!
Crabbe roared as he ran. But he seemed to have no control over what he had done. Flames of abnormal size were pursuing them, licking up the sides of the junk bulwarks, which were crumbling to soot at their touch.
Run!
Draco screamed and grabbed the stunned Goyle, dragging him along. Crabbe outstripped all of them, now looking terrified. Harry, Ron, and Hermione pelted along in his wake, and the fire pursued them. It was not normal fire, that was certain. As they turned the corner, the flames chased them as though they were alive, sentient, intent on killing them. The fire mutated, became roaring, flaming beasts, serpents, chimera, dragons, and wolves rose and fell again. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle vanished from view, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione stopped dead, the fiery monsters circling them, drawing closer.
What can we do?
Hermione screamed.
What can we do?
Here.
Harry seized a pair of heavy-looking broomsticks from the nearest pile of junk and threw one to Ron, who pulled Hermione onto it behind him. Harry swung one leg over the second broom, and with hard kicks to the ground, they soared up into the air. The smoke and heat were becoming overwhelming. Harry could not see a trace of Draco, Crabbe, or Goyle anywhere. He swooped as low as he dared over the marauding creatures of flame to try to find them, but there was nothing but fire. What a terrible way to die! Harry had never wanted this for anyone. And deep down, part of Harry felt certain that Draco did not deserve this. And then Harry heard a thin, piteous scream amidst the terrible commotion, the thunder of devouring flame. Harry wheeled in the air, his glasses giving his eyes some small protection from the smoke, and then he saw them. Draco, with his arms under the unconscious Goyle, the pair of them perched on a fragile tower of charred desks, and Harry dived. Draco saw him coming and raised one arm, but even as Harry grasped it he knew at once that it was no good. Goyle was too heavy, and Draco's hand, slick with sweat, slid out of Harry's hand.
If we die for them, I'll kill you, Harry.
Ron roared, and as a great flaming chimera bore down upon them, Ron and Hermione dragged Goyle onto their broom and rose, rolling and pitching in the air once more as Draco clambered up behind Harry.
The door, get to the door.
Draco screamed in Harry's ear, his voice cracking, and Harry sped up, following the others through the billowing black smoke. All around them the last few objects unburned by the devouring flames were flung into the air as the creatures of the cursed fire cast them high in celebration, and Harry saw the old, discolored tiara.
What are you doing? What are you doing? The door's that way.
Draco screamed, but Harry made a hairpin swerve and dived. The diadem seemed to fall in slow motion as it dropped toward the maw of a yawning serpent, and then Harry caught it around his wrist and swerved again as the serpent lunged for him. He soared upward and straight toward the place where, he prayed, the door stood open. Ron, Hermione, and Goyle had vanished, and Draco was screaming and holding Harry so tightly it hurt. Then, through the smoke, Harry saw a rectangular patch on the wall and steered the broom toward it, and moments later clean air filled his lungs and they collided with the wall in the corridor beyond. Draco fell off the broom and lay face down, gasping, coughing, and retching, his thin shoulders heaving. Harry rolled over and sat up. The door to the room of requirement had vanished, and Ron and Hermione were panting on the floor beside Goyle, who was still unconscious.
Crab.
Draco choked.
Crab.
He's dead,
Ron said harshly. There was silence apart from panting and coughing. Then a number of huge bangs shook the castle and Harry staggered to his feet. The battle was still going on all around him. He could hear screams and panic flared within him.
Where's Ginny?
He said sharply.
She was just here.
Harry, what's that on your arm?
Hermione asked, getting to her feet.
What? Oh yeah.
He pulled the diadem from his wrist and held it up. It was still hot, blackened with soot, and etched upon it in tiny words were, "Wit beyond measure is humankind's greatest treasure." A blood-like substance, dark and tarry, seemed to be leaking out of the diadem. Suddenly Harry felt it vibrate violently, and then break apart in his hands. As it did so, Harry thought he heard the faintest, most distant scream of pain.
It must have been fiend fire,
Hermione whispered, her eyes on the broken pieces.
Pardon?
Fiend fire, cursed fire, it's one of the substances that destroys Horcruxes, but I would have never, ever dared use it.
Hermione's eyes met Harry's.
This means, if we can just get the snake.
But she broke off as yells and shouts, and the unmistakable noises of dueling filled the corridor. Harry looked around and his heart seemed to fail. Death Eaters had penetrated Hogwarts. Fred and Percy had just backed into view, both of them dueling masked, hooded figures. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran forward to help. Jets of light flew in every direction, and the man dueling Percy backed off, fast. Then his hood slipped, and they saw a high forehead and streaked hair.
"Hello, Minister,"
Percy bellowed, sending a neat jinx straight to Thickness, who dropped his wand.
"Did I mention I'm resigning?"
"You're joking, Percy,"
Fred shouted as the Death Eater he was battling collapsed under the weight of 3 separate stunning spells. Thickness had fallen to the ground with tiny spikes erupting all over him. He seemed to be turning into some form of a sea urchin. Fred looked at Percy with glee.
"You actually are joking, Percy. I don't think I've heard you joke since you were."
The air exploded. They had been grouped together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, Percy, the 2 Death Eaters at their feet, one stunned and one transfigured, and in that fragment of a moment, when danger seemed temporarily at bay, the world was rent apart. Harry flew through the air and all he could do was hold as tightly as he could to that thin stick of wood that was Draco's wand, and shield his head in his arms. And then the world resolved itself into pain and semi-darkness. Harry was half buried in the wreckage of a corridor that had been subjected to a terrible attack. Cold air told him that the side of the castle had been blown away, and hot stickiness on his cheek told him that he was bleeding copiously. Then he heard a terrible cry that pulled at his insides. It was a cry that expressed agony of a kind neither flame nor curse could cause. And Harry stood up, swaying. Hermione was struggling to her feet in the wreckage, and 3 red-headed men were grouped on the ground where the castle had blown apart. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand as they staggered and stumbled over stone and wood.
No, no, no.
Someone was shouting.
No, Fred, no.
And Percy was shaking his brother, and Ron was kneeling beside them, and Fred's eyes stared without seeing, the ghost of his last laugh still etched upon his face. Chapter 24. The world had ended, so why had the battle not ceased, the castle fallen silent in horror, and every combatant laid down their arms? Harry's mind was in free fall, spinning out of control, unable to grasp the impossibility. Because Fred Weasley could not be dead, the evidence of all his sense must be lying. And then a body fell past the hole blown into the side of the school, and curses flew at them from the darkness, hitting the wall above their heads.
Get down!
Harry shouted as more curses flew through the night. Harry and Ron grabbed Hermione and pulled her to the floor, but Percy lay across Fred's body, shielding it from further harm, and when Harry shouted,
Percy, come on, we've got to move.
Percy shook his head.
Percy!
Harry saw tear tracks streaking the grime coating Ron's face as he seized his older brother's shoulders and pulled, but Percy would not budge.
Percy, you can't do anything for him. We're going to.
Hermione screamed, and Harry, turning, did not need to ask why. A monstrous spider the size of a small car was trying to climb through the huge hole in the wall. Ron and Harry shouted together, their spells collided, and the monster was blown backward, its legs jerking horribly, and vanished into the darkness.
It brought friends,
Harry called to the others, glancing over the edge of the castle through the hole in the wall the curses had blasted. More giant spiders were climbing the side of the building, liberated from the forbidden forest by the Death Eaters. Harry fired more stunning spells down at them, and they rolled back down the building and out of sight. Then more curses came soaring over Harry's head, so close he felt the force of them blow his hair.
Let's move, now.
Pushing Hermione ahead of him with Ron, Harry stooped to seize Fred's body by the armpits. Percy, realizing what Harry was trying to do, stopped clinging to the body and helped. Together, crouching low to avoid the curses flying at them from the grounds, they hauled Fred out of the way.
Here,
Harry said, and they placed Fred in a niche where a suit of armor had stood before. Harry could not bear to look at the body any longer than he had to, and after making sure the body was well hidden, he took off after Ron and Hermione. Draco and Goyle had vanished, but at the end of the corridor, which was now full of dust and falling masonry, glass long gone from the windows, he saw many people running backward and forward, whether friends or foes, Harry could not tell. Rounding the corner, Percy let out a roar.
Rockwood!
And he sprinted off in the direction of a tall man, who was pursuing a couple of students.
Harry, in here!
Hermione screamed. She had pulled Ron behind a tapestry, and they seemed to be wrestling together. Hermione was trying to restrain Ron, to stop him running after Percy.
Listen to me, Ron, listen, Ron.
I want to help, I want to kill Death Eaters.
Ron's face was contorted, smeared with dust and smoke, and he was shaking with rage and grief.
Ron, we're the only ones who can end it. Please, Ron, we need the snake, we've got to kill the snake.
But Harry knew how Ron felt. He wanted to find the other Weasleys, find Sirius and Remus, and make sure that they, and oh, Ginny, were not, but he couldn't permit the idea to form in his head. Hermione shook Ron by the shoulders.
We will fight. We'll have to reach the snake. We're the only ones who can end it.
Hermione was crying too, and she wiped her face on her torn and singed sleeve as she spoke, and took great heaving breaths to calm herself. Hermione turned to Harry.
We need to find out where Voldemort is, because he'll have the snake with him. Do it, Harry, look inside him.
He closed his eyes on her command, and at once he was standing in the middle of a desolate and heartbreakingly familiar room. There was peeling paper on the walls, and long jagged claw marks. The windows were all boarded up except for one, and the sounds of the assault on the castle were muted and distant. He was rolling his wand between his fingers, watching it, his thoughts on the room in the castle, the secret room only he had ever found. He was confident the boy would not find the diadem.
My lord,
a desperate voice said. He turned. Lucius Malfoy was sitting in the darkest corner, ragged and still bearing the marks of the punishment he had received after the boy's last escape.
My lord, please, my son.
But he wasn't listening. He was looking once more at the wand in his fingers. It troubled him.
Go and fetch Snape.
Snape, my lord.
Snape. Now. I need him. Go.
Frightened, stumbling a little through the gloom, Lucius left the room. Voldemort continued to stand there, twirling the wand between his fingers, staring at it.
It is the only way, Nagini,
he whispered, and there behind him was the great, thick snake, suspended in midair, twisting gracefully within the enchanted protected space he had made for her. With a gasp, Harry pulled back and opened his eyes. At the same moment, his ears were assaulted with the screeches and cries, the smashes and bangs of battle.
He's in the shrieking shack. The snake's with him, it's got some sort of magical protection around it. He's just sent Lucius Malfoy to find Snape.
Voldemort's in the shrieking shack.
Hermione cried.
He's not even fighting.
Look, you two stay here, I'll go under the cloak and I'll be back as soon as I...
No,
Hermione said.
It makes more sense if I take the cloak.
But before Hermione could continue, the tapestry at the top of the staircase on which they stood was ripped open.
Potter!
2 masked Death Eaters stood there, but before their wands were fully raised, Hermione shouted.
Duseo.
The stairs beneath their feet turned into a chute, and she, Harry, and Ron hurtled down it. They shot through the concealing tapestry and spun onto the floor, hitting the opposite wall.
Duro.
Hermione cried, and there were 2 loud, sickening crunches as the tapestry turned to stone and the Death Eaters pursuing them crumpled against it.
Get back!
Ron shouted, and he, Harry, and Hermione flattened themselves against the door as a herd of desks thundered past, shepherded by a sprinting Professor McGonagall. She appeared not to notice them. As she turned the corner, they heard her scream.
Charge!
Harry hastily threw the cloak over all 3 of them, and they ran down the next staircase, finding themselves in a corridor full of duelers. Dean was face to face with Dolohov, Parvati with Travers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione pelted on, heads down, through the midst of fighters. Yaxley was in combat with Flitwick. A masked Death Eater was dueling Kingsley right beside him. Students ran in every direction, some carrying or dragging injured friends. Neville was brandishing armfuls of venomous tentacula, which looped itself around the nearest Death Eater and began reeling him in. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sped down the marble staircase, reaching the entrance hall just as 2 bodies fell from the balcony overhead. As the figures reached the ground, a gray blur streaked across the entrance hall, bowing over the body of the one who had fallen. Harry stumbled, and as Lavender Brown groaned upon the stone floor, Harry watched in horror as Greyback ripped into Lavender's throat. His fatal bite silenced her, and she went still at once. It was Hermione who shrieked.
No.
And she ran forward, raising her wand, and Greyback lifted his head from the unmoving body of Lavender, his face wet with crimson blood. Greyback smiled, and through the rivers of red, his yellow, elongated canines gleamed. Hermione's curse was met with a wall of black magic. It had erupted out of Greyback without warning. In her shock, Hermione faltered and gaped. The swirling maw of the cloud of black magic reached her, and she went completely rigid within it.
I learnt a few new tricks, girlie.
Greyback snarled, but just as Ron and Harry ran forward, Greyback lunged, and reached her. His magic enveloped his looming figure, but was transparent enough for Ron and Harry to see Greyback grab Hermione, to see him pin her arms at her sides. His touch seemed to shock Hermione through even the mysterious dark power of his magic, and she began to thrash. Hermione screamed, terror tearing itself out of her vocal cords, and Greyback snarled.
Feisty, little bitch.
Greyback's head darted downward toward Hermione's exposed throat as Hermione screamed. Ron yelled,
Super!
There was another explosion. wholly different from the one before. An explosion of howling wind and electricity rent the air, and suddenly the entrance hall was emblazoned with the scorching light of the golden and gray storm of magic. The swirling vortex met Greyback's black cloud with such power that Greyback was blown backward, slamming into the wall. Harry and Ron's mouths dropped open. Remus Lupin had apparated into the center of the entrance hall. The tremendous golden-gray tempest that had barreled itself into Greyback and his black magic had cocooned Hermione. It had shielded her. Hermione whirled around and ran without any hesitation. She pelted toward Remus and slammed into his chest with a whimper. Remus did not stagger as she collided into him, his magic so vividly scorching and swirling in the air around them. So swift Harry barely registered it. Remus wrapped one arm around Hermione and spun her behind him. Lithely he sidestepped, coming to stand between Hermione and Greyback, one arm lifted and extended, the sleeve of his brown jumper hiding Hermione's face. The monster clambered to his feet. Greyback spat and his black magic masked, and then struck. The two magical forces met one another with no sound, but with such terrible force that it sent chills down Harry's spine. As Remus's golden-gray magical vortex met Greyback's yawning black cloud, the stone ceiling of the entrance hall trembled and groaned. Harry and Ron had almost reached Remus and Hermione now, but were brought to a halt as Remus's magic burned so blazingly that their eyes watered. Harry fought to keep his wand raised. Harry dared to look at Remus's face, and there, he saw something that he had never seen before. Harry had seen Remus upset and distraught. He had seen the yellow flash in his eyes of the wolf in anger and fear and protection, but Harry had never seen the true depths of Remus's capacity for anger until this moment. The look on Remus Lupin's face would have sent giants to their knees, begging for mercy. Remus was furious. He stood unflinching as a mountain. Remus did not shake or tremble, but prowling energy pounded out of his body into the air like waves upon cliffs. He was glowing like a torch, so blazingly that it brought water to Harry's eyes. And on his face was an expression of pure, unbidden fury. Enraged, Remus's eyes were more yellow than brown, so blazing they burned like twin flames. The scars and lines upon his face were warped with wrath, his jaw clenched and flexed as taut as a bear trap.
Look at you,
Fenrir Greyback crooned. His voice was amplified as if by the black magic shielding him.
I knew you had it in you, Lupin, my prodigal son.
The golden-gray storm around Remus somehow burned still greater. The entire entrance hall was bathed in it, except for Greyback's corner, which was nearly wholly black, revealing nothing except Greyback himself, obscuring Lavender's corpse behind him.
I made you,
Greyback growled, a bone-chillingly shocking smile spreading across his blood-laden lips. When Remus spoke, his voice was sharp as steel with untampered rage.
No.
And then, Remus cocked his head. It was a simple, clean gesture, but it alone made Harry falter and gasp. There was a groaning, foreboding crack. Greyback's eyes darted upwards at the ceiling of the entrance hall, and so did Harry's. Enormous jagged cracks had appeared all along the stone in the ceiling above the spot where Greyback stood, and then there was another explosion. An explosion of light. It was like the moment a nuclear bomb detonates in the far distance, when the sight of it is visible but before the sound had yet reached their ears. It was mute and instantaneous. Remus's magic overpowered Greyback's own, and the black cloud vaporized as sound returned with an avalanche of stones. The ceiling rained down in a torrent of colossal boulders, and Fenrir Greyback was buried beneath the boulders, and was no more. Harry's eyes could see properly again. The chills left him at once, for Remus's magic had vanished from the air as well, returning back within him. And he was no longer glowing. He was just a man, a tall, lanky man in a brown jumper with worn trousers and scuffed brown loafers. Oh, but that wasn't entirely true, now was it? Remus had never been merely a man. Remus's body gave an odd jolt, and immediately he turned back to look at Hermione.
Ah, are you all right, Hermione?
Remus said, taking a step back away from her. Remus's rage seemed to have been tampered along with his magic, quelled by his final defeat of Fenrir Greyback. His eyes were fully brown with flecks of green, and they were wide in his face. Harry's brow furrowed as he took in Remus's new expression. He looked shocked, and weary and fearful. Remus took another step away from Hermione, and raised his hands up in a show of surrender.
I'm safe.
I'm safe. Oh. Remus.
Harry's already aching heart felt like it had just been pricked open still further. It was like someone was digging a finger in his fresh wound. Hermione stared up at Remus, and she was not trembling in the slightest. She took a step forward and reached out her arm. Remus balked as Hermione placed a soft hand on his chest, right above his heart, and said,
Good.
Remus took another step back and bowed his head, inhaling sharply, and looked away. He was looking over to the pile of stones that buried the monster beneath them. Ron had reached Hermione and extended his arms. She went to him, and Ron pulled her into a desperate embrace, and babbled.
Merlin, Hermione.
Hermione hugged Ron tightly back, murmuring,
I'm okay.
Suddenly, Remus's head snapped up toward the marble staircase. His face was so pale, nearly white, and he stammered with wide eyes.
I.
Harry whirled around to see Sirius Black, standing at the bottom of the marble staircase, his wand gripped in his right hand. His eyes were locked on Remus's face. Remus took another step back, his hands, still raised up in surrender, were shaking now.
Tell me,
Sirius said, his voice was loud over the noise still clamoring from the floors above.
Who it was that made you?
Remus opened his mouth but no words came out. He took another step back.
Remus.
Sirius was imploring. The urgency and plea in his voice seemed to bring Remus back to himself. He met Sirius's gaze and squared his shoulders, clenching his long, scarred hands into fists at his sides.
I made me,
Remus said.
And you made me. You and James and Lily and Harry and Teddy.
And what else?
Sirius said. There was the sound of glass shattering overhead, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione glanced upward, wands raised again. Harry realized that they were the line of defense at this moment. This was too important to Sirius and Remus. Sirius needed to get Remus to come to terms with killing Greyback, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione must shield them until it was done. Harry would put his own quest on hold, for these precious moments.
Anything,
he had told his guardians. Harry would do anything for them. He would do this, and then continue his mission. He would see it all done.
Come on, darling,
Sirius insisted, nearly begging.
I can't say it for you.
A beat passed. Remus murmured, so faintly Harry scarcely heard him.
I am deserving.
And then Remus straightened to his full height, and he shouted out as if to the star-strewn heavens visible through the ceiling above.
I am deserving.
Sirius was moving a second later. He became a blur of streaking locks of black hair. Sirius collided with Remus and threw his arms around him. In one lithe movement, Remus grabbed Sirius's face by both hands and their lips met in a desperately fierce kiss, so impassioned and fervent that, for a single moment, it made Harry feel as if the battle beyond the entrance hall had paused. Their kiss was bold and brazen and devout. The meeting of their lips was a form of worship. Sirius gripped Remus's shoulders so tightly his hands were like vices, and Remus's hold on Sirius's face was so strong that Harry felt that nothing, not even a killing curse, would have broken them apart. As if on cue to Harry's thoughts, there were louder shouts and screams from the floors above, and jets of red and green light flashed overhead. Remus released his hold on Sirius's face and stepped back, breathless. Sirius stumbled a bit, and Remus slightly grabbed his elbow, righting him. Sirius still just stared up at Remus, and Remus let out a small sound, like a prayer, and he bent down and stole one more kiss before reaching for Sirius's hand, turning them back to face the others. And just like that, the brief interlude was broken, because the front doors burst open. Gigantic spiders forced their way into the entrance hall just as Hagrid came thundering down the stairs, brandishing his pink umbrella and roaring.
Don't hurt them, don't hurt them.
Run!
Sirius yelled, but Harry couldn't move.
Hagrid, no.
But Hagrid had reached the spiders and vanished among them, buried among their mist. From the floors above, the jets of red and green light were now beginning to rain downward, and Harry stole one fleeting look back as Sirius and Remus released their held hands and sprinted up the stairs, back into the fray with the Death Eaters.
Hagrid!
Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran down the front steps into the dark grounds, and the spiders were swarming away with their prey, and Harry could see nothing of Hagrid at all.
Hagrid!
Harry's way was impeded by a giant foot, which swung down out of the darkness and made the ground on which he stood shudder. Harry looked up. A giant stood before him, 20 feet high, its head hidden in shadows. With one brutal, fluid movement, it smashed a massive fist through an upper window of the castle, and glass rained down on Harry, forcing him back under the shelter of the doorway. Hermione screamed, but still, she raised her wand. Ron grabbed her wrist.
Don't!
He yelled over the noise.
Done him and he'll crush half the castle.
Grop came lurching around the corner of the castle, and only now did Harry fully appreciate that Grop was an undersized giant. The gargantuan creature trying to crush people on the upper floors looked around and let out a roar. The stone steps trembled as he stomped toward Grop, and they launched themselves at each other with the savagery of lions.
Run!
Harry cried. The night was full of hideous yells and blows as the giants wrestled, and Harry seized Hermione's hand and tore down the steps of the grounds, Ron running right behind them. Harry had not lost hope of finding and saving Hagrid. He ran so fast that they were halfway toward the forest before they were brought up short again. The air around them was frozen. Harry's breath caught and solidified in his chest. Shapes moved out in the darkness, swirling figures of concentrated blackness, moving in a great wave toward the castle, their faces hooded and their breaths rattling. Ron and Hermione closed in beside him as the sounds of fighting behind them grew muted, deadened, because a silence only Dementors could bring was falling thickly through the night.
Come on, Harry.
Hermione shouted.
Patronuses, Harry, come on.
Harry saw Ron's silver terrier burst into the air, flicker feebly, and expire. He saw Hermione's otter twist in midair and fade, and his own wand trembled in his hand. And then a silver hare, a boar, and a fox soared past Harry, Ron, and Hermione's heads. The Dementors fell back before the creature's approach. 3 more people had arrived out of the darkness to stand beside them, their wands outstretched, Luna, Ernie, and Seamus.
That's right.
Luna said.
That's right, Harry, come on, think of something happy. We're all still here, we're still fighting, come on, now.
And Harry thought first of Remus, of his first one-on-one lesson with Professor Lupin, learning how to cast a Patronus. He thought of the fact that Sirius and Remus were still alive, and that the DA were at his side, and with the greatest effort it had ever cost him, the stag burst forth from Harry's wand. It cantered forward, and now the Dementors scattered in earnest, and immediately the night was mild again, but the sounds of the surrounding battle were loud in his ears.
Can't thank you enough,
Ron said shakily, turning to Luna, Ernie, and Seamus.
You just saved.
With a roar and an earth-shaking tremor, another giant came lurching out of the darkness, brandishing a club taller than any of them.
Run!
Harry shouted again, and the others scattered. Ron and Hermione stayed following Harry while the others vanished back into the battle.
The Whomping Willow!
Harry cried.
Go!
Recalling the boxes and shelves inside his mind, Harry packed away his thoughts of Fred and Hagrid, and his terror for Sirius, Remus, and Ginny, and the rest of the Weasleys, into the back of his mind. It must all wait, because they had to run, they had to reach the snake and Voldemort, because they had to end it. Harry sprinted, ignoring the jets of light flying in the darkness all around him, and the sound of the lake crashing like the sea, and the creaking of the forbidden forest through the night was windless. Through the grounds that seemed themselves to have risen in rebellion, he ran faster than he had ever moved in his life, and it was he who slammed into the great tree first, the willow that protected the secret at its roots with the same whip-like, slashing branches as it had always shielded Remus. When the full moon rose, panting and gasping, Harry slowed down and skirted the willow's swiping branches, peering through the darkness toward the thick trunk, trying to see the single knot in the bark of tree and selfishly wishing he had asked Remus and Sirius to abandon the battle to help them. Ron and Hermione had caught up.
How are we going to get in?
Ron panted.
Crookshanks.
Crookshanks.
Hermione wheezed.
Are you a wizard or what?
Oh, right, yeah.
Ron directed his wand at a twig in the ground and said,
Wingardium Leviosa.
The twig flew up into the air, and then zoomed directly at the trunk through the willow's swaying branches. It jabbed at a place near the roots, and at once, the writhing tree stood still.
Perfect.
Hermione panted. Harry wriggled into the earthy passage hidden in the tree's roots. The tunnel was low-ceilinged, and Harry had enough fear to clear his mind enough to wonder how Remus had managed, tall as he was as a teenage schoolboy, with his freshly healing wounds the morning after. Harry went first, wand illuminated, expecting at any moment to meet barriers, but none came. They moved in silence, and at last the tunnel began to slope upward, and Harry turned, throwing the cloak over himself, and whispered,
Nox.
Harry pressed on ahead, and then he heard voices coming from the room directly above them, only slightly muffled by the fact that the opening at the end of the tunnel was blocked by an old crate. Hardly daring to breathe, Harry edged right up to the opening and peered through a tiny gap left between the crate and the wall. The room beyond was dimly lit, but he could see Nagini, swirling and coiling like a serpent underwater, safe in her enchanted, starry sphere, which floated unsupported in midair. Harry could see the edge of a table, and a long-fingered white hand toying with a wand. Then Snape spoke, and Harry's heart lurched. Snape was inches from where Harry crouched, hidden.
My lord, their resistance is crumbling.
And it is doing so without your help,
Voldemort said in his high, cold voice.
Skilled wizard though you are, Severus, I do not think you will make much difference now. We are almost there, almost.
Let me find the boy. Let me bring you Potter. I know I can find him, my lord.
Snape strode past the gap, and Harry drew back a little, keeping his eyes fixed upon Nagini, wondering whether there was a spell that might penetrate the protection around her. Voldemort stood up, and Harry could see him now. The red eyes, the flattened, serpentine face, the pallor of him gleaming slightly in the near darkness.
I have a problem, Severus,
Voldemort said softly.
My lord.
Voldemort raised the Elder Wand.
Why doesn't it work for me, Severus?
My lord.
Snape said blankly.
I do not understand. You have performed extraordinary magic with that wand.
No,
Voldemort said.
I have performed my usual magic. I am extraordinary, but this wand, no. It has not revealed the wonders it has promised. I feel no difference between this wand and the one I procured from Ollivander all those years ago.
Snape did not speak. Voldemort started to move around the room.
I have thought long and hard, Severus. Do you know why I have called you back from the battle?
And for a moment, Harry saw Snape's profile. His eyes were fixed upon the coiling snake in its enchanted cage.
No, my lord, but I beg you let me return. Let me find Potter.
Potter will come to me,
Voldemort said.
I know his weakness, his one great flaw. He will hate watching others struck down around him, knowing it is for him that it happens. He will want to stop it at any cost. He will come.
But my lord, he might be killed accidentally by one other than yourself.
My instructions have been perfectly clear. Capture Potter, kill his friends, the more, the better, but do not kill him. But it is you that I wish to speak, Severus, not Harry Potter. You have been valuable to me, very valuable.
My lord knows that I seek only to serve him. But, let me go and find the boy, my lord. Let me bring him to you. I know I can.
I have told you no,
Voldemort said, and Harry caught the sharp glint of red in his eyes as he turned again.
My concern at the moment, Severus, is what will happen when I finally meet the boy.
My lord, there can be no question, surely.
But there is a question, Severus. There is.
Voldemort halted and Harry could see him plainly again as he slid the Elder Wand through his white fingers, staring at Snape.
Ollivander told me under torture of the twin cores. Of my wand of you and Potter's. Ollivander told me to take another's wand. So I sought the Elder Wand, the greatest wand of all. I took it from its previous master. I took it from the grave of Albus Dumbledore.
And now, Snape looked at Voldemort. His face was a death mask, exactly like the face of Regulus Black which Harry had seen in Sirius's memory in the Pensieve. It made Harry's heart stammer. His blood ran icy cold. Snape's face was marble white, and so still that when he spoke, it was a shock to see that anyone lived behind the blank eyes.
My lord, let me go to the boy.
All this long night, when I am on the brink of victory, I have sat here,
Voldemort said, his voice barely more than a whisper,
wondering why the Elder Wand refuses to be what it ought to be, refuses to perform as legend says it must perform for its rightful owner, and I think I have the answer.
Snape did not speak.
Perhaps you already know it. You are a clever man, after all, Severus. You have been a good and faithful servant, and I regret what must happen.
My lord.
The Elder Wand cannot serve me, properly, Severus, because I am not its true master. The Elder Wand belongs to the one who killed its last owner. You killed Albus Dumbledore. While you live, Severus, the Elder Wand cannot be truly mine. Master the wand, and I master Potter at last.
And Voldemort swiped the air with the Elder Wand, and the snake's cage was rolling in the air, and before Snape could do anything more than yell, it had encased him, head and shoulders, and Voldemort spoke in Parseltongue.
Kill.
There was a terrible scream. Harry saw Snape's eyes widen as the snake's fangs pierced his neck, as he failed to push the enchanted cage off of himself, as his knees gave way and he fell to the floor.
I regret it,
Voldemort said coldly. He turned away. There was no sadness in him, no remorse. It was time to leave the shack and take charge, with a wand that would now do his full bidding. He pointed it at the starry cage holding the snake, drifted it upward off Snape, who fell sideways to the floor, blood gushing from the wounds in his neck. Voldemort swept from the room without a backward glance, and the great serpent floated after him in its huge, protective sphere. Back in the tunnel in his own mind, Harry opened his eyes.
Harry.
Hermione breathed behind him, but he had already pointed his wand at the crate blocking his view. It lifted an inch off the floor and drifted sideways silently. As quietly as he could, Harry stepped into the room. He did not know why he was doing it, why he was approaching the dying man. He did not know what he felt when he saw Snape's white face, and the fingers trying to staunch the bloody wound at his neck. Harry took off the invisibility cloak and looked down upon the man he hated, whose widening black eyes found Harry as he tried to speak. Harry bent over him and said,
"Looks like you found your end in the shrieking shack after all."
Snape seized the front of Harry's jacket and pulled him close. A terrible rasping, gurgling noise issued from Snape's throat.
Take it, take it.
Something more than blood was leaking from Snape. Silvery blue, either gas nor liquid, it gushed from his mouth and his ears and his eyes, and Harry knew what it was, but did not know what to do. A flask, conjured from thin air, was thrust into his shaking hands by Hermione. Harry lifted the silvery substance into it with his wand. When the flask was full to the brim, and Snape looked as if there was no blood left within him, his grip on Harry's jacket slackened.
"Look at me,"
Severus Snape whispered. The green eyes found the black. After a heartbeat, something in the depths of the dark pair seemed to vanish, leaving them fixed, blank and empty. The hand holding Harry thudded to the floor, and Snape moved no more. Chapter 25. Harry was still kneeling at Snape's side, simply staring down at him, when a high, cold voice spoke so close to them that Harry jumped to his feet, gripping the flask tightly in his hands, thinking that Voldemort had re-entered the room. Voldemort's voice reverberated from the walls and floor, and Harry realized that he was talking to Hogwarts, and to all the surrounding area, and that all those fighting in the castle would hear him as clearly as if he stood beside them, his breath on the back of their necks, a death blow away.
You have fought valiantly. Lord Voldemort knows how to value bravery. Yet you have sustained heavy losses. If you continue to resist me, you will all die, one by one. I do not wish this to happen. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a loss and a waste. Lord Voldemort is merciful. I command my forces to retreat immediately. You have 1 hour. Dispose of your dead with dignity. Treat your injured. I speak now, Harry Potter, directly to you. You have permitted your friends to die for you rather than face me yourself. I shall wait for 1 hour in the Forbidden Forest. If, at the end of that hour, you have not come to me, have not given yourself up, then the battle recommences. This time, I shall enter the fray myself, Harry Potter, and I shall find you, and I shall punish every last man, woman, and child who has tried to conceal you from me. 1 hour.
Both Ron and Hermione were shaking their heads frantically, looking at Harry.
Don't listen to him,
Ron said.
It'll be all right.
Hermione said wildly.
Let's go back to the castle. If he's gone to the forest, we'll need to think of a new plan.
She glanced at Snape's body and then hurried back to the tunnel entrance. Ron followed her. Harry gathered up the invisibility cloak and then looked down at Snape. He was numb. He did not know what to feel, except shock at the way Snape had been killed, and the reason for which it had been done. They made their way back through the tunnel, and Harry could still hear Voldemort's words ringing in his ears.
You have permitted your friends to die for you rather than face me yourself. I shall wait for 1 hour in the Forbidden Forest. 1 hour.
The castle was unnaturally silent. There were no flashes of light now, no bangs or screams or shouts. The flagstones of the deserted entrance were stained with blood. Ron led the way to the great hall. Harry stopped in the doorway. The house tables were gone and the room was crowded. The survivors stood in groups, their arms around each other's necks. The injured were being treated upon the raised platform by Madame Pomfrey and a group of healers. Ferenz was amongst the injured, his flank poured blood from where he lay, unable to stand. The dead lay in a row in the middle of the hall. Harry could not see Fred's body, because his family surrounded him. George was kneeling at his head. Molly was lying across Fred's chest, her body shaking. Arthur stood stroking her hair while tears cascaded down his cheeks. Hermione approached Ginny and hugged her tightly. Ron joined Bill, Fleur, and Percy, who flung an arm around Ron's shoulders. And then Harry saw them. They were alive, and in pain. They were kneeling beside 2 other bodies on the floor beside Fred. Sirius's shoulders were shaking as Remus held him to his chest, his own eyes slightly glazed and distant. In front of Sirius lay Tonks and Ted. Father and daughter were both pale and still and peaceful looking, apparently asleep beneath the dark, enchanted ceiling. The great hall seemed to fly away, become smaller, shrink. But before Harry could reel backward, Remus looked up and his soft brown eyes met Harry's. He stood in one breath, and was across the room in another, his strong, warm arms enveloping Harry, pulling him against him. And then Sirius was there, his face wet with tears, and he was hugging Harry too, and Harry let his sobs be muffled by his guardians' bodies against his own.
You're alive,
Harry croaked. Sirius put a hand on Harry's cheek.
Don't listen,
Sirius started to say. But Harry was stepping back, his eyes swam, and his breathing was ragged.
Harry,
Remus murmured. Another voice said quietly.
Is he all right?
It was Madame Pomfrey. She had appeared at Remus's right side, her eyes on Harry. Harry stammered. He felt sick. He could not bear to look at any of the other bodies, to see who else had died for him. Tonks and Ted had died, and Andromeda was at home with Teddy, not knowing. Harry could not bear to see the Weasleys, could not have looked in their eyes. Remus and Sirius were alive, and Harry was so relieved it made his guilt rise up like a tidal wave. And Madame Pomfrey had asked if he, Harry, was all right. Harry fled the great hall. Sirius had one arm extended after him, had taken a step forward, but Remus put a warm, steadying hand on Sirius's shoulder, and so, Remus and Sirius let Harry go. Poppy Pomfrey turned to look up at Remus.
Where is he going?
Remus's eyes glazed over once again.
There's something he needs to do.
Sirius turned and pressed his forehead against Remus's chest, letting out a small moan that was a stream of
No.
And Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius, holding him tightly against him. Poppy looked alarmed, and she was staring up at Remus beseechingly.
Harry can't go to the Forbidden Forest.
Remus shook his head only slightly.
He's going to the headmaster's office. I can hear him on the staircase.
Poppy hung her head.
I do not know what he expects to find there beyond more pain.
She sighed.
Too young,
she said very softly.
Always they are too young, and must face so much from this world.
Poppy turned away from the two men.
Take care of yourselves,
she said, putting a hand on each of their shoulders.
We need you.
And then she returned to treat the injured, and Remus and Sirius walked slowly back to the bodies upon the floor, sinking down onto their knees once more. Tonks's hair was its most vivid pink, even in death. Her father's fingers lay inches from hers, as if they were reaching out to one another. Sirius bowed over and began to sob, and Remus let his tears fall in earnest. He leaned over and swept some of the pink hair out of Tonks's heart-shaped face. She was so vibrant, she had so much left to give this world. But no more. And Ted was too kind, much too kind. He'd married the first black sheep of the Black family. He'd been Remus's idol back when Remus hoped that he could love Sirius in the way Ted loved Andy. Their marriage had been a beacon for Sirius and Remus. It still was. Sirius pressed his lips to Tonks's bright pink hair.
I'm so sorry, my cousin,
he whispered. And then Sirius turned and wrapped himself into Remus, and they held one another as the Weasleys did the same beside them. And Remus closed his eyes, felt Sirius's shaking sobs and strong heartbeat against his chest, and he strained to feel that well deep within him, strained to bring it forth. And in the hushed, hallowed space, the great hall was filled with that most clear and calling of magic, intangible yet powerful, as the moon pulls the tides and as the stars turn overhead. Injured students raised their heads, sensing it. And Molly pressed herself tightly against her son's body and filled Fred's unmoving, still chest with the force of her love. She prayed he could feel it, in that other realm, beyond. The castle was completely empty. Even the ghosts seemed to have joined the mass mourning in the great hall. Harry ran without stopping, clutching the crystal flask of Snape's last thoughts, and he did not slow down until he reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office.
Password.
Dumbledore.
Harry blurted without thinking, and to his surprise, the gargoyle slid aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind. When Harry burst into the circular office, he found a change. The portraits that hung on the walls were all empty. Nor a single headmaster or headmistress remained to see him. All, it seemed, had flitted away, charging through the paintings that lined the castle, so that they could have a clear view of what was going on. Harry glanced hopelessly at Dumbledore's deserted frame, which hung directly over the headmaster's chair, and then turned his back on it. The stone pensive lay in the cabinet where it had always been. Harry heaved it onto the desk and poured Snape's memories into the wide basin. To escape into someone else's head would be a blessed relief. Nothing that even Snape had left him could be worse than his own thoughts. The memories swirled, silver white and strange, and without hesitating, with a feeling of reckless abandonment, as though this would assuage his torturing grief, Harry dived. He fell headlong into sunlight, and his feet found warm ground. When he straightened up, he saw that he was in a nearly deserted playground. A single, huge chimney dominated the distant skyline. Harry realized that he was in the Midlands of England. Two girls were swinging back and forth on the swing set, and a skinny boy was watching them from behind a clump of bushes. His black hair was overlong and his clothes were mismatched. 2 short jeans, a shabby, overlarge coat, and an odd smock-like shirt. Harry moved closer to the boy. Snape looked no more than 9 or 10 years old, sallow, small, and stringy. There was a yellow faded bruise on his cheek.
Lily, don't do it.
The elder of the two girls shrieked suddenly. But the younger girl had already let go of the swing at the very height of its arc and flown into the air, quite literally flown, launched herself skyward with a great shout of laughter, and instead of crumpling on the playground asphalt, she soared like a trapeze artist through the air, staying up far too long, landing far too lightly.
Mummy told you not to.
Petunia stopped her swing by dragging the heels of her sneakers on the ground, then leapt up, hands on her hips.
Mummy said you weren't allowed, Lily.
But I'm fine.
Lily said, still giggling.
Junie, look at this. Watch what I can do.
Lily picked up a fallen flower from the bush behind which Snape lurked. Petunia advanced, evidently torn between curiosity and disapproval. Lily waited until Petunia was near enough, and then held out her palm. The flower sat there, opening and closing its petals.
Stop it!
Petunia shrieked.
It's not hurting you,
Lily said, but she closed her hand on the blossom before setting it back on the ground.
It's not right,
Petunia said, and then she added,
How do you do it?
There was longing in her voice.
It's obvious, isn't it?
Snape could no longer contain himself, and had jumped out from behind the bushes. Petunia screamed and ran backward toward the swings, but Lily, though clearly startled, remained where she was. A dull flush of color mounted Snape's shallow cheeks, slightly obscuring the bruise, as he looked at Lily.
What's obvious?
She asked. Snape had an air of nervous excitement as he lowered his voice.
I know what you are.
What do you mean?
You're a witch,
Snape whispered. Lily looked affronted.
That's not a nice thing to say to someone.
She turned, nose in the air, and marched off toward her sister.
No,
Snape said. He was highly colored now, and flapped after the girls in his large black coat.
You are?
Snape said to Lily.
You are a witch. I've been watching you for a while. But there's nothing wrong with that. My mum's one, and I'm a wizard.
Petunia's laugh was like cold water.
Wizard, I know who you are. You're that Snape boy. They live down Spinner's End by the river,
she told Lily.
Why have you been spying on us?
Haven't been spying,
Snape said, looking hot and uncomfortable in the bright sunlight.
Wouldn't spy on you anyway, you're a muggle.
Lily, come on, we're leaving,
Petunia said shrilly. Lily obeyed her sister at once, glancing back at Snape as she left. He stood watching them as they marched through the playground gate, and Harry, the only one left to observe him, saw Snape's bitter disappointment. The scene dissolved, and then reformed around Harry. He was now in a thicket of trees. He could see a sunlit river glittering beyond the trunks nearby. The shadows cast by the trees made a basin of cool green shade. Two children were sitting facing each other, cross-legged on the ground. Snape had removed his coat now, the odd smock less peculiar in the half-light.
And the ministry can punish you if you do magic outside school, you get letters.
But I have done magic outside school.
We're all right. We haven't got wands yet. They let you off when you're a kid and can't help it. But once you're 11, and they start training you, then you've got to be careful.
Lily picked up a fallen twig and twirled it in the air, and then she dropped the twig, leaned in toward the boy, and said,
It is real, isn't it? It's not a joke. Petunia says you're lying to me. She says there isn't a Hogwarts. But it is real, isn't it?
It's real for us,
Snape said.
Not for her, but we'll get a letter, you and me.
Really?
Lily whispered.
Definitely,
Snape said.
And will it arrive by owl?
Normally,
Snape said.
But you're Muggle-born, so someone from the school will have to come and explain to your parents.
Does it make a difference being Muggle-born?
Snape hesitated. His black eyes, eager in the greenish gloom, moved over the pale face, the dark red hair.
No,
he said.
It doesn't make a difference.
Good,
Lily said, relaxing.
You've got loads of magic,
Snape said.
I saw that, all the time I was watching you.
Lily stretched out on the leafy ground, looking up at the canopy of leaves overhead.
How are things at your house?
She asked. A crease appeared between Snape's eyes.
Fine.
They're not arguing.
Oh yes, they're arguing,
Snape said, frowning and lifting a hand absent-mindedly toward his cheek. The bruise had faded, and then continued.
But it won't be long until I'm gone.
Doesn't your dad like magic?
He doesn't like anything much.
Severus.
A little smile twisted Snape's mouth.
Yeah.
Tell me about the Dementors again.
What do you want to know about them for?
If I use magic outside of school.
They wouldn't give you to the Dementors for that. Dementors are for people who do really bad stuff. They guard the wizard prison Azkaban. You're not going to end up in Azkaban, you're too.
Snape turned red. Then a small rustling noise behind Harry made him turn. Petunia, hiding behind a tree, had lost her footing.
Junie,
Lily said, surprise and welcome in her voice, but Snape had jumped to his feet.
Who's spying now?
He shouted.
What do you want?
Petunia was breathless, alarmed at being caught.
What's that you're wearing anyway?
She said, pointing at Snape's chest.
Your mum's blouse.
There was a crack. A branch over Petunia's head had fallen. Lily screamed as the branch caught Petunia on the shoulder, and she staggered backwards and burst into tears.
Junie.
But Petunia was running away. Lily rounded on Snape.
Did you make that happen?
No,
he said. He looked scared and defiant.
You did.
She was backing away from him.
You did. You hurt her.
No, I didn't.
But Lily ran from the thicket, off after her sister, and Snape looked miserable and confused. And the scene changed and reformed. Harry looked around and found himself on platform 9 3/4 and Snape stood beside him, slightly hunched, next to a thin, sallow-faced woman who greatly resembled him. Snape was staring at a family of 4 a short distance away along the platform. 2 girls stood a little apart from their parents. Lily seemed to be pleading with her sister. Harry moved closer to listen.
I'm sorry, Junie, I'm sorry. Listen.
She caught her sister's hand and held tight to it, even as Petunia tried to pull away.
Maybe once I'm there, no, listen, Junie. Maybe once I'm there I'll be able to go to Professor Dumbledore and persuade him to change his mind.
I don't want to go,
Petunia said, and she dragged her hand back from her sister's grasp.
You think I want to go to some stupid school to learn to be a...
Her pale eyes roved over the platform.
You think I want to be a freak?
Lily's eyes filled with tears.
I'm not a freak. That's a horrible thing to say.
That's where you're going,
Petunia said with relish.
A special school for freaks. You and that Snape boy are weirdos, that's what you two are. It's good you're being separated from normal people. It's for our safety.
Lily glanced toward her parents, who were looking around the platform with pure enjoyment evident on their faces.
Freak,
Petunia said once more, and she spat at her sister, and flounced off to where her parents stood. The scene dissolved again. Snape was hurrying along the corridor of the Hogwarts Express as it clattered through the countryside. He had already changed into his school robes, and at last he stopped outside a compartment in which a group of rowdy boys were talking. Hunched in a corner seat beside the window was Lily, her face pressed up against the windowpane. Snape slid open the compartment door and sat down opposite Lily. She glanced at him and then looked back out of the window. She had clearly been crying.
I don't want to talk to you,
she said.
Why not?
Junie hates me.
So what?
She threw him a look of deep dislike.
So she's my sister.
She's only a...
Snape caught himself quickly.
But we're going,
he said.
This is it. We're off to Hogwarts.
She nodded, mopping her eyes, but in spite of herself, she half smiled.
You'd better be in Slytherin,
Snape said.
Slytherin,
one of the boys in the compartment said. He'd shown no interest in Lily or Snape up until that point, but now looked around at them. And Harry saw his father, slight, black-haired like Snape, but with the indefinable air of having been well cared for, even adored, that Snape so conspicuously lacked.
Who wants to be in Slytherin? I think I'd leave, wouldn't you?
James asked the boy lounging on the seats opposite him. With a jolt, Harry realized it was Sirius.
My whole family have been in Slytherin,
Sirius said, unsmiling. His hair was shining and to his shoulders. Evidently, he'd always worn it that way, and his dress robes were immaculately tailored, although he had left the top button unbuttoned and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, having removed the absurdly expensive cufflinks.
Blimey, and I thought you were all right.
James said. Sirius grinned.
Maybe I'll break the tradition. Where are you heading, if you've got the choice?
James lifted an invisible sword.
Gryffindor, where dwell the brave of heart. Like my dad.
Snape made a small disparaging noise and James turned on him.
Got a problem with that?
No.
Snape said, though he sneered slightly.
If you'd rather be brawny than brainy.
Where are you hoping to go, seeing as you're neither?
Sirius interjected. James roared with laughter. Lily sat up, rather flushed, and looked from James to Sirius in dislike.
Come on, Severus. Let's find our own compartment.
Ooh.
James and Sirius imitated her lofty voice. James tried to trip Snape as he passed. The scene dissolved once more. Harry was standing right beside Snape as they faced the candlelit house tables, lined with rapt faces. Then Professor McGonagall called out,
Evans, Lily.
Harry watched his mother walk on trembling legs and sit down upon the rickety stool. Professor McGonagall dropped the sorting hat onto her head, and barely a second after it had touched the dark red hair, the hat cried,
Gryffindor.
Harry heard Snape let out a tiny groan. Lily took off the hat, handed it to Professor McGonagall, and then hurried toward the cheering Gryffindors. But as she went she glanced back at Snape, and there was a small, sad smile on her face. Harry saw Sirius move up the bench to make room for her, but Lily took a seat on the opposite bench, crossing her arms and turning her back on him. Harry couldn't help realizing that then the seat on the bench beside Sirius would be open and available for the next Gryffindor student. The roll call continued, and Harry watched as Professor McGonagall called,
Lupin, Remus.
Up to the stool. Remus was pale, skinny, and slight at 11, a scar already visible on his neck just above the collar of his robes. He walked slowly and nervously up to the stool, and as Professor McGonagall set the hat upon Remus's head, Harry saw her eyes shine with interest and curiosity. The hat called out,
Gryffindor.
After a moment's pause, Harry assumed it had been dithering between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor for Remus. As Remus went to sit beside Sirius at the Gryffindor table, Remus smiled warmly at the boy beside him, and Harry watched his guardians exchange their first words with one another. Harry also noted Lily staring at Remus out of the corner of her eye. Peter Pettigrew was sorted before James. The hat took quite a long time to sort him, and the great hall seemed to grow tense before the hat finally shouted,
Gryffindor.
James was last of the group, and the hat sorted him as quickly as it had sorted Lily. At last, Professor McGonagall called Snape's name. Harry walked with Snape up to the stool, watched the hat be placed upon his head, and heard it cry out,
Slytherin.
And Severus Snape moved off to the other side of the hall, away from Lily. And the scene changed. Lily and Snape were walking through the castle courtyard, clearly arguing. Harry hurried to catch up with them and listen in. As he reached them, he realized how much taller they both were. A few years had passed since the sorting.
Thought we were supposed to be friends.
Snape was saying.
Best friends.
We are, Sev, but I don't like some of the people you're hanging around with. I'm sorry, but I detest Avery and Mulciber. Mulciber. What do you see in him, Sev? He's creepy. Do you know what he tried to do to Mary MacDonald the other day?
Lily had reached a pillar and leaned against it, looking up into the thin, sallow face.
That was nothing,
Snape said.
It was a laugh, that's all.
It was dark magic, and if you think that's funny.
What about the stuff Potter and his mates get up to?
Snape demanded.
What's Potter got to do with anything?
Lily asked.
They sneak out at night. There's something weird about that Lupin. Where does he keep going?
It's none of your business,
Lily said, straightening.
Remus is my friend too, and he's ill. He says he's ill.
Every month at the full moon,
Snape said.
I know your theory,
Lily said, sounding cold.
But leave poor Remus alone. Why are you so obsessed with them anyway? Why do you care what they're doing at night?
I'm just trying to show you they're not as wonderful as everyone thinks they are,
Snape said, and then intensity in his gaze made Lily blush.
They don't use dark magic though,
Lily said, and she dropped her voice.
And you're being really ungrateful. I heard what happened the other night. You went sneaking down that tunnel by the Whomping Willow, and James Potter saved you from whatever's down there.
Snape's whole face contorted and he sputtered.
Saved. Saved. You think he was playing the hero? He was saving his neck and his friends too. It's not a theory, Lily. You're not going to. I won't let you.
Let me. Let me.
Lily's bright green eyes were slits. Snape backtracked at once.
I didn't mean, I just don't want to see you made a fool of. He fancies you, James Potter fancies you. And he's not, everyone thinks, big Quidditch hero.
Snape's bitterness and dislike were rendering him incoherent.
I know James Potter's an arrogant Torak,
Lily said, cutting across Snape.
I don't need you to tell me that. But Mulciber and Avery's idea of humor is just evil. Evil, Sev. I don't understand how you can be friends with them.
Harry doubted that Snape had heard this last bit. The moment Lily had insulted James Potter, Snape's whole body had relaxed, and as they walked away, there was a spring in Snape's step. And the scene dissolved. Harry watched again as Snape left the Great Hall after sitting his owl in defense against the dark arts. Harry watched as Snape strayed inadvertently close to the place beneath the beech tree where James, Peter, Remus, and Sirius sat together. Harry took no pleasure in seeing what happened again. He watched as Lily went to Snape's defense. Distantly, Harry heard Snape shout at her in his humiliation and his fury, the unforgivable word.
Mudblood.
The scene changed.
I'm sorry.
I'm not interested.
I'm sorry.
Save your breath.
It was night time. Lily, who was wearing a dressing gown, stood with her arms folded in front of the portrait of the fat lady, at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower.
I only came out because Mary told me you were threatening to sleep here.
I was. I would have done. I never meant to call you Mudblood, it just
slipped out.
There was no pity in Lily's voice.
It's too late. I've made excuses for you for years. None of my friends can understand why I even talk to you. You and your precious little Death Eater friends, you see, you don't even deny it. You don't even deny that's what you're all aiming to be. You can't wait to join you-know-who, can you?
Snape opened his mouth, but closed it without speaking.
I can't pretend anymore. You've chosen your way, I've chosen mine.
No, listen, I didn't mean
to call me Mudblood. But you call every one of my birth Mudblood, Severus. Why should I be any different?
Snape struggled on the verge of speech, but with a contemptuous look Lily turned and climbed back through the portrait hole. The corridor dissolved and the scene took longer to reform. Harry was in a dark, dank room, surrounded by cauldrons emitting varying colors of vapors into the air. Snape was now a young man. He looked around 20. And he was murmuring incantations over a large batch of draught of living death, and then he set aside his wand and looked up.
What do you want, Regulus?
Standing in the doorway was the emaciated, dead-eyed figure of Regulus Black. He took a silent step toward Snape, his black robes silent as they graced the cold, stone floor.
I have something to ask you,
Regulus said, his voice vacant and hollow. Snape cocked his head.
Well,
he sneered. And in that empty voice, Regulus told Snape of how he must go to 12 Grimmauld Place the following day, how he would find a locket, and must destroy it. Snape listened and said nothing.
I believe I can trust you to do this,
Regulus said.
Because of her.
Because of who?
Snape spat. Regulus did not answer. He only turned and left. Snape stared after him for a long while and then returned to his potion with a crease between his brows. Harry realized that although Snape did not follow Regulus's instructions, that he hid what Regulus had done, told no one of what Regulus had told him. The scene changed and reformed once more. Snape stood on a hilltop, forlorn and cold in the darkness, the wind whistling through the branches of the leafless trees. Snape looked very similar to how he had looked in the dark potion storeroom, but he was panting now, turning on the spot, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. Then a blinding, jagged jet of white light flew through the air and Snape dropped to his knees. His wand had flown out of his hand as he cried,
"Don't kill me."
That was not my intention.
Any sound of Dumbledore apparating had been drowned out by the sound of the wind in the branches. He stood before Snape with his robes ripping around him. His face was illuminated from below in the light cast by his wand.
Well, Severus, what message does Lord Voldemort have for me?
No message. I'm here on my own account.
Snape looked a little mad. His straggling black hair was flying around him.
I come with a warning. No, a request. Please.
Dumbledore flicked his wand and silence fell on the spot where he and Snape faced one another.
What request could a Death Eater make of me?
The prophecy, the prediction. Trelawney.
Ah, yes?
Dumbledore said.
How much did you relay to Lord Voldemort?
Everything. Everything I heard.
Snape said.
That is why. It is for this reason. He thinks it means Lily Evans.
The prophecy did not refer to a woman,
Dumbledore said.
It spoke of a boy born at the end of July.
You know what I mean. He thinks it means her son. He is going to hunt her down, kill them all.
If she means so much to you, surely Lord Voldemort will spare her,
Dumbledore said.
Could you not ask for mercy of the mother, in exchange for the son?
I have asked him.
You disgust me,
Dumbledore said, and Harry had never heard such contempt in his voice. Snape shrank back a little as Dumbledore continued.
You do not care, then, about the deaths of her husband and child. They can die, as long as you have what you want.
Snape looked up at Dumbledore.
Hide them all then,
he croaked.
Keep them, safe. Please.
And what will you give me in return, Severus?
In return.
Snape gaped up at Dumbledore, and Harry expected him to protest, but after a moment he said,
Anything.
The hilltop faded and Harry stood in Dumbledore's office and something was making a terrible sound, like a wounded animal. Snape was slumped forward in a chair and Dumbledore was standing over him, looking grim. After a moment or two, Snape raised his face, and he looked like a man who had lived 100 years of misery since leaving the wild hilltop.
I thought you were going to keep her safe.
She and James put their faith in the wrong person,
Dumbledore said.
Rather like you, Severus. Weren't you hoping that Lord Voldemort would spare her?
Snape's breathing was shallow.
Her boy survives,
Dumbledore said.
Her son lives. He has her eyes, preciously her eyes. You remember the shape and color of Lily Evans's eyes, I am sure.
Don't.
Snape cried.
Gone. Dead.
Is this remorse, Severus?
I wish I were dead.
And what use would that be to anyone?
Dumbledore said coldly.
If you loved Lily Evans, if you truly loved her, then your way forward is clear.
Snape seemed to peer through a haze of pain.
What do you mean?
You know how and why she died. Make sure it was not in vain. Help me protect Lily's son.
He does not need protection. The Dark Lord is gone.
The Dark Lord will return, and Harry Potter will be in terrible danger when he does.
There was a long pause in which Snape mastered his own breathing before saying,
Very well, but never tell Dumbledore. Swear it. This must be between us. I cannot bear, especially Potter's son. I want your word.
My word, Severus, that I shall never reveal the best of you.
Dumbledore sighed, looking down at Snape's ferocious, anguished face.
If you insist.
The office dissolved but reformed instantly. Snape was pacing up and down in front of Dumbledore.
Mediocre, arrogant as his father, a determined rule-breaker, delighted to find himself famous, attention-seeking and impertinent.
You see what you expect to see, Severus,
Dumbledore said without raising his eyes from a copy of Transfiguration today.
Other teachers say the boy is modest, likable, and reasonably talented. Personally, I find him an engaging child.
Dumbledore turned a page and without looking up said,
Keep an eye on Quirrell, won't you?
A whirl of color and Snape and Dumbledore now stood a little apart in the entrance hall, while the last stragglers of the Yule Ball passed them on their way to bed.
Well,
Dumbledore murmured.
Karkaroff's mark is becoming darker too. He is panicking, he fears retribution. You know how much help he gave the Ministry after the Dark Lord fell.
Snape looked sideways at Dumbledore.
Karkaroff intends to flee if the mark burns.
Does he?
Dumbledore said softly as Fleur Delacour and Roger Davies came giggling in from the grounds.
And are you tempted to join him?
No,
Snape said.
I am not such a coward.
No,
Dumbledore agreed.
You are a braver man by far than Igor Karkaroff. You know, I sometimes think we sought too soon.
He walked away, leaving Snape looking stricken. And now Harry stood in the headmaster's office yet again. It was night time, and Dumbledore sagged sideways in the chair behind the desk, apparently semi-conscious. His right hand dangled over the side, blackened and burned. Snape was muttering incantations, pointing his wand at the wrist of the hand, while with his left hand he tipped a goblet full of thick potion down Dumbledore's throat. After a moment, Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered and opened.
Why?
Snape said at once.
Why did you put on that ring? It carries a curse, surely you realize that. Why even touch it?
Marvolo Gaunt's ring lay on the desk before Dumbledore. It was cracked. The sword of Gryffindor lay beside it. Dumbledore grimaced.
I was a fool. Sorely tempted.
Tempted by what?
Dumbledore did not answer.
It is a miracle you managed to return here.
Snape sounded furious.
That ring carried a curse of extraordinary power. To contain it is all we can hope for. I have trapped the curse in one hand for the time being.
Dumbledore raised his blackened, useless hand and examined it with the expression of one being shown an interesting specimen.
You have done very well, Severus. How long do you think I have?
Snape hesitated.
I cannot tell. Maybe a year. There is no halting such a spell forever. It will spread eventually. It is a sort of curse that strengthens over time.
Dumbledore smiled.
I am fortunate, extremely fortunate, that I have you, Severus.
If you had only summoned me a little earlier, I might have been able to do more, buy you more time.
Snape said angrily.
Did you think breaking the ring would break the curse?
Something like that. I was delirious, no doubt.
Dumbledore said.
Well, really, this makes matters much more straightforward.
Snape looked utterly perplexed and Dumbledore smiled again.
I refer to the plan Lord Voldemort is revolving around me. His plan to have the poor Malfoy boy murder me.
Snape sat down in the chair Harry had so often occupied, across the desk from Dumbledore. Scowling, Snape said,
The Dark Lord does not expect Draco to succeed. This is merely punishment for Lucius's recent failures. Slow torture for Draco's parents, while they watch him fail and pay the price.
In short, the boy has had a death sentence pronounced upon him as surely as I have.
Dumbledore said.
Now, I should have thought that the natural successor to the job, once Draco fails, is yourself.
There was a short pause.
That, I think, is the Dark Lord's plan.
Lord Voldemort foresees a moment in the near future when he will not need a spy at Hogwarts.
He believes the school will soon be in his grasp, yes.
And if it does fall into his grasp,
Dumbledore said,
I have your word that you will do all in your power to protect the students of Hogwarts.
Snape gave a stiff nod.
Good. Now then. Your first priority will be to discover what Draco is up to. Offer him help, guidance, he ought to accept, he likes you.
Much less since his father has lost favor. Draco blames me, he thinks I have usurped Lucius's position.
All the same, try. But ultimately, of course, there is only one thing to be done if we are to save him from Lord Voldemort's wrath.
Snape raised his eyebrows and said sardonically,
Are you intending to let him kill you?
Certainly not. You must kill me.
There was a long silence, broken only by the stirrings of Fawkes on his perch.
Would you like me to do it now?
Snape said, his voice dripping heavily with irony.
Or would you like a few moments to compose an epitaph?
Oh, not quite yet,
Dumbledore said, smiling.
I dare say the moment will present itself in due course. Given what has happened tonight,
he indicated his withered hand.
We can be sure that it will happen within a year.
If you don't mind dying,
Snape said roughly,
why not let Draco do it?
That boy's soul is not yet so damaged, I would not have it ripped apart on my account.
And my soul, Dumbledore. Mine.
You alone know whether it will harm your soul to help an old man avoid pain and humiliation.
Dumbledore said.
I ask this great favor of you, Severus, because death is coming for me as surely as the Chudley Cannons will finish bottom of this year's league. I confess I should prefer a quick, painless exit to the protracted and messy affair it will be if, for instance, Greyback is involved. Remus informs me that Voldemort has once more recruited him. Or dear Bellatrix, who liked to play with her food before she eats it.
Dumbledore's tone was light, but his blue eyes pierced Snape as they had frequently pierced Harry, as though the soul they discussed was visible to him. At last, Snape gave another curt nod. Dumbledore seemed satisfied.
Thank you, Severus.
The office disappeared, and now Snape and Dumbledore were strolling together in the deserted castle grounds by twilight.
What are you doing with Potter? All those evenings you were closeted together.
Snape asked abruptly. Dumbledore looked weary.
Why? You aren't trying to give the boy more detentions, are you, Severus? The boy will soon spend more time in detention than out.
He is his father all over again, and those guardians of his.
In looks, perhaps, but his deepest nature is much more like his mother's. And having Sirius and Remus to watch over him has given the boy a grounding he so sorely needed. I spend time with Harry because I have things I must discuss with him, information that I must give him before it is too late.
Information?
Snape repeated.
You trust him. You do not trust me.
It is not a question of trust. I have, as we both know, limited time. It is essential that I give the boy enough information for him to do what he needs to do.
And why may I not have the same information?
I prefer not to put all of my secrets in one basket. Particularly not a basket that spends so much time dangling on the arm of Lord Voldemort.
Which I do on your orders.
And you do it extremely well. Do not think that I underestimate the constant danger in which you place yourself, Severus. To give Voldemort what appears to be valuable information while withholding the essentials is a job that I would entrust to no one but you.
Yet you confide much more in a boy who is incapable of occlumency, whose magic is mediocre, and who has a direct connection into the Dark Lord's mind.
Voldemort fears that connection,
Dumbledore said.
Not so long ago he had one small taste of what truly sharing Harry's mind means to him. It was pain such as he had never experienced. He will not try to possess Harry again, I am sure of it. Not in that way.
I don't understand.
Lord Voldemort's soul, maimed as it is, cannot bear close contact with a soul like Harry's.
Souls? We were talking of minds.
In the case of Harry and Lord Voldemort, to speak of one is to speak of the other.
Dumbledore glanced around to make sure that they were alone. They were close by the Forbidden Forest now.
After you have killed me, Severus.
You refuse to tell me everything, yet you expect that small service of me.
Snape snarled and real anger flared in his thin face.
You take a great deal for granted, Dumbledore. Perhaps I have changed my mind.
You gave me your word, Severus. And while we are talking about services you owe me, I thought you agreed to keep a close eye on your young Slytherin friend.
Snape looked mutinous and Dumbledore sighed.
Come to my office tonight, Severus, at 11, and you shall not complain that I have no confidence in you.
They were back in Dumbledore's office, the windows dark, and Fawkes sat silent as Snape sat quite still, as Dumbledore walked around him, talking.
Harry must not know, not until the last moment, not until it is necessary, otherwise how could he have the strength to do what must be done?
But what must he do?
That is between Harry and me. Now listen carefully, Severus. There will come a time, after my death, do not argue, do not interrupt. There will come a time when Lord Voldemort will seem to fear for the life of his snake.
For Nagini.
Snape looked astonished.
Precisely. If there comes a time when Lord Voldemort stops sending the snake forth to do his bidding, but keeps it safe beside him under magical protection, then, I think, it will be safe to tell Harry.
Tell him what?
Dumbledore took a deep breath and closed his eyes.
Tell him that on the night Lord Voldemort tried to kill him, when Lily cast her own life between them as a shield, the killing curse rebounded upon Lord Voldemort, and a fragment of Voldemort's soul was blasted apart from the whole, and latched itself onto the only living soul left in that collapsing building. Part of Lord Voldemort's soul lives inside Harry, and it is what gives him the power of speech with snakes, and the connection to Lord Voldemort's mind that he has never understood. And while that fragment of soul, unmissed by Voldemort, remains attached to and protected by Harry, Lord Voldemort cannot die.
Harry seemed to be watching the two men from one end of a long tunnel.
So, the boy must die,
Snape said quite calmly.
And Voldemort himself must do it, Severus. This is essential.
Another long silence. Then Snape said,
I thought, all these years, that we were protecting him for her. For Lily.
We have protected him because it has been essential to teach him, to raise him, to let him try his strength,
Dumbledore said, his eyes tightly shut.
Meanwhile, the connection between them grows ever stronger. Sometimes I have thought he suspects it himself. If I know him, He will have arranged matters so that when he does set out to meet his death, it will truly mean the end of Voldemort.
Dumbledore opened his eyes and Snape looked horrified.
You have kept him alive so that he can die at the right moment.
Don't be so shocked, Severus. How many men and women have you watched die?
Lately, only those I could not save,
Snape said, and he stood up.
You have used me.
Meaning?
I have spied for you and lied for you, put myself in mortal danger for you. Everything was supposed to keep Lily Potter's son safe. Now you tell me that you have been raising him like a pig for slaughter.
But this is touching, Severus,
Dumbledore said soberly.
Have you grown to care for the boy after all?
For him,
Snape cried.
Expecto Patronum.
From the tip of Snape's wand burst the silver doe. She landed on the office floor, bounded across the room, and soared out of the window. Dumbledore watched her fly away, and as her silvery flow faded, he turned back to Snape and his eyes were full of tears.
After all this time?
Always,
said Snape.
Always.
And the scene shifted. Now Snape was talking to the portrait of Phineas Nigellus in the headmaster's study.
Headmaster,
Phineas said.
They are camping in the Forest of Dean. The Mudblood.
Do not use that word.
The Granger girl mentioned the place as she opened her bag and I heard her.
Good. Very good.
The portrait of Dumbledore cried from behind the chair.
Now, Severus, the sword. Do not forget that it must be taken under conditions of need and valor, and he must not know that you give it. If Voldemort should read Harry's mind and see you acting for him.
I know,
Snape said curtly. He approached the portrait of Dumbledore and pulled it aside. It swung forward, revealing a hidden cavity behind it from which he took the sword of Gryffindor.
And you still aren't going to tell me why it's so important to give Potter this sword?
Snape said as he swung a traveling cloak over his robes.
No, I don't think so,
Dumbledore's portrait said.
He will know what to do with it. And Severus, be very careful.
Snape turned at the door.
Don't worry, Dumbledore,
he said coolly.
I have a plan.
And Snape left the room. Harry rose up out of the pensive, and moments later he lay on the carpeted floor in the exact same room. Snape might have just closed the door. Chapter 26. Finally, the truth. Lying with his face pressed into the dusty carpet of the office where he had once thought he was learning the secrets of victory, Harry understood at last that he was not supposed to survive. His job was to walk calmly into death's welcoming arms. Along the way, he was to dispose of Voldemort's remaining links to life, so that when he at last flung himself across Voldemort's path, and did not raise a wand to defend himself, the end would be clean, and the job that ought to have been done in Godric's Hollow would be finished. Neither would live, either could survive. Harry felt his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. How strange that in his dread of death, it pumped all the harder, valiantly keeping him alive. But it would have to stop, and soon. Its beats were numbered. How many would there be time for, as he rose and walked through the castle for the last time, out into the grounds and into the forest? Terror washed over him as he lay on the floor, with that funeral drum pounding inside him. Would it hurt to die? All those times he had thought it was about to happen and escaped, he had never really thought of the act itself. His will to live had always been much stronger than his fear of death. Yet it did not occur to him to try to escape, to try to outrun Voldemort. It was over, he knew it. He would do this for his loved ones, for the world. All that was left was the thing itself, dying. He envied his parents' deaths now. Their deaths had been quick, cruel as they had been. This cold-blooded walk to his own destruction would require a different kind of bravery. He felt his fingers trembling slightly and made an effort to control them, although no one could see him. The portraits on the walls were all still empty. Slowly, very slowly, he sat up, and as he did so he felt more alive and more aware of his own living body than ever before. Why had he never appreciated what a miracle it was, brain, nerve, and pounding heart? It would all be gone, or at least, he would be gone from it. His breath came slow and deep, and his mouth and throat were completely dry, but so were his eyes. Dumbledore's betrayal was almost nothing. Of course there had been a bigger plan. Harry had simply been too foolish to see it, he realized that now. Harry had never questioned his own assumption that Dumbledore wanted him alive. Now he saw that his lifespan had always been determined by how long it took to eliminate all the Horcruxes. Dumbledore had passed the job of destroying them to Harry, and Harry had obediently continued to chip away at the bonds tying not only Voldemort, but himself, to life. How neat, how elegant, not to waste any more lives, but to give the dangerous task to the boy who had already been marked for slaughter, and whose death would not be a calamity, but another blow against Voldemort. And Dumbledore had known that Harry would not duck out. That he would keep going to the end, even though it was his end, because Dumbledore had taken the trouble to get to know Harry, hadn't he? Dumbledore knew, as Voldemort knew, that Harry would not let anyone else die for him now that he had discovered it was in his power to stop it. The images of Fred, Tonks, and Ted, lying dead in the Great Hall forced their way back into Harry's mind's eye, and for a moment he could hardly breathe. Death was impatient. But Dumbledore had overestimated Harry. He had failed, the snake survived. One Horcrux remained to bind Voldemort to the earth, even after Harry had been killed. True, that would mean an easier job for someone. He wondered who would do it. Ron and Hermione, and Sirius and Remus would know what needed to be done, of course. That would have been why Dumbledore wanted him to confide in them, so that if he fulfilled his true destiny a little early, they could carry on. Like rain on a cold window, these thoughts pattered against the hard surface of the incontrovertible truth. Which was that Harry must die.
I must die.
It must end. There would be no goodbyes and no explanations. Harry was determined of that. He could not make this journey with his friends or his guardians, and the attempts they would make to stop him would waste valuable time. The pain and grief in their faces, the anguish and torture of what it would do to them, to Sirius and Remus especially, who saw their care of Harry as an extension of their love and loss of James and Lily.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Remus. I'm so sorry. You deserve better than this 1,000,000 times. But you must live on. Carry my family's legacy, it rests in your capable hands.
Harry looked down at the battered gold watch that Molly had given him for his 17th birthday. Nearly half of the hour allotted by Voldemort for his surrender had elapsed. He stood up. His heart was leaping against his ribs like a frantic bird, but Harry envisioned those shelves in his mind, the drawing room of 12 Grimmauld Place, a crackling fire and a spinning record. His heart slowed, and he did not look back as he closed the office door. The castle was empty. Harry felt ghostly striding through it, as if he had already died. He pulled the invisibility cloak over himself, and descended through the floors, at last walking down the marble staircase into the entrance hall. Within the great hall, Remus was now tending to the wounded beside Poppy, and did not hear nor sense Harry beyond the oaken doors, and so it was that no one came to stop Harry as he walked the death march alone. Harry reached the front doors, and then Neville nearly walked into him. He was one half of a pair that was carrying a body in from the grounds. Harry glanced down and felt another dull blow to his stomach. Colin Creevey, though underage, must have sneaked back just as Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had done. Colin was tiny in death.
You know what? I can manage him alone, Neville,
Oliver Wood said, and he heaved Colin over his shoulder in a fireman's lift, and carried him into the great hall. Neville leaned against the doorframe for a moment, and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. He looked like an old man. Then he set off down the steps again into the darkness to recover more bodies. Harry took one glance back at the great hall. People were moving around, trying to comfort each other, drinking, kneeling beside the dead, but he could not see any of the people he loved. He could see no hint of Sirius, Remus, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, or any of the other Weasleys, no Luna. He felt he would have given all the time remaining to him for just one more look at them, but then, would he ever have the strength to stop looking? It was better like this. Harry moved down the steps and into the darkness. It was nearly 4 in the morning, and the stillness of the grounds felt as though they were holding their breath, waiting to see whether he could do what he must. Harry moved toward Neville, who was bending over another body.
Neville.
Blimey, Harry, you nearly gave me heart failure.
Harry had pulled off the cloak. The idea came to him out of nowhere, born out of a desire to make absolutely sure. And he knew he could rely on Neville as much as any of the others.
Where are you going alone?
Neville asked suspiciously.
It's all part of the plan,
Harry said.
There's something I've got to do. Listen, Neville.
Harry.
Neville looked scared.
Harry, you're not thinking of handing yourself over.
No.
Harry lied.
Course not, this is something else. But I might be out of sight for a while. You know Voldemort's snake, Neville. He's got a huge snake, calls it Nagini.
I've heard, yeah, what about it?
It's got to be killed. Ron, Hermione, Sirius, and Remus know about that, but just in case they...
The awfulness of the possibility smothered Harry for a moment, made it impossible to keep talking. But he pulled himself together again. This was crucial. He must make sure there were backups, others to carry on.
Just in case they're busy, and you get the chance.
Kill the snake.
Kill the snake.
Harry nodded.
All right, Harry, you're okay, aren't you?
I'm fine. Thanks, Neville.
But Neville seized his wrist as Harry made to move on.
We're all going to keep fighting, Harry. You know that, right?
Yeah,
But the suffocating feeling extinguished the end of the sentence, and Harry could not go on. Neville seemed to understand. He patted Harry's shoulder and released him, and walked away to look for more bodies. Harry swung the cloak over himself and walked on. Someone else was moving not far away, stooping over another prone figure on the ground. He was feet away from her when he realized it was Ginny. He stopped in his tracks. Ginny was crouching over a girl who was whispering for her mother.
It's all right.
Ginny was saying.
It's okay. We're going to get you inside.
But I want to go home.
The girl murmured.
I don't want to fight anymore.
I know.
Ginny said, and her voice broke.
It's going to be all right.
Ripples of cold undulated Harry's skin. He wanted to shout out to the night. He wanted Ginny to know that he was there. He wanted her to know where he was going. He wanted to be stopped, to be dragged back, to be sent home. But he was home. Hogwarts had been the first home he had known. And 12 Grimmauld Place, the drawing room, his safe space, had been a source of pain and heartbreak for Sirius as a boy, and then the headquarters of a war. And Hope Cottage felt like ages and ages ago. Had he, Harry, ever lived there? It felt like a dream, but if he could make it real for Sirius, Remus, and Teddy, then Harry must. Ginny was kneeling beside the injured girl now, holding her hand. With a huge effort, Harry forced himself on. He thought he saw Ginny look around as he passed, and wondered whether she sensed someone walking by, sensed him thinking,
I love you. I love you. I love you. I'd do anything for you, anything. I will do this.
Hagrid's hut loomed out of the darkness. There were no lights, no sound of Fang's scrabbling at the door, his bark booming in welcome. All those visits to Hagrid, and the gleam of the copper kettle on the fire, and rock cakes and giant grubs, and his great, bearded face, and Ron vomiting slugs and Hermione helping him save Norbert. Harry moved on, and now he reached the edge of the forest, and he stopped. A swarm of Dementors was gliding amongst the trees. He could feel their chill. But he had no strength left for a Patronus. He could no longer control his trembling. It was not, after all, so easy to die. Every second he breathed, the smell of the grass, the cool air on his face, was so precious. To think that people had years and years, time to waste, so much time it dragged, and he was clinging to every second. At the same time, he thought that he would not be able to go on, and knew that he must. The long game was over, the snitch had been caught, it was time to leave the air. The snitch. His nerveless fingers fumbled for a moment in his pocket, and then he pulled it out. I open at the close. In a way, Remus had been right, as he always was. The snitch opened at the end of Harry's quest to defeat Voldemort, and at the close of his own life. Breathing fast and hard, Harry stared down at it. Now that he wanted time to move as slowly as possible, it seemed to have sped up, and understanding was coming so fast it seemed to have bypassed thought. He pressed the golden metal to his lips and whispered,
I am about to die.
The metal shell broke open. He lowered his shaking hand, raised Draco's wand beneath the cloak and murmured,
Lumos.
The black stone with its jagged crack running down the center sat in the two halves of the open snitch. The resurrection stone had cracked down the vertical line representing the elder wand. The triangle and circle representing the cloak and the stone were still discernible. And again, Harry understood without having to think. It did not matter about bringing them back, for he was about to join them. He was not really fetching them, they were fetching him. He closed his eyes and turned the stone over in his hands 3 times. James grinned as he made puffs of colored smoke erupt from his wand for the amusement of his small son. Harry looked so cute in his blue pajamas, laughing and trying to catch the smoke, to grab it in his small fist. Harry would make a fine seeker one day, James thought with a grin. The kitchen door opened and Lily entered, her long flaming red hair falling over her face as she laughed and smiled, saying,
A grand seeker.
James finished for her. Merlin, she looked lovely tonight, even with the war closing in around them, she still made the home feel like home. And it was Halloween night. Once little Harry was put to bed, they could watch her favorite special on the telly and Lily could explain to him all of the Muggle beliefs around Halloween for the umpteenth time. James always loved to hear Lily explain things, tell stories. Loved to watch the way her eyes lit up and her hands moved in the air as she gestured. James bent and scooped up his son before handing Harry to Lily. He threw himself down upon the sofa and stretched, yawning, thinking of Lily soon snuggled up beside him, and Harry soundly asleep upstairs. The door burst open. James did not hesitate. He sprinted into the hall. His hands were clammy and empty, and he realized, like a cold blast of winter air, that he did not have his wand.
Lily, take Harry and go.
He shouted, his heart pounding, his mind, his entire life, narrowed in on the young woman he loved and his baby boy.
It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off.
Voldemort laughed before casting the curse.
Avada Kedavra.
James's last thought was of Lily and Harry. And he pleaded,
Let them live, let them live. I'll go, let them stay.
There was no ill will in his heart, only this last prayer.
I'll do anything for them. I'll die gladly right now. Just let Lily live to raise our son, to imbue him with her full heart and her zealous wit. Let Harry zoom across a Quidditch pitch, let him know the healing power of magic, let him help others.
The green light filled the cramped hallway and James Potter fell. Lily could not help from screaming as she heard the curse below, and knew James was dead.
James, oh James, not James, he was the son, for God's sake. How could life go on without him?
But in her arms, Harry started crying and Lily focused. This was her and James's little boy, the one who had kicked and spun inside her. He would be the light in the darkness, Sirius had told her. He would be the sun. As gently as she could, she held her little boy against her chest and began barricading herself in. She had no wand on her either. She knew it as she shoved the dresser, the boxes full of baby clothes, and the rocking chair up against the door, thinking ridiculously of the nursery rhymes she had sung to Harry the night before. She watched him force the door open, casting aside the rocking chair and boxes hastily piled up against it with one lazy sweep of his wand, and there Lily stood, Harry in her arms. As soon as she saw him, Lily dropped her son into the crib behind her and threw her arms wide. She knew this would not help, but still she shielded him. She thought only,
Let him live, let him live. I'll go join James, but let him stay.
There was no pain left in her, only this one last pleading.
Let my child outlive me, let him live and let him love. Let him see a wonderful world, let him dream. Not Harry, please not Harry.
She heard herself beg aloud.
Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now.
Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead.
This is my last warning.
Not Harry. Please have mercy, not Harry. Please, I'll do anything. Anything, I'll do anything for him. Anything for Harry.
Stand aside. Stand aside, girl.
The green light flashed around the room and Lily Evans' Potter dropped. They were neither ghosts nor truly flesh, Harry could see that. Less substantial than living bodies, but much more than ghosts, they moved toward him, and on their faces was the same loving smile. Time had stitched them by. Time had made them into legends more than people. But they had been alive, and real once. James was exactly the same height as Harry. James was wearing the clothes in which he had died, and his hair was untidy and ruffled, his glasses were a little lopsided, like Arthur's. He was so young, only 21, and Harry could fully appreciate his father's youthful death now. And James looked happy, glad to be back in this familiar place, scene of so many adolescent wanderings. Lily's smile was wider than James'. She was so young and so beautiful, so vibrant, even in her shaded state. She pushed her long, red hair back as she drew close to Harry, and her green eyes, so like his, searched his face hungrily, as though she would never be able to see him enough.
You've been so brave.
Harry could not speak. His eyes feasted on Lily, and he thought he would like to stand and look at her forever, and that would be enough.
You are nearly there,
James said.
Very close. We are so proud of you.
Does it hurt?
The childish question had slipped from Harry's lips before he could stop it.
Dying? Not at all,
James said.
Quicker and easier than falling asleep.
I didn't want you to die,
Harry said. These words came without his volition.
I'm so sorry.
I am sorry too,
James said softly. Behind his glasses, his large hazel eyes were warm on Harry.
I'm sorry that I did not get to be there, Harry. Your mother and I were trying to make a world in which you could live a happier life. And we're sorry it has been.
It's been wonderful,
Harry said, his voice breaking.
I had the best of friends, and Moony and Padfoot came into my life. They took care of me. And I played Quidditch and saw magic, felt magic.
Harry turned to his mother, beseeching her.
I felt love, Mum. And I loved back.
Lily smiled still wider, her green eyes still roaming his face.
That is all I hoped for you, my darling son.
A chilly breeze that seemed to emanate from the heart of the forest lifted the hair at Harry's brow. He knew that they would not tell him to go, that it would have to be his decision.
You'll stay with me.
Until the very end,
James said.
They won't be able to see you.
We are a part of you,
Lily said gently.
Invisible to anyone else.
Harry looked at his mother.
Stay close to me,
he said quietly. And he set off. The Dementor's chill did not overcome him. He passed through it with his parents, and they acted like patronesses to him, and together they marched through the old trees that grew closely together, their branches tangled, their roots gnarled and twisted underfoot. Harry clutched the cloak tightly around him in the darkness, traveling deeper and deeper into the forest, with no idea where exactly Voldemort was, but sure that he would find him. Death was calling, it would lead Harry on. Beside him, making scarcely a sound, walked James and Lily, and their presence was his courage, and the reason he was able to keep putting one foot in front of the other. His body and mind felt oddly disconnected now, his limbs working without instruction, as if he were a passenger, not the driver, in the body he was about to leave. His dead parents who walked beside him were more real to him now than the living back at the castle. They felt like ghosts as he stumbled and slipped toward the end of his life, toward Voldemort. A thud and a whisper. Some other living creature had stirred nearby. Harry stopped under the cloak, peering around, listening, and his mother and father stopped too.
Someone there,
came a rough whisper close at hand.
He's got an invisibility cloak. Could it be?
Two figures emerged from behind a nearby tree, their wands flared, and Harry recognized Yaxley and Dolohov peering into the darkness, directly at the place where James and Lily stood. The Death Eaters could not see the dead.
Definitely heard something,
Yaxley said.
Animal, do you reckon?
That head case Hagrid kept a whole bunch of stuff in here.
Dolohov said, glancing over his shoulder. Yaxley looked down at his watch.
Time's nearly up. Potter's had his hour. He's not coming.
And he was sure he'd come. He won't be happy.
Better go back.
Yaxley said.
Find out what the plan is now.
He and Dolohov turned and walked deeper into the forest, and Harry followed them, knowing that they would lead him exactly where he wanted to go. He glanced sideways, and Lily smiled at him and James nodded in encouragement. They had traveled for mere minutes when Harry saw light ahead, and Yaxley and Dolohov stepped out into a clearing that Harry knew had been the place where Aragog had once lived. The remnants of his vast web were still there, but the swarm of descendants had been driven out by the Death Eaters, to fight for their cause. A fire burned in the middle of the clearing, and its flickering light fell over a crowd of completely silent, watchful Death Eaters. Some of them were still masked and hooded, others showed their faces. 2 giants sat on the outskirts of the group, casting massive shadows over the scene, their faces rough-hewn like rock. Harry saw the great blonde Rowell was dabbing at his bleeding lip. McNair was holding his silver hand up to the firelight, watching with glinting, greedy eyes as his fingers gleamed. Harry saw Lucius Malfoy, who looked beaten and terrified, and Narcissa, whose eyes were sunken and weary. Voldemort stood with his head bowed, his white hands folded over the Elder Wand in front of him. He might have been praying, or else counting silently in his mind, and Harry, standing still on the edge of the scene, thought absurdly of playing hide-and-seek. Behind Voldemort's head, still swirling and coiling, the great snake Nagini floated in her glittering, charmed cage like a monstrous halo. When Dolohov and Yaxley rejoined the circle, Voldemort looked up.
No sign of him, my lord,
Dolohov said. Voldemort's expression did not change. The red eyes seemed to burn in the firelight. Slowly, he drew the Elder Wand between his long fingers.
My lord.
Bellatrix had spoken. She stood closest to Voldemort, disheveled, her face a little bloody but otherwise unharmed. Voldemort raised his hand to silence her, and she did not speak another word but eyed him in worshipful fascination.
I thought he would come,
Voldemort said in his high, cold and clear voice, his eyes on the leaping flames.
I expected him to come.
No one spoke. Harry's heart was now throwing itself against his ribs as though determined to escape the body he was about to cast aside. His hands were sweating as he pulled off the invisibility cloak and stuffed it beneath his robes, with his wand. He did not want to be tempted to fight.
I was, it seems, mistaken,
Voldemort said.
You weren't.
Harry said it as loudly as he could, with all the force he could muster. He did not want to sound afraid. He did not want to be afraid. The resurrection stones slipped from between his numb fingers and out of the corner of his eyes. Harry saw James and Lily vanish as he stepped forward into the firelight. At that moment he thought of Remus, and what he had told Harry when Harry had been torn between Hallows and Horcruxes.
I offered myself in exchange, just as your mother did for you. I just spoke to the voices beyond the veil, to death, with my heart and soul. I told them I loved him, I offered up myself, and in answer, Sirius was spared.
And so, Harry thought,
I offer myself in exchange for all of them, all whom I love. I love them. I love them so. Let them live. Take me instead.
And then the giants roared and the Death Eaters rose up together, and there were many cries, gasps, and even laughter. Voldemort had frozen where he stood, but his red eyes had found Harry, and he stared as Harry moved toward him, with nothing but the fire between them. Then a voice yelled,
Harry, no.
Harry turned. Hagrid was bound in trust, tied to a tree nearby. His massive body shook the branches overhead as he struggled desperately.
No, no, Harry, what are you?
Quiet!
McNair shouted, and with a flick of his wand, Hagrid was silenced. Bellatrix was looking eagerly from Voldemort to Harry, her breast heaving. The only things that moved were the flames and the snake, coiling and uncoiling in the glittering cage behind Voldemort's head. Harry could feel his wand against his chest, but made no attempt to draw it. He knew that the snake was too well protected, knew that if he managed to point the wand at Nagini, 50 curses would hit him first. And still, Voldemort and Harry looked at one another. And Voldemort tilted his head a little to the side, considering the boy standing before him, and a singularly mirthless smile curled the lipless mouth.
Harry Potter,
he said very softly.
The boy who lived. Come to die.
None of the Death Eaters moved. They were waiting. Everything was waiting. Hagrid was struggling, Bellatrix was panting, and Harry thought inexplicably of Ginny. Her blazing look, and the feel of her lips on his, and please.
Let her live, let her live.
Voldemort raised his wand. His head was tilted still to one side, like a curious child, wondering what would happen if he proceeded. Harry looked back into the red eyes, and wanted it to happen now, quickly, while he could still stand, before he lost control, before he betrayed fear. He saw the mouth move, heard the shout of
Avada Kedavra.
There was a flash of green light, and everything was gone. Chapter 27. He lay face down, listening to the silence. He was perfectly alone. No one was watching, no one else was there. He was not perfectly sure that he was there himself. A long time later, or maybe no time at all, it came to him that he must exist, must be more than disembodied thought, because he was lying, definitely lying, on some surface. Therefore, he had a sense of touch, and the thing against which he lay existed too. Almost as soon as Harry had reached this conclusion, he became aware that he was naked. Convinced as he was of his total solitude, this did not concern him, but it did intrigue him slightly. He wondered whether, as he could feel, he would be able to see. In opening them, he discovered he had eyes. He lay in a bright mist, though it was not like any mist he had ever experienced before. His surroundings were not hidden by a cloudy vapor, rather the cloudy vapor had not yet formed into surroundings. The floor on which he lay seemed to be white, neither warm nor cold, but simply there, a flat blank something on which to be. He sat up. His body appeared unscathed. He touched his face and found that he was not wearing glasses anymore. Then a noise reached him through the unformed nothingness that surrounded him, the small soft thumping of something that flapped, flailed, and struggled. It was a pitiful noise, yet also slightly indecent. Harry had the uncomfortable feeling that he was eavesdropping on something furtive, shameful. For the first time, he wished he were clothed. Barely had the wish formed in his head than robes appeared a short distance away. He took them and pulled them on. They were soft, clean, and warm. It was extraordinary how they had appeared, just like that, the moment he had wanted them. He stood up, looking around. Was he in some great room of requirement? The longer he looked, the more there was to see. A great, domed glass roof glittered above him in the sunlight. Perhaps it was a palace. All was hushed and still, except for those odd thumping and whimpering noises coming from somewhere close by in the mist. Harry turned slowly on the spot, and his surroundings seemed to invent themselves before his eyes. A wide open space, bright and clean, a hall larger by far than the Great Hall, with that clear, domed glass ceiling. It was quite empty. He was the only person there, except for. Harry recoiled. He had spotted the thing that was making the noises. It had the form of a small, naked child curled on the ground, its skin raw and rough, flayed-looking, and it lay shuddering under a seat where it had been left, unwanted, stuffed out of sight, struggling for breath. Harry was afraid of it. Small and fragile and wounded though it was, he did not want to approach it. Nevertheless, he drew slowly nearer, ready to jump back at any moment. Soon he stood near enough to touch it, yet he could not bring himself to do it. He felt like a coward. He ought to comfort it, but it repulsed him.
You cannot help.
Harry spun around. Albus Dumbledore was walking toward him, sprightly and upright, wearing sweeping robes of midnight blue.
Harry,
he said. He spread his arms wide. His eyes were both healed and undamaged.
You wonderful boy. You brave, brave man. Let us walk.
Stunned, Harry followed as Dumbledore strode away from where the flayed child lay whimpering, leading him to 2 seats that Harry had not previously noticed, set some distance away under that high, sparkling ceiling. Dumbledore sat down in one of them, and Harry fell into the other, staring at his old headmaster's face. Dumbledore's long silver hair and beard, the piercing blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, the crooked nose, everything was as he had remembered it. And yet...
But you're dead,
Harry said.
Oh yes,
Dumbledore said matter-of-factly.
Then, I'm dead too.
Ah,
Dumbledore said, smiling still more broadly.
that is the question, isn't it? On the whole, dear boy, I think not.
Not.
Not,
Dumbledore said.
But?
Harry raised his hand instinctively toward the lightning scar, and it did not seem to be there.
But I should have died. I didn't defend myself. I meant to let him kill me.
And that,
Dumbledore said,
will, I think, have made all the difference.
Happiness seemed to radiate off Dumbledore like light, like fire. Harry had never seen him so utterly, so palpably, content.
Explain,
Harry said.
But you already know,
Dumbledore said. He twiddled his thumbs together.
I let him kill me, didn't I?
Harry said.
You did,
Dumbledore said, nodding.
Go on.
So the part of his soul that was in me.
Dumbledore nodded still more enthusiastically, urging Harry onward, a broad smile of encouragement on his face.
Has it gone?
Oh yes,
Dumbledore said.
Yes, he destroyed it. Your soul is whole, and completely your own, Harry.
But then...
Harry glanced over his shoulder to where the small, maimed creature trembled under the chair.
What is that, Professor?
Something that is beyond either of our help.
But if Voldemort used the killing curse...
Harry started again.
And no one died for me this time, how can I be alive?
I think you know how,
Dumbledore said.
Think back. Remember what he did, in his ignorance, in his greed and his cruelty.
Harry thought, and as he did, he let his gaze drift over his surroundings. If it was indeed a palace in which they sat, it was an odd one, with chairs set in little rows and bits of railing here and there, and still, he and Dumbledore and the stunted creature under the chair were the only ones there. Then the answer rose from his lips easily, without effort.
He took my blood,
Harry said.
Precisely,
Dumbledore said.
He took your blood and rebuilt his living body with it. Your blood in his veins, Harry, Lily's protection inside both of you. He tethered you to life while he lives.
I live while he lives. But I thought it was the other way round. I thought we both had to die. Or is it the same thing?
Harry was distracted by the whimpering and thumping of the agonized creature behind them, and glanced back at it yet again.
Are you sure we can't do anything?
There is no help possible.
Then explain more,
Harry said. Dumbledore smiled.
You were the 7th Horcrux, Harry. The Horcrux he never meant to make. He had rendered his soul so unstable that it broke apart when he committed those acts of unspeakable evil, the murder of your parents, the attempted killing of a child. But what escaped from that room was even less than he knew. He left more than his body behind. He left part of himself latched to you, the would-be victim who had survived. And his knowledge remained woefully incomplete, Harry. That which Voldemort does not value, he takes no trouble to comprehend. Of love and children's takes, of loyalty, friendship, and innocence, Voldemort knows and understands nothing. Nothing. That they all have a power beyond his own, a power beyond the reach of magic, is a truth that he has never grasped. He took your blood believing it would strengthen him. He took into his body a tiny part of the enchantment your mother laid upon you when she died for you. His body keeps her sacrifice alive, and while that enchantment survives, so do you, and so does Voldemort's one last hope for himself.
Dumbledore smiled at Harry, and Harry stared up at him.
And you knew this? You knew all along?
I guessed. But my guesses have usually been good,
Dumbledore said happily, and they sat in silence for what seemed like a long time, while the creature behind them continued to whimper and tremble.
He killed me with your wand,
Harry said.
He failed to kill you with my wand,
Dumbledore corrected.
I think we can agree that you are not dead, though, of course,
he added.
I do not minimize your sufferings, which I am sure were severe.
Harry blinked, and it took a moment for him to turn the feelings that welled up inside him into words.
I thought it was all over. I spoke to death, or I tried to, at least. I meant to die, and I asked for death just to let everyone live. Everyone I love.
Dumbledore was looking at him quietly, and Harry glanced up at him.
Where are we exactly?
Well, I was going to ask you that,
Dumbledore said, looking around.
Where would you say we are?
It looks,
Harry said slowly,
like King's Cross Station. Except a lot cleaner and empty, and there are no trains as far as I can see.
King's Cross Station.
Dumbledore chuckled.
Good gracious, really?
Well, where do you think we are?
Harry said a trifle defensively.
My dear boy, I have no idea. This is, as they say, your party.
Harry glared up at Dumbledore. And then he remembered a much more pressing question than that of their current location.
The Deathly Hallows,
Harry said, and he was glad to see the words wipe the smile from Dumbledore's face.
Ah, yes,
he said. He even looked a little worried.
Well,
Dumbledore suddenly looked to Harry like a small schoolboy caught in a wrongdoing.
Can you forgive me?
He said.
Can you forgive me for not trusting you? For not telling you? Harry, I only feared that you would fail as I failed. I only dreaded that you would make my mistakes. I crave your pardon, Harry. I have known for some time now that you are the better man.
What are you talking about?
Harry asked, startled by Dumbledore's tone, and by the sudden appearance of tears in his eyes.
The Hallows,
Dumbledore murmured.
A lure for fools. And I was such a fool. But you know, don't you? I have no secrets from you anymore. You know.
What do I know?
Dumbledore turned his whole body to face Harry, and tears still sparkled in those brilliant blue eyes.
Master of Death, Harry. Was I better, ultimately, than Voldemort?
Of course, you were,
Harry insisted.
Yet I too sought a way to conquer death, Harry.
So did my mum. So did Remus when he saved Sirius in the Death Chamber. So did I when I walked into the forest. Just matters what exactly you mean by mastering death, doesn't it?
Harry said, finding himself thinking hard.
But if we're discussing immortality, you didn't go about it the way Voldemort did. Hallows not Horcruxes.
Hallows not Horcruxes,
Dumbledore murmured.
Precisely.
Dumbledore trailed off, and there was a pause. The creature behind them whimpered, but Harry no longer looked around.
Grindelwald was looking for the Hallows too,
Harry said.
You never told anyone you loved him, did you?
Dumbledore sighed heavily, closing his eyes and shaking his head.
No, I did not.
Why?
Dumbledore opened his eyes slowly.
It mattered not, in the end. Ariana lay dead on the floor and Grindelwald.
It's not about your fight or the final duel. You being who you are, that matters to those who knew you,
Harry said sternly.
It would have mattered a great deal for people to know that Albus Dumbledore was gay.
Dumbledore bowed his head, and after a moment he smiled softly and said,
You are right, Harry. But there is certainly a wizarding gay couple alive today who are the best role models for our society to see, to understand, to know.
Harry smiled, and there was another pause. Then Dumbledore said,
You have guessed, I know, why the cloak was in my possession that night your parents died. The cloak traveled down through the ages, father to son, mother to daughter, right down to Ignatius's last living descendant, who was born, as Ignatius was, in the village of Godric's Hollow.
Me.
You. When James showed me the cloak just a few days prior to Halloween night, I could hardly believe what I was seeing. I asked to borrow it, examine it. I had long since given up my dream of uniting the Hallows, but I could not resist, could not help taking a look.
Dumbledore's tone was unbearably bitter.
The cloak would not help them survive,
Harry said softly.
Voldemort knew where my mum and dad were. The cloak couldn't have made them curse-proof.
True.
Dumbledore sighed.
True.
Harry waited and then said,
You tried to use the resurrection stone.
Dumbledore nodded.
When I discovered it, after all those years, buried in the abandoned home of the Gaunts, the Hallow I craved most of all, though in my youth I wanted it for very different reasons, I lost my head, Harry. I quite forgot it was now a Horcrux, that the ring was sure to carry a curse. I was such a fool, Harry. After all those years I had learned nothing. I was unworthy to unite the Deathly Hallows, I had proved it time and again, and here was the final proof. Maybe a man in a million could unite the Hallows, Harry. I was fit only to possess the meanest of them, the least extraordinary. I was fit to own the Elder Wand, and not to boast of it, and not to kill with it. I was permitted to tame and to use it, because I took it not for gain, but to save others from it. But the cloak I took out of vain curiosity, and so it could never have worked for me as it works for you, its true owner. The stone I would have used to drag back those who are at peace, rather than to enable my self-sacrifice, as you did. You are the worthy possessor of the Hallows, Harry. And not merely for this reason are you the true master of death. The true master does not seek to run away from death, but accepts that they must die, and understands that there are far, far worse things in the living world than dying.
Dumbledore patted Harry's hand and Harry looked up at the old man. It was hard to remain angry with Dumbledore. What was the point? But Harry could not just let it all go.
Why did you have to make it so difficult?
Dumbledore smiled tremulously.
I am afraid I counted on Miss Granger and Mr. Lupin to slow you up, Harry. I was afraid that you, and please, I mean no offense, your godfathers, hotheads might dominate your good hearts. I was scared that, if presented outright with the facts about those tempting objects, you might seize the Hallows as I did, at the wrong time, for the wrong reasons. I worried Sirius would bait you. If you laid hands on them, Harry, I wanted you to possess them safely.
And Voldemort never knew about the Hallows.
I do not think so, because he did not recognize the resurrection stone he turned into a Horcrux. But you expected him to go after the wand. I have been sure that he would try ever since your wand beat his in the graveyard in Little Hangleton.
If you planned your death with Snape, you meant for him to end up with the Elder Wand, didn't you?
I admit that was intention,
Dumbledore said.
But it did not work as I intended, did it?
No,
Harry said.
That bit didn't work out.
The creature behind them jerked and moaned, and Harry and Dumbledore sat without talking for the longest time yet. The realization of what would happen next settled gradually over Harry in the long minutes, like softly falling snow.
I've got to go back, haven't I?
That is up to you.
I've got a choice.
This startled Harry.
Oh yes.
Dumbledore smiled at him.
We are in King's Cross, you say. I think that if you decided not to go back, you would be able to, let's say, board a train.
And where would it take me?
On,
Dumbledore said simply. Silence again.
Voldemort's got the Elder Wand.
True. Voldemort has the Elder Wand.
But you want me to go back.
But did Harry want to? He saw a swarm of faces in his mind's eye, heard bells and shouts of laughter, felt warm hugs and clasped hands and wind in his hair as he soared over the Quidditch pitch and tasted chocolate on his tongue.
I think,
Dumbledore said,
that if you choose to return, there is a chance Voldemort might be finished for good. I cannot promise it. But I know this, Harry, that you have less to fear from returning here than he does.
Harry glanced again at the raw-looking thing that trembled and choked in the shadow beneath the distant chair.
Do not pity the dead, Harry. Pity the living, and above all, pity those who live without love. By returning, you may ensure that fewer souls are maimed, fewer families are torn apart. You can rejoin your own family, and make it bigger and more full of love in the years to come. If that seems to you like a worthy goal, then we say goodbye for the present.
Harry nodded and sighed. Leaving this place would not be nearly as hard as walking into the forest had been, but it was warm and light and peaceful here, and he knew he was heading up to pain and the fear of more loss. But also, so much love. And the hope of more time. Of more and more, until the very end. And it was not the end just yet. Harry stood up and Dumbledore did the same, and they looked for a long moment into each other's faces.
Tell me one last thing,
Harry said.
Is this real? Or has this been happening inside my head?
Dumbledore beamed at him, and his voice sounded loud and strong in Harry's ears even though the bright mist was descending again, obscuring his figure.
Of course this has been happening inside your head, Harry, but why on earth should that mean it's not real?
Chapter 28. He was lying face down on the forest again. The smell of the forest filled his nostrils. He could feel the cold hard ground beneath his cheek, and the hinge of his glasses, which had been knocked sideways by the fall, cutting into his temple. Every inch of him ached, and the place where the killing curse had hit him felt like the bruise of an ironclad punch. He did not stir, but remained exactly where he had fallen, with his left arm bent out at an awkward angle and his mouth gaping. He had expected to hear cheers of triumph and jubilation at his death, but instead hurried footsteps, whispers, and solicitous murmurs filled the air.
My lord, my lord.
It was Bellatrix's voice, and she spoke as if to a lover. Harry did not dare open his eyes, but allowed his other senses to explore his predicament. He knew that his wand, Draco's wand, was still stowed beneath his robes because he could feel it pressed between his chest and the ground. A slight cushioning effect in the area of his stomach told him that the invisibility cloak was also there, stuffed out of sight.
My lord.
That will do,
Voldemort said. More footsteps, several people backing away from the same spot. Desperate to see what was happening and why, Harry opened his eyes by a millimeter. Voldemort seemed to be getting to his feet. Various Death Eaters were hurrying away from him, returning to the crowd lining the clearing. Bellatrix alone remained behind, kneeling beside Voldemort. Harry closed his eyes again and considered what he had seen. The Death Eaters had been huddled around Voldemort, who seemed to have fallen to the ground. Something had happened when he had hit Harry with the killing curse. Had Voldemort too collapsed? It seemed like it. And both of them had fallen briefly unconscious and both had now returned.
My lord, let me.
I do not require assistance,
Voldemort said coldly, and though he could not see it, Harry pictured Bellatrix withdrawing a helpful hand.
The boy, is he dead?
There was complete silence in the clearing. No one approached Harry, but he could feel their concentrated gaze. It seemed to press him harder into the ground, and he was terrified a finger or an eyelid might twitch.
You?
Voldemort said, and there was a bang and a small shriek of pain.
Examine him. Tell me whether he is dead.
Harry did not know who had been sent to verify. He could only lie there, with his heart thumping traitorously, and wait to be examined, but at the same time noting, small comfort though it was, that Voldemort was wary of approaching him, that Voldemort suspected that all had not gone to plan. Hands softer than he had been expecting, touched Harry's face, pulled back an eyelid, crept beneath his shirt, down to his chest, and felt his heart. He could hear the woman's fast breathing. Her long hair tickled his face. He knew that she could feel the steady pounding of life against his ribs.
Is Draco alive? Is he in the castle?
The whisper was barely audible. Her lips were an inch from his ear, her head bent so low that her long hair was shielding his face from the onlookers.
Yes,
he breathed back. He felt the hand on his chest contract, and her nails pierced him. Then it was withdrawn. She had sat up.
He is dead,
Narcissa Malfoy called to the watchers. And now they shouted, now they yelled in triumph, and stamped their feet, and through his eyelids Harry saw bursts of red and silver light shoot into the air in celebration. Still feigning death on the ground, Harry understood. Narcissa knew that the only way she would be permitted to enter Hogwarts and find her son was as part of the conquering army. She no longer cared whether Voldemort won.
You see,
Voldemort screeched over the tumult.
Harry Potter is dead by my hand, and no man alive can threaten me now. Watch! Crucio!
Harry had been expecting it, knew his body would not be allowed to remain unsullied upon the forest floor. It must be subjected to humiliation to prove Voldemort's victory. He was lifted into the air, and it took all of his determination to remain limp, yet the pain he had expected did not come. He was thrown once, twice, 3 times into the air. His glasses flew off and he felt his wand slide a little beneath his robes. But he kept himself floppy and lifeless, and when he fell to the ground for the last time, the clearing echoed with jeers and shrieks of laughter.
Now,
Voldemort said,
we go to the castle and show them what has become of their hero. Who shall drag the body? No, wait.
There was a fresh outbreak of laughter, and after a few moments Harry felt the ground trembling beneath him.
You carry him,
Voldemort said.
He will be nice and visible in your arms, will he not? Pick up your little friend, Hagrid. And the glasses, put on the glasses, He must be recognizable.
Someone slammed Harry's glasses back onto his face with deliberate force, but the enormous hands that lifted him into the air were exceedingly gentle. Harry could feel Hagrid's arms trembling with the force of his heaving sobs. Great tears splashed down upon him as Hagrid cradled Harry in his arms, and Harry did not dare, by movement or word, to intimate to Hagrid that all was not yet lost.
Move,
Voldemort said, and Hagrid stumbled forward, forcing his way through the close-growing trees, back through the forest. Branches caught at Harry's hair and robes, but he lay quiescent, his mouth lolling open, his eyes shut, and in the darkness, while the Death Eaters crowded all around them, and while Hagrid sobbed blindly, no one looked to see whether a pulse beat in the exposed neck of Harry Potter. The two giants crashed along behind the Death Eaters. Harry could hear trees creaking and falling as they passed. The victorious procession marched on toward the open ground, and after a while Harry could tell, by the lightening of the darkness through his closed eyelids, that the trees were beginning to thin.
Stop.
Harry thought that Hagrid must have been forced to obey Voldemort's command, because he lurched a little. A chill settled over them where they stood, and Harry heard the rasping breath of the Dementors as they patrolled the outer trees. They would not affect him now. The fact of his own survival burned inside him. It was like a talisman against the Dementors, as though James's stag kept guard of his heart. Someone passed close by Harry, and he knew it was Voldemort himself because he spoke a moment later, his voice magically amplified so that it swelled through the grounds, crashing upon Harry's eardrums.
Harry Potter is dead. He was killed as he ran away, trying to save himself while you lay down your lives for him. We bring you his body as proof that your hero is gone. The battle is won. You have lost half of your fighters. My Death Eaters outnumber you, and the boy who lived is finished. There must be no more war. Anyone who continues to resist, man, woman, or child, will be slaughtered, as will every member of their family. Come out of the castle now, kneel before me, and you shall be spared. Your parents and children, your brothers and sisters will live and be forgiven, and you shall join me in the new world we will build together.
There was silence in the grounds and from the castle. Voldemort was so close to him that Harry did not dare open his eyes again.
Come,
Voldemort said, and Harry heard him move forward, and Hagrid was forced to follow. Now Harry opened his eyes a fraction, and saw Voldemort striding in front of them, wearing the great snake Nagini around his shoulders, free of her enchanted cage. But Harry had no possibility of extracting the wand from his robes without being noticed by the Death Eaters, who marched on either side of them through the slowly lightening darkness.
Harry!
Hagrid sobbed.
Oh, Harry, Harry!
Harry shut his eyes tight again. He knew that they were approaching the castle and strained his ears to distinguish, above the gleeful voices of the Death Eaters and their tramping footsteps, signs of life from within.
Stop.
The Death Eaters came to a halt, and Harry heard them spreading out in a line facing the open front doors of the school. He could see, even through his closed eyelids, the reddish glow that meant light streamed upon from the entrance hall. He waited. Any moment the people for whom he had tried to die would see him, lying apparently dead, in Hagrid's arms.
No.
The scream was more terrible because Harry had never expected nor dreamed that Professor McGonagall could make such a sound. He heard another woman laughing nearby, and knew that Bellatrix gloried in McGonagall's despair. Harry opened his eyes and squinted for a second. He saw the open doorway filling with people, and Voldemort standing a little in front of him, stroking Nagini's head with a single white finger. Harry closed his eyes again.
No!
Ron screamed.
No.
Hermione wailed.
Harry! Harry!
Ginny's voice was demanding over the others. And then,
Let me through. Let me through. Let me go, Remus.
The voice was strained, gruff, grating, and frantic. There was the sound of shoes scuffing on the flagstones and Sirius struggling.
Harry.
Sirius called, and oh, Harry wanted to answer.
Harry.
Sirius shouted again, and then the frantic edge vanished from his voice as he suddenly erupted.
No. 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 No.
The shouts ran together, a visceral, serrated sound that burned away everything else.
That's Harry.
And then, in a tearing scream,
Remus, it's Harry. It's Harry.
Underneath his eyelashes, Harry opened his eyes and watched his godfather seeming to strangle over his own screams, watched him whirl around to the man standing behind him, watched him grab the old brown jumper. Remus was not screaming, he was not tearing at his hair. His features were warped in anguish, staring between Sirius and Harry and Hagrid's arms, but his brown eyes were sharp. Aware. Remus reached up and caught Sirius, pulling him against him as he wrapped one arm around Sirius's shoulders and the other around his waist, keeping Sirius from collapsing onto his knees or else from running out to attack Voldemort's army. Harry closed his eyes again. Remus's heart thudded unevenly as he held Sirius against his chest, muffling his screams, and stared at Harry's body in Hagrid's arms, but he did not despair. Remus could hear Harry's heart, low and nervous, but thrumming all the same, steady and sure. He could smell Harry's blood roaring within his veins. He could even see the slight splash of color on Harry's cheeks. Remus pulled Sirius tighter against him and gritted his teeth. Sirius was moaning, still struggling, but Remus held him steady and focused all he could on his old form of legitimacy. He treaded carefully into Sirius's mind. It wasn't something he had ever done before. Sirius was traumatized from Walburga's use of legitimacy all throughout his childhood, and so Remus had never dared. But now he must.
Sirius, Harry's alive. He is alive. He is with us still.
Sirius went rigid. His mind was a raging sea, just wave after wave of denial and untampered grief, wild and raw and frenzied. But one thought came through back to Remus.
Are you certain?
As certain as I am that I love you. Harry is alive.
Sirius stilled, and beside them, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny noticed. Ginny looked up at Remus, and as their eyes met, he realized he did not need to tell her through legitimacy the truth. She knew at once. Her eyes blazed and her hand tightened on her wand.
Set him down, Hagrid, at my feet, where he belongs.
Harry felt himself being lowered onto the grass.
You see,
Voldemort said, and Harry felt him striding backward and forward right beside the place where Harry lay.
Harry Potter is dead. Do you understand now, deluded ones? He was nothing ever, but a boy who relied on others to sacrifice themselves for him.
He beat you.
Ron yelled, and the defenders of Hogwarts began to shout and scream until a powerful bang extinguished their voices.
He was killed while trying to sneak out of the castle grounds.
Voldemort said, and there was relish in his voice for the lie.
Killed while trying to save himself.
But Voldemort broke off. Harry dared to peek. Sirius had moved forward but was held back by Remus, his eyes so sharp now that they looked like they could cut glass. And then Sirius started shouting again.
My godson.
At the same time, Neville had broken free of the crowd and charged at Voldemort. There was a bang and a grunt of pain, and Neville hit the ground. Voldemort threw Neville's wand aside and laughed.
And who is this?
Voldemort said in his snake's hiss.
Who has volunteered to demonstrate what happens to those who continue to fight when the battle is lost?
Bellatrix gave a delighted laugh.
It is Neville Longbottom, my lord. The boy who has been giving the Carrows so much trouble. The son of the Aurors, remember?
Ah yes, I remember.
Voldemort said, looking down at Neville, who was struggling to his feet, unarmed and unprotected in the no-man's land between the survivors and the Death Eaters. Harry noticed that Remus was now partly standing in front of Sirius, and had one arm extended out toward Neville, his eyes flashing yellow.
But you're a pure blood, aren't you?
Voldemort asked Neville, who had made it to his feet and now stood staring at Voldemort, his empty hands curled into fists.
So what if I am?
Neville said loudly.
You show spirit and bravery, and you come of noble stock. You will make a very valuable Death Eater. We need your kind, Neville Longbottom.
I'll join you when hell freezes over,
Neville said, and then he shouted.
Dumbledore's army.
There was an answering cheer from the crowd, whom Voldemort's silencing charm seemed unable to hold.
Very well,
Voldemort said, and Harry heard more danger in the silkiness of his voice than in the most powerful curse.
If that is your choice, Longbottom, we revert to the original plan. On your head,
he said quietly.
Be it.
Still watching through his lashes, Harry saw Voldemort wave his wand. Seconds later, out of one of the castle's shattered windows, something that looked like a misshapen bird flew through the half-light and landed in Voldemort's hand. He shook the mildewed object by its pointed end and it dangled empty and ragged, the sorting hat.
There will be no more sorting at Hogwarts School,
Voldemort said.
There will be no more houses. The emblem, shield, and colors of my noble ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, will suffice for everyone. Won't they, Neville Longbottom?
Voldemort pointed his wand at Neville, who grew rigid and still, then he forced the hat on Neville's head, so that it slipped down below his eyes. There were movements from the watching crowd in front of the castle. Sirius lunged forward and Remus let him go, his own half-brightly yellow eyes raking over Neville, while his jaw flexed quite visibly in his tortured-looking face. But as one, the Death Eaters raised their wands, holding the fighters of Hogwarts at bay. Sirius faltered mid-step.
Neville here is now going to demonstrate what happens to anyone foolish enough to oppose me,
Voldemort said, and with a flick of his wand, the sorting hat burst into flames. Screams split the dawn, and Neville was aflame, rooted to the spot, unable to move, and Harry could not bear it, he must act. And then many things happened at the same moment. They heard uproar from the distant boundary of the school as what sounded like hundreds of people came swarming over the out-of-sight walls and pelted toward the castle, uttering loud war cries. At the same time, Grop came lumbering around the side of the castle and yelled,
Hega.
His cry was answered by the roars from Voldemort's giants. They ran at Grop like bull elephants, making the ground quake. Then came hooves and the twangs of bows, and arrows were suddenly falling amongst the Death Eaters, who broke ranks, shouting their surprise. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from inside his robes, swung it over himself, and sprang to his feet, just as Neville, Sirius, and Remus moved too. In one swift, fluid motion, Neville broke free of the body-bind curse upon him. The flaming hat fell off him and he drew from its depths something silver, with a glittering, rubied handle. The slash of the silver blade could not be heard over the roar of the oncoming crowd or the sounds of the clashing giants, or the stampeding centaurs, and yet it seemed to draw every eye. With a single stroke Neville sliced off the great snake's head, which spun high into the air, gleaming in the light flooding from the entrance hall, and Voldemort's mouth was open in a scream of fury, and the snake's body thudded to the ground at his feet. And then Remus was there, standing between Neville and Voldemort. And encircling Neville was a shield of golden-gray magic. Hagrid's yell was loudest of all.
Harry, where's Harry?
Sirius whirled and stared down at the spot where a moment before, Harry had been laying. A coy smile quirked the corners of Sirius's lips. Chaos reigned. The charging centaurs were scattering the Death Eaters, everyone was fleeing the giants' stamping feet, and nearer the reinforcements that had come from who knew where. Harry saw giant winged creatures soaring around the heads of Voldemort's giants, Thestrals and hippogriffs scratching at their eyes while Grop punched and pummeled them. And now the defenders of Hogwarts and Death Eaters alike were being forced back into the castle. Harry was shooting jinxes and curses at any Death Eater he could see, and they crumpled, not knowing what or who had hit them, and their bodies were trampled by the retreating crowd. Remus was dueling beside Neville, who had regained his wand but was still encircled with the glittering golden-gray mist of Remus's magic, which was now swelling and rising to protect as many students and defenders as possible. Sirius was roaring,
Harry,
and firing curses in every direction, light on his feet as he fought with the savagery of a lion and the grace of a dancer. Still hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry was buffeted into the entrance hall. He was searching for Voldemort, and saw him across the room, firing spells as he backed into the great hall, still screaming instructions to his followers as he sent curses flying left and right. Harry cast shield charms and Voldemort's would-be victims, Seamus Finnegan and Hannah Abbott, darted past Harry into the great hall, where they joined the fight already flourishing inside it. And now there were more people, storming up the front steps, and Harry saw Charlie Weasley overtake Horace Slughorn. They seemed to have returned at the head of what looked like the families and friends of every Hogwarts student who had remained to fight, along with the shopkeepers and homeowners of Hogsmeade. The centaurs Bane and Ronan burst into the great hall in a clatter of hoofs. Harry sped between duellers, past struggling prisoners, and into the great hall. Voldemort was in the center of the battle, and he was striking and smiting all within reach. Harry could not get a clear shot, but fought his way nearer, still invisible, and the great hall became more and more crowded as everyone who could walk forced their way inside. Harry saw Yaxley slammed into the floor by Lee and George saw Dolohov fall with a strangled scream after Remus. Sharply flicked his wrist and the golden grey magic tightened itself into a noose around the Death Eater's neck, saw the silver-handed Walden McNair thrown across the room by Hagrid, hit the stone wall opposite, and slide unconscious to the ground, saw Ron and Neville bringing down Travers, saw Ayala and Diana stun Rockwood, Arthur and Percy flooring Thickness, saw Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy running through the crowd, not even attempting to fight, screaming their son's name. Voldemort was now dueling Sirius, McGonagall, and Kingsley all at once, and there was cold hatred in his face as they wove and ducked around him, unable to finish him. Bellatrix was fighting too, 50 yards away from Voldemort, and like her master she dueled 3 at once, Hermione, Ginny, and Luna, all battling their hardest, but Bellatrix was equal to them, and Harry's attention was diverted as a killing curse shot so close to Ginny that she missed death by an inch. Harry changed course, running at Bellatrix rather than Voldemort, but before he had gone a few steps he was knocked sideways.
Not my daughter, you bitch.
Molly Weasley threw off her cloak as she ran, freeing her arms. Bellatrix spun on the spot, roaring with laughter at the sight of her new challenger.
Out of my way.
Molly shouted to the 3 girls, and with a swipe of her wand she began to duel. Harry watched with terror and elation as Molly Weasley's wand slashed and twirled, and Bellatrix Lestrange's smile faltered and became a snarl. Jets of light flew from both wands, the floor around the witch's feet became hot and cracked. Both women were fighting to kill.
No.
Molly shouted as Remus and Arthur ran forward, trying to come to her aid.
Get back. Get back. She is mine.
Hundreds of people now lined the walls, watching the 2 fights, Voldemort and his 3 opponents, Bellatrix and Molly, and Harry stood, invisible, torn between them both in much the same way he could tell Remus was. They both wanted to attack, and yet to protect, and also give their loved ones their chance. Remus's eyes darted between the 2 fights, but it was clear enough on his face his longing to dive into the fray with Voldemort, and fight side by side with Sirius against the greatest evil.
What will happen to your children when I've killed you?
Bellatrix taunted, as mad as her master, capering as Molly's curses danced around her.
When Mummy's gone the same way as Freddy.
You will never touch our children again.
Molly screamed. Bellatrix laughed, and it was the same exhilarated laugh that both Harry and Remus recognized had been the sound Sirius had given before he had almost been struck by his cousin and gone on beyond the veil, and suddenly Harry knew what was going to happen before it did. Molly's curse soared beneath Bellatrix's outstretched arm and hit her squarely in the chest, directly over her heart. Bellatrix's gloating smile froze, her eyes seemed to bulge. For the tiniest space of time, she knew what had happened, and then she toppled, and the watching crowd roared and Voldemort screamed. Harry felt as though he turned in slow motion. Harry saw Remus had turned too, and began to run. He sprinted across the great hall and with a raise of his arm, the tempest of golden grey magic slammed down upon Voldemort, who in his rage did not deflect it, and Sirius gave a great war cry of triumph. Just as soon as Sirius's cheer had left his throat, Voldemort retaliated. Harry saw McGonagall, Kingsley, Sirius, and Remus blasted backward, flailing and withering through the air, as Voldemort's fury at the fall of his last, best lieutenant exploded with the force of a bomb. Voldemort raised his wand before the others had even hit the floor and directed it right at Molly Weasley.
Protego!
Harry roared and the shield charm expanded in the middle of the hall, and Voldemort stared around for the source as Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak at last. The yells of shock, the cheers, the screams on every side of
Harry, he's alive!
Were stifled at once. The crowd was afraid, and silence fell abruptly and completely as Voldemort and Harry looked at each other, and began at the same moment to circle each other. Sirius, Remus, Kingsley, and McGonagall were pushing themselves up to their feet. Remus stood slowly, offering a hand to Sirius, who hastily wiped a trail of blood off his lip as he took Remus's hand and clambered to his feet. Remus helped McGonagall stand while Kingsley pulled himself to his feet. Sirius was a live wire, poised and aching. Remus was too. His magic was bright around him, imbuing all of the 4 senior members of the Order of the Phoenix in a golden glow, as they turned stonily to watch the final duel.
I don't want anyone else to try to help,
Harry said loudly, directing these words at his guardians specifically, who both showed their understanding with expressions of fierce pride and grit. In the total silence, Harry's voice carried like a trumpet call.
It's got to be like this. It's got to be me.
Voldemort hissed. Sirius let out a soft wounded sound, then gritted his teeth and lifted his chin. His dark eyes glinted with inextinguishable light, burning brilliantly deep within. Beside him, Remus's magic blazed still stronger, as calling as the moon. They held the line and did not step forward, but they were there and Harry could see them and feel them. And he could feel his parents too. Still there, always there. Until the very end. But Harry had had enough endings. It was time for a new beginning, wasn't it?
Potter doesn't mean that,
Voldemort said, his red eyes wide.
That isn't how he works, is it? Who are you going to use a shield today, Potter?
No one,
Harry said simply.
There are no more Horcruxes. It's just you and me. Neither can live while the other survives, and one of us is about to leave for good.
One of us?
Voldemort jeered, and his whole body was taut and his red eyes stared, a snake that was about to strike.
You think it will be you, do you, the boy who has survived by accident and because Dumbledore was pulling the strings?
Accident, was it, when my mother died to save me?
Harry asked. They were still moving sideways, both of them, in that perfect circle, maintaining the same distance from each other.
Accident, when I decided to fight in the graveyard. Accident, that I didn't defend myself tonight, and still survived, and returned to fight again.
Accidents!
Voldemort screamed, but still he did not strike, and the watching crowd was frozen as if petrified, and of the hundreds in the hall, no one seemed able to breathe but them.
Accident and chance and the fact that you crouched and sniveled behind the skirts of greater men and women, and permitted me to kill them for you.
You won't be killing anyone else tonight,
Harry said as they circled, and stared into each other's eyes, green into red.
You won't be able to kill any of them ever again. Don't you get it? I was ready to die to stop you from hurting more people.
But you did not.
I meant to, and I spoke to death, and that's what did it. I've done what my mother and my Uncle Moony did. They're protected from you. Haven't you noticed how none of the spells you put on them are binding? You can't torture them. You can't touch them. I love them, I proved it, and they are protected. You don't learn from your mistakes, do you, Riddle?
You dare.
Yes, I dare,
Harry said.
I know things you don't know, Tom Riddle. I know lots of important things you don't. Want to hear some, before you make another big mistake?
Voldemort did not speak, but prowled in a circle, and Harry knew that he kept him temporarily mesmerized and at bay, held back by the faintest possibility that Harry might indeed know a final secret.
It is love again,
Voldemort said, his snake's face jeering.
Dumbledore's favorite solution. Love. Which he claimed conquered death, though love did not stop him from falling from the tower and breaking like an old waxwork. Love which did not prevent me stamping out your mudblood mother like a cockroach, Potter, and no one seems to love you enough to run forward this time and take my curse. So what will stop you dying when I strike?
Harry felt it in the air around them then, although he was certain Voldemort did not. He felt it coming from Remus and Sirius and McGonagall and Molly and Ginny. It was the purest and most powerful form of magic. He felt it like a flood of energy in his veins and felt more awake than he had ever felt in his life.
Just one thing.
Harry said, and still they circled each other, wrapped in each other, held apart by nothing but the last secret.
If it is not love that will save you this time,
Voldemort said,
you must believe that you have magic that I do not, or else a weapon more powerful than mine.
I believe both,
Harry said, and he saw shock flit across the snake-like face, though it was instantly dispelled. Voldemort began to laugh, and the sound was more frightening than his screams. Humorless and insane, it echoed around the silent hall.
You think you know more magic than I do,
Voldemort said.
Than Lord Voldemort, who has performed magic that Dumbledore himself never dreamed.
Oh, he dreamed of it,
Harry said.
But he knew more than you do, knew enough not to do what you've done.
You mean he was weak?
Voldemort screamed.
Too weak to dare, too weak to take what might have been his, what will be mine.
No, he was cleverer than you,
Harry said.
A better wizard, a better man.
I brought about the death of Albus Dumbledore.
You thought you did,
Harry said.
But you were wrong.
For the first time, the watching crowd stirred as the hundreds of people around the walls drew breath, as one.
Dumbledore is dead.
Voldemort hurled the words at Harry as though they would cause him unendurable pain.
His body decays in the marble tomb on the grounds of this castle. I have seen it, Potter, and he will not return.
Yes, Dumbledore's dead,
Harry said calmly.
But you didn't have him killed. He chose his own manner of dying, chose it months before he died, arranged the whole thing with the man you thought was your servant.
What childish dream is this?
Voldemort said, but still he did not strike, and his red eyes did not waver from Harry's.
Severus Snape wasn't yours,
Harry said.
Snape was Dumbledore's from the moment you started hunting down my mother. And you never realized it because of the thing you can't understand. You never saw Snape's Patronus, did you, Riddle?
Voldemort did not answer. They continued to circle each other.
Snape's Patronus was a doe,
Harry said.
The same as my mother's, because he loved her for nearly all of his life, from the time when they were children. You should have realized,
he said as he saw Voldemort's nostrils flare.
He asked you to spare her life, didn't he?
He desired her, that was all.
Voldemort sneered.
But when she had gone, he agreed that there were other women, of purer blood, worthier of him.
Of course, he told you that,
Harry said.
But he was Dumbledore's spy from the moment you threatened her, and he's been working against you ever since. Dumbledore was already dying when Snape finished him.
It matters not,
Voldemort shrieked, who had followed every word with rapt attention, but now let out a cackle of mad laughter.
It matters not whether Snape was mine or Dumbledore's, or what petty obstacles they tried to put in my path. I crushed them as I crushed your mother, Snape's supposed great love. Oh, but it all makes sense, Potter, in ways that you do not understand. Dumbledore was trying to keep the Elder Wand away from me. He intended that Snape should be the true master of the wand. But I got there ahead of you, little boy. I reached the wand before you could get your hands on it. I understood the truth before you caught up. I killed Severus Snape 3 hours ago, and the Elder Wand is truly mine. Dumbledore's last plan went wrong, Harry Potter.
Yeah, it did,
Harry said.
You're right. But before you try to kill me, I'd advise you to think about what you've done, think, and try for some remorse, Riddle.
What is this?
Of all the things that Harry had said to him, beyond any revelation or taunt, nothing had shocked Voldemort like this. Harry saw his pupils contract into thin slits, saw the skin around the eyes whiten.
It's your one last chance,
Harry said.
It's all you've got left. I've seen what you'll be otherwise. Be a better person, try for some remorse.
You dare,
Voldemort said again.
Yes, I dare,
Harry said.
Because Dumbledore's last plan hasn't backfired on me at all. It's backfired on you, Riddle.
Voldemort's hand was trembling on the Elder Wand, and Harry gripped Draco's very tightly. The moment, he knew, was seconds away.
That wand still isn't working properly for you because you murdered the wrong person. Severus Snape was never the true master of the Elder Wand. He never defeated Dumbledore.
He killed.
Aren't you listening? Snape never beat Dumbledore. Dumbledore's death was planned between them. Dumbledore intended to die undefeated, the wand's last master. If all had gone as planned, the wand's power would have died with him, because it had never been won from him.
But then, Potter, Dumbledore as good as gave me the wand.
Voldemort's voice shook with malicious pleasure.
I stole the wand from its last master's tomb. I removed it against its last master's wishes. Its power is mine.
You still don't get it, Riddle, do you? Possessing the wand isn't enough. Holding it, using it, doesn't really make it yours. Didn't you listen to Ollivander? The wand chooses the wizard. The Elder Wand recognized a new master before Dumbledore died, someone who never even laid a hand on it. The new master removed the wand from Dumbledore against his will, never realizing exactly what he had done, or that the world's most dangerous wand had given him its allegiance.
Voldemort's chest rose and fell rapidly, and Harry could feel the curse coming, feel it building inside the wand pointed at his face.
The true master of the Elder Wand is Draco Malfoy.
Blank shock showed in Voldemort's face for a moment, but then it was gone.
But what does it matter?
He said softly.
Even if you are right, Potter, it makes no difference to you and me. You no longer have the Phoenix Wand, we duel on skill alone, and after I have killed you, I can attend to Draco Malfoy.
But you're too late,
Harry said.
You've missed your chance. I got there first. I overpowered Draco weeks ago. I disarmed this wand from him.
Harry twitched the hawthorn wand, and he felt the eyes of everyone upon it.
So it all comes down to this, doesn't it?
Harry whispered.
Does the wand in your hand know its last master was disarmed? Because if it does, I am the true master of the Elder Wand.
A red-gold glow burst suddenly across the enchanted sky above them as an edge of dazzling sun above them appeared over the sill of the nearest window. Its rays shone into Remus's magic, and the great hall was filled with light. The light hit both their faces at the same time, so that Voldemort's was suddenly a flaming blur. Harry heard the high voice shriek as he too yelled his best hope to the heavens, pointing Draco's wand.
Avada Kedavra!
Expelliarmus!
The bang was like a cannon blast, and the golden flames that erupted between them, at the dead center of the circle they had been treading, marked the point where the spells had collided. Harry saw Voldemort's green jet meet his own spell, saw the Elder Wand fly high, dark against the sunrise, spinning across the enchanted ceiling like the head of Nagini, spinning through the air toward the master it would not kill, who had come to take full possession of it at last. And Harry, with the unerring skill of the Seeker, caught the wand in his free hand as Voldemort fell backward, arms splayed, the slit pupils of the scarlet eyes rolling upward. Tom Riddle hit the floor with a mundane finality. His body feeble and shrunken, the white hands empty, the snake-like face gaunt and unknowing. Voldemort was dead, killed by his own rebounding curse, and Harry stood with two wands in his hand, staring down at his enemy's shell. One shivering second of silence. The shock of the moment suspended. And then the tumult. Screams and cheers and roars rent the air. The fierce dawn sun dazzled the windows as they thundered toward him, and the first to reach him were Ron and Hermione. And it was their arms which were wrapped around him, their incomprehensible shouts that deafened him. Then Ginny, Neville, and Luna were there. And then the Weasleys and Ayala and Diana, Hagrid and Kingsley, McGonagall and Hooch and Flitwick and Sprout, and Harry could not hear a word anyone was shouting, nor whose hands were seizing him, pulling him, trying to hug some part of him, hundreds of them pressing in. And then Sirius was there. His arms wrapped around Harry's shoulders, and for a moment, Sirius just held him. And Harry allowed himself to gasp, and then exhale on his godfather's shoulder.
The boy who lived.
Sirius breathed by Harry's ear.
James and Lily's boy. Moony and I's boy. You. The boy who lived.
Sirius kissed Harry's cheek and then stepped back and ruffled Harry's hair, smiling wider than Harry had ever seen. And Harry just stared up at the older man, feeling as if he had never been more grateful to be alive. Remus stepped up beside Sirius. There were long tear tracks down his scarred and lined face, but his smile was so warm. Harry could not help but smile warmly back. Remus reached a hand to sweep the graying hair out of his eyes and then let out a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob and then dove forward. Remus nearly lifted Harry off of his feet as he hugged him. The sun rose steadily over Hogwarts, and the great hall blazed with light and life. Harry was an indispensable part of the mingled outpourings of jubilation and mourning, of grief and celebration. They wanted him there with them. their leader and symbol, their savior and their guide, and that he had not slept, that he craved the company of only a few of them, seemed to occur to no one. He must speak to the bereaved, clasp their hands, witness their tears, receive their thanks, hear the news creeping in from every quarter as the morning drew on, that the imperious up and down the country had come back to themselves, that Death Eaters were fleeing or else captured, that Kingsley had been made temporary minister of magic. They moved Voldemort's body and laid it in a chamber off the hall, away from the bodies of Fred, Tonks, Ted, Lavender Brown, Colin Creevey, and 50 others who had died fighting him. McGonagall had replaced the house tables, but no one was sitting according to house anymore. Everyone was jumbled together, teachers and pupils, ghosts and parents, centaurs and house elves. Firenze lay recovering in a corner, and Grop peered in through a smashed window. After a while, exhausted and drained, Harry found himself sitting on a table beside Luna.
"I'd want some peace and quiet, if it were me,"
she said.
"I'd love some,"
Harry replied.
"I'll distract them all,"
she said.
"Use your cloak."
And before he could say a word, she cried,
"Ooh, look, a blibbering humdinger,"
and pointed out of the window. Everyone who heard looked around, and Harry slid the cloak up over himself, and got to his feet. Now he could move through the hall without interference. He spotted Ginny 2 tables away. She was sitting with her head on her mother's shoulder. There would be time to talk later, hours and days and years in which to talk. Andromeda had arrived. She was now being held by Sirius as she sobbed. A few seats distant Remus sat with Teddy in his lap, their heads bowed, talking softly to one another. Harry saw Neville, the sword of Gryffindor, lying beside his plate as he ate, surrounded by a knot of fervent admirers. Diana and Ayala were aiding Madame Pomfrey, and McGonagall and Hooch were speaking to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Along the aisle between the tables Harry walked, and he spotted the Malfoys, huddled together as though unsure whether or not they were supposed to be there, but no one was paying them any attention. Everywhere Harry looked, he saw families reunited, and finally, he saw them.
"It's me,"
he muttered, crouching between them.
"Will you come with me?"
They stood up at once, and together, he, Ron, and Hermione left the great hall. Great chunks were missing from the ceiling of the entrance hall and the marble staircase, and rubble and blood stains occurred every few steps as they climbed. Somewhere in the distance they could hear Peeves zooming through the corridors singing a victory song of his own composition.
"We did it, we bashed them, we Potters the one. And Voldy's gone moldy, so now let's have fun." Really gives a feeling for the scope and tragedy of the whole thing, doesn't it?
Ron said, pushing open a door to let Harry and Hermione through. Happiness would come, Harry thought, but at the moment it was muffled by exhaustion, and the pain of losing Fred, Tonks, and Ted pierced him like a physical wound every few steps. Most of all, he felt the most stupendous relief, and a longing to sleep. But first he owed an explanation to Ron and Hermione, who had stuck by him for so long, and who deserved the truth. Painstakingly, he recounted what he had seen in the Pensieve, and what had happened in the forest, and they had not even begun to express their shock and amazement when at last they arrived at the place to which they had been walking, though none of them had mentioned their destination. Since he had last seen it, the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's study had been knocked aside. It stood lopsided, looking a little punch-drunk, and Harry wondered whether it would be able to distinguish passwords anymore.
"Can we go up?"
he asked the gargoyle.
"Feel free,"
the statue groaned. They clambered over him and onto the stone spiral staircase that moved slowly upward like an escalator. Harry pushed open the door at the top. He had one brief glimpse of the stone Pensieve on the desk where he had left it, and then an ear-splitting noise made him cry out, thinking of curses and returning Death Eaters and the rebirth of Voldemort. But it was applause. All around the walls, the headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts were giving him a standing ovation. They waved their hats, and in some cases their wigs. They danced up and down on the chairs on which they had been painted. But Harry had eyes only for the one man who stood in the largest portrait directly behind the headmaster's chair. Tears were sliding down from behind the half-moon spectacles into the long silver beard, and the pride and the gratitude emanating from him filled Harry with the same balm as Phoenix' song. At last Harry held up his hands and the portraits fell respectably silent, beaming and mopping their eyes and waiting eagerly for him to speak. Harry directed his words at Dumbledore, however, and chose each word with care. Exhausted and bleary-eyed though he was, he must make one last effort, seeking one last piece of advice.
The thing that was hidden in the snitch,
he began.
I dropped it in the forest. I don't know exactly where, but I'm not going to go looking for it again. Do you agree?
My dear boy,
Dumbledore said.
A wise and courageous decision, but no less than I would have expected of you. Does anyone else know where it fell?
No one,
Harry said, and Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction.
I'm going to keep Ignatius as present though,
Harry said, and Dumbledore beamed.
But of course, Harry, it is yours forever, until you pass it on.
And then there's this.
Harry held up the Elder Wand, and Ron and Hermione looked at it with a reverence that, even in his befuddled and sleep-deprived state, Harry did not like to see.
I don't want it,
Harry said.
What?
Ron said loudly.
Are you mental?
I know it's powerful,
Harry said wearily.
But I was happier with mine. So.
He looked up at Hermione and inclined his head. She reached into her beaded bag and withdrew the 2 halves of holly still connected by the finest thread of phoenix feather. Hermione had said it could not be repaired, that the damage was too severe. All he knew was that if this did not work, nothing would. He laid the broken wand upon the headmaster's desk, touched it with the very tip of the Elder Wand, and said,
Repair!
As his wand resealed, red sparks flew out of its end. Harry knew that he had succeeded. He picked up the holly and phoenix wand and felt a sudden warmth in his fingers.
I'm putting the Elder Wand,
he told Dumbledore, who was watching him with enormous affection and admiration,
back where it came from. It can stay there. If I die a natural death like Ignatius, its power will be broken, won't it? The previous master will never have been defeated. That'll be the end of it.
Dumbledore nodded. They smiled at each other.
Are you sure?
Ron said. There was the faintest trace of longing in his voice as he looked at the Elder Wand.
I think Harry's right,
Hermione said quietly.
That wand's more trouble than it's worth,
Harry said.
And quite honestly.
He turned away from the painted portraits, thinking now only of the 4-poster bed lying waiting for him in Gryffindor Tower, and wondering whether Sirius and Remus might bring him a sandwich up there.
I've had enough trouble for a lifetime.
Epilogue. 1 year later. The sun was bright, the sky a clear, cloudless blue. Gulls swooped and called over the heads of hundreds of shoppers filling the pavement of Carnaby Street. The air was fresh that June morning, the heat of summer a few hours off. A small group of shoppers moved leisurely along the market stalls and shops. 2 men, one with faded brown hair liberally streaked with gray, and the other with long raven-dark locks, walked side by side, stopping every now and then to sort through stacks of records and books, chatting with the shop owners. Sirius and Remus often looked up to feel the warmth of the summer sun on their faces, and every now and then, Remus would whisper something low with a wry smile and Sirius would erupt into barking laughter before reaching up to steal a kiss. Ahead of them walked an older woman with long brown hair, holding hands with a 5-year-old boy with curly, turquoise hair. Andromeda bought her and the child ice cream cones, and when the boy's chocolate rainbow swirl started to melt, Andy leaned in and licked the sticky stream that trailed down Teddy's cone. Teddy giggled and pinched Andy's cheek as if she were the cheeky one. At the very back of the group were a young couple. The young boy was tall, with glasses and short, spiky black hair, and a peculiar lightning bolt scar was visible on his forehead. He withdrew a rose out from behind his back for a girl with auburn hair, flaming in the bright sunlight, who grinned and kissed him as she took the flower. Ginny laughed and wrapped her arm around Harry's elbow.
Merlin, do I love London?
She exclaimed, and Harry smiled at her, thinking,
I can't wait to explore it all with you.
It was mid-afternoon, the daytime warmth at its peak, when the group apparated to Ottery St. Catchpole, and climbed the hill to reach the orchard behind the burrow. They made their way through the trees to the makeshift Quidditch pitch. Under the dappled sunlight at the edge of the trees, the others had laid out picnic blankets. The Weasleys, Molly, Arthur, Bill, Fleur, Charlie, Percy, George, Ginny, and Ron were joined by Hermione Granger, Lee Jordan, and Gabrielle Delacour. Fleur's youngest sister had been staying with Fleur for the past month due to the newest arrival. Victoire Delacour was born on the anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts. She was a month old now, and already had flowing silver locks upon her small head.
Come and have a look, little one,
Fleur called to Teddy, holding the baby wrapped in a pale blue blanket in her arms. Teddy bounced over and plopped to his knees on the picnic blanket beside Fleur, leaning over to peer under the blanket's hood.
Oh, she's pretty.
A moment later, Teddy's hair was flowing and silvery blonde, his cheeks cherub and peachy. Fleur cooed enough worthy for two beautiful babe faces.
Wonderful, Teddy. You are a worthy match for her.
Bill choked on his butterbeer and sat straighter beside Fleur.
Bit too soon for that.
Fleur laughed throatily.
But they will be at Hogwarts together one day.
He's 5 years older than her.
Molly interceded, offering Teddy a custard tart, which he took happily after first trying to offer it to Victoire.
I'm 5 years older than you,
Arthur said with a smile, and Molly blushed. Shortly, teams were made and set off on the Quidditch pitch. Sirius, Harry, George, and Ron against Ginny, Bill, Lee, and Charlie with Percy as referee. Teddy was chatting away with Gabrielle and Fleur, making faces to Victoire, and Remus lounged back on the picnic blanket beside Molly, Arthur, and Andy. She smiled as she walked up to him.
Hello, Remus.
Hello, Hermione,
he said back.
All right.
She nodded and sat cross-legged on the blanket beside him, pulling out a shiny hardcover book from her bag.
I've read it cover to cover twice already.
Remus felt his cheeks blush as he looked down at the midnight cover. As per his request, the book did not show the full moon but rather he and Sirius's side profiles, back to back, with the silhouettes of Prongs, Padfoot, and the wolf over their heads beneath the title.
The Dog and the Wolf, Lycanthropy, Animagery, and Queer Love in Magical Britain, circa 1960 to present. The story of Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, interviewed by Willa Weatherby.
Remus couldn't help but deflect.
Only cover to cover twice. Pre-law manuals keeping you quite busy.
Hermione swatted him with the book.
As a matter of fact, they don't. It's all so arcane and honestly bloody useless.
What did you think of it?
Remus asked, motioning toward the hardcover in her hand.
Oh, it was fascinating, Remus.
She started eagerly.
So enlightening. And all of the information you and Sirius explain in here must be so useful for the trainees at the Lupin Lycanthropic Center in Hampstead Heath.
Remus smiled.
Indeed, although Ayala and Diana supply plenty of first-hand accounts, I've been told. Although I'm sure the Animagery office is swamped with hunting down underage imitators of Prongs and Padfoot.
It's so wonderful to hear your story, Remus,
Hermione said earnestly. Remus looked down and plucked a stem of grass into the palm of his hand, staring down at the fresh green stem laid beside an array of scars.
Perhaps, but there are so many stories to tell from the here and now, are there not?
Hermione playfully swatted his shoulder again.
Of course there are, Remus. But reading what those before us did, how their actions led to the present, to understand what forces they fought against, that is important too. To know our heroes, to acknowledge them. You and the Marauders. All you went through.
She shook her head, trailing off. Remus smiled wryly.
You were born a ready-made law apprentice, Hermione. How's the flat hunting going?
She blushed and shyly smiled at the compliment.
Well, I want to be as close to Vauxhall as possible, for the easiest commute to the Ministry, of course.
Remus chuckled.
Soho is well close. Ginny's got her eyes on a place in Chinatown, she told me this morning.
Chinatown.
Hermione squeaked.
But it's so noisy.
You're only a young person living in London once, Hermione.
Remus told her with a wide, unabashed smile.
And living with friends, no doubt. You, Ron, Ginny, and Harry. Besides, how do you think I travel from Hope's Cottage to Hampstead for the clinic? How do you think Sirius and Andy get to their new Muggle and magical music shop in Diagon? Are you a witch or what, Hermione?
He added with a wink. She grinned back and slapped him harder on the shoulder this time.
All right, I'm a witch. I'll bloody apparate or fluor.
Ride a broom.
Hermione outright smacked Remus properly this time.
You first, Lupin.
Remus turned to focus back on the Quidditch match. He watched as Sirius hit a bludger directed from George so high over the pitch that Lee had to shoot directly skyward to reach it. Sirius zoomed around the pitch, barking his laughter, and high-fived Harry as he flew past him. Harry and Ginny, meanwhile, had been so distracted by watching the other that Remus had noted the snitch had flown by Harry's ear twice already.
Go on then,
Remus said, rising smoothly to his feet and offering Hermione a hand. On his picnic blanket nearby, Teddy leapt up.
What are we doing, Dad?
A few moments later, Remus sat astride the spare Nimbus 2000 Bill had lent him, with Teddy sitting in front of him, both of them holding tight to the broomstick. Hermione kicked up off the grass and wobbled up into the air with encouraging words from Ron and Ginny. Remus gently lifted himself and Teddy skyward, and soon the summer breeze was lifting their hair, and the wind was licking their cheeks and Teddy was giggling as Harry flew past. And then a blur of black was soaring in circles over their heads until Sirius abruptly paused, floating in midair in front of them. Sirius was smiling so bright that Remus was certain that the overwhelming rising warmth inside his chest must be due to Sirius's radiance alone.
Well, time for a golden age, eh, Moony?
Sirius said, lifting his face to drink in the golden rays of the sun. 19 years later. Autumn seemed to arrive suddenly that year. The morning of the 1st of September was as crisp and golden as an apple, and as the little family bobbed across the rumbling road toward the great city station, the fumes of car exhausts and the breath of pedestrians sparkled like cobwebs in the cold air. 2 large cages rattled on top of the laden trolleys the parents were pushing. The owls inside them hooted indignantly, and the red-haired girl trailed tearfully behind her brothers, clutching her father's arm.
It won't be too long, and you'll be going too,
Harry told her.
2 years.
Lily sniffed.
I want to go now.
The commuters stared curiously at the owls as the family wove its way toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Albus's voice drifted back to Harry over the surrounding clamor, as he scanned the barrier for the other family that would be joining them before they crossed over. The sons had resumed the argument that they had started in the car.
I won't be in Slytherin.
James, give it a rest,
Ginny said to their eldest son.
I only said he might be,
James said, grinning at his younger brother.
There's nothing wrong with that. He might be in Slyth.
But James had caught sight of his mother's eye and fell silent. The 5 Potters approached the barrier, and then Harry spotted them, making their way toward them around the crowded station.
A mass of filthy, matted hair hung to his elbows. If eyes hadn't been shining out of the deep, dark sockets, he might have been a corpse. The waxy skin was stretched so tightly over the bones of his face, it looked like a skull. His yellow teeth were bared in a grin. It was Sirius Black.
Morning, you lot.
Sirius crowed as he reached the family, throwing his arms around Harry and then bending low to hug each of the children in turn. His hair was to his shoulders as always, and an enviable tone of raven black even in his 60s. Smile lines now framed each dark, shining eye, but Sirius had never stopped shining as bright as the dog star. Harry figured he never would.
The stranger was wearing an extremely shabby set of wizard's robes that had been darned in several places. He looked ill and exhausted. Though quite young, his light brown hair was flecked with grey. There was a soft, crackling noise and a shivering light filled the compartment. Professor Lupin appeared to be holding a handful of flames. They illuminated his tired, grey face, but his eyes looked alert and wary.
All sorted?
Remus asked Ginny and Harry as he approached, smiling warmly. It was a week until the full moon, but Remus had been an alpha for many, many years now. His hair was now fully and completely grey, and more lines deepened and aged his face, but there were no new scars and he walked with a preternatural grace and strength that was never weakened, never sated, with each transformation. The Lupin Lycanthropic Clinic had been highly successful as well with aiding their patients' transformations with each new discovery. Ginny assured Remus that they were all ready for the train as Remus hugged her and Harry, and then took his turn greeting the children. Remus was still a head taller than any of the adults, except of course, for Teddy.
Ooh, all right,
Teddy said, exaggerating the accent as he high-fived James, patted Albus on the back, and imitated Lily's own face back at her for a heartbeat, before any muggle noticed. Lily giggled, her sadness momentarily forgotten. Teddy had left Hogwarts a few years before, after being sorted into Hufflepuff and after being made head boy, the last of which still grated against Sirius if you got him tipsy enough to admit it, and Remus would gloat if given the same amount of drink. Teddy still sported his turquoise curls and retained his metamorph magus abilities, and was now working for the Department for Magical Creatures, and was tall and lanky in the same manner in which Remus was. He had also begun transforming with his parents each full moon since he turned 17. His animagus form was, of some surprise to Remus but none to Sirius, a wolf.
Let's go,
James said once all the good mornings and how our yous were finished. He took the trolley from his mother and broke into a run. A moment later he had vanished.
You'll write to me, won't you?
Albus asked his parents immediately, capitalizing on the momentary absence of his brother.
Every day, if you want us to,
Ginny said.
Not every day,
Albus said quickly.
James says most people only get letters from home about once a month.
They wrote to James 3 times a week last year,
Remus told him with a wry smile.
And you don't want to believe everything he tells you about Hogwarts,
Harry put in.
He likes a laugh, your brother.
Wonder where he gets it,
Sirius said.
Real mystery, that one.
Side by side, Harry and Ginny pushed the second trolley forward, gathering speed. As they reached the barrier, Albus winced, but there was no collision. Instead, the family emerged onto platform 9 3/4, which was obscured by thick white steam that was pouring from the Scarlet Hogwarts Express.
Where are they?
Albus asked anxiously, peering at the hazy forms they passed as they made their way down the platform.
Just up ahead,
Remus assured him, pointing the way forward. Soon, a group of 4 people emerged from the mist, standing alongside the very last carriage. Their faces only came into focus when Harry, Ginny, Lily, Albus, Sirius, Remus, and Teddy had drawn right up to them.
Hi,
Albus said, sounding extremely relieved. Rose, who was already wearing her brand new Hogwarts robes, beamed at him.
Hi.
Parked all right, then?
Ron asked Harry.
I did. Hermione didn't believe I could pass a Muggle driving test, did you? She thought I'd have to confund the examiner.
No, I didn't.
Hermione said.
I had complete faith in you.
As a matter of fact, I did confund him.
Ron whispered to Harry as they lifted Albus's trunk and owl onto the train.
I only forgot to look in the wing mirror, and let's face it, I can use a super sensory charm for that.
Back on the platform, they found Lily and Hugo, Rose's younger brother, having an animated discussion about which house they would be sorted into when they finally went to Hogwarts.
If you're not in Gryffindor, we'll disinherit you,
Ron said.
But no pressure.
Ron,
Hermione cried.
He doesn't mean it,
Teddy told the kids, laughing as he turned. Clearly, he had spotted someone he had hoped to see, because Teddy strode off into the mist with his shoulders back. Sirius gave a chuckle and flashed Remus a knowing smile. Remus smiled back but seemed distracted. He caught Harry and Ron's eyes and then nodded covertly to a point some 50 points away. Harry, Ron, and Sirius's gazes all followed to look at the 3 people that stood in sharp relief against the shifting mist. Draco Malfoy was standing with his wife and son, a dark coat buttoned up to his throat. His hair was receding somewhat, which emphasized the pointed chin. The new boy resembled Draco just as much as Albus resembled Harry. Draco caught sight of them, nodded curtly, and turned away.
So that's little Scorpius,
Ron said lowly.
Make sure you beat him in every test, Rosie. Thank God you inherited your mother's brains.
Ron, for heaven's sake.
Hermione said, half stern and half amused.
Don't try to turn them against each other before they've even started school.
You're right, sorry,
Ron said, but unable to help himself, he added.
Don't get too friendly with him though, Rosie. Grandad Weasley would never forgive you if you married a pure blood.
Hey!
Sirius and James said at the same time. James had reappeared, and had divested himself of his trunk, owl, and trolley, and was evidently bursting with news.
Teddy's back there.
James said breathlessly.
Just seen him. And guess what he's doing? Snogging Victoire.
Sirius clapped James on the back of his head.
Oi! Don't snitch.
James still gazed up at the adults, evidently disappointed by the lack of reaction.
Teddy Lupin. Snogging our cousin Victoire. And I asked Teddy what he was doing.
You interrupted them.
Ginny said.
You are so like Ron.
And he said he'd wanted to see her off. And then he told me to go away. He's snogging her.
James added as though worried he had not made himself clear. Remus clicked his tongue.
Old news, chap, but you'll get there one day soon, eh?
James gaped up at him, confused and shocked. Remus just smiled and shrugged. Harry checked the battered old watch that had once been Fabian Pruitt's.
It's nearly 11, you'd better get on board.
Don't forget to give Neville our love,
Ginny told James as she hugged him.
Mum, I can't give a professor love.
I did,
Sirius said, looking at Remus and winking. Remus looked torn between two very different means of getting Sirius to shut up.
But you know Neville.
James rolled his eyes.
Outside, yeah, but at school he's Professor Longbottom, isn't he? I can't walk into herbology and give him love.
Shaking his head at his mother's foolishness, James vented his feelings by aiming a kick at Albus.
See you later, I'll watch out for the Thestrals.
I thought you said they were invisible. You said they were invisible.
Remus patted Albus's shoulder and assured him that yes, all good Thestrals are properly invisible, as James merely laughed, permitted his mother to kiss him, gave his father a fleeting hug, then leapt onto the rapidly filling train. They saw him wave, then sprint away up the corridor to find his friends.
Thestrals are nothing to worry about,
Harry said, turning to Remus and Albus.
They're gentle things, there's nothing scary about them. Anyway, you won't be going up to school in the carriages, you'll be going in the boats.
Ginny kissed Albus goodbye.
See you at Christmas, love.
Bye, Ull,
Harry said as his son hugged him.
Don't forget Hagrid's invited you to tea next Friday. Don't mess with Peeves. Don't duel anyone till you've learned how. And don't let James wind you up.
Sirius and Remus were chatting away with Ginny, Ron, and Hermione, and Teddy was off still surely snogging Victoire, so the question that came was just for Harry.
What if I'm in Slytherin?
The whisper for his father alone, and Harry knew that only the moment of departure could have forced Albus to reveal how great and sincere the fear was. Harry crouched down so that Albus's face was slightly above his own. Alone of Harry's 3 children, Albus had inherited Lily's eyes.
Albus Regulus,
Harry said quietly, so that no one but Ginny, Remus, and Sirius would hear, although they were tactful enough to pretend to be waving to Rose, who was now on the train.
You were named for 2 heroes of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin and he was probably one of the bravest men you could ever know.
But just say.
Then Slytherin House will have gained an excellent student, won't it? It doesn't matter to us, Ull. But if it matters to you, you'll be able to choose Gryffindor over Slytherin. The sorting hat takes your choice into account.
Really?
It did for me,
Harry said. He had never told any of his children that before, and he saw the wonder in Albus's face when he said it. But now the doors were slamming all along the scarlet train, and the blurred outlines of parents were swarming forward for final kisses, last-minute reminders. Albus jumped into the carriage and Ginny closed the door behind him. Students were hanging from the windows nearest them. A great number of faces, both on the train and off, seemed to be turned toward Harry.
Why are they all staring?
Albus demanded as he and Rose craned around to look at the other students.
Don't let it worry you,
Sirius said.
It's me. I'm extremely famous.
Albus, Rose, Hugo, and Lily laughed. Remus elbowed Sirius in the ribs, and he barked his laughter, crowing out.
Oh come on, Moony, I am famous. And we're famous authors and activists. We've been out for nearly 18 years, married for about the same.
Remus nimbly snatched the collar of Sirius's graphic t-shirt. This one was for a Muggle band called the Talking Heads.
And oh, look, they named a band after you, Sirius.
Remus had said when he'd seen the album in Sirius and Andy's Diagon shop, and kissed Sirius full and hard on the mouth for the staring crowd. They broke apart to chitters and gasps. There was even a smattering of applause from a stunned family close by on the platform. Sirius had the gall to bow. The train began to move and Harry walked alongside it, watching his son's thin face, already ablaze with excitement. Harry kept smiling and waving, even though it was like a bereavement, watching his son glide away from him. The last trace of steam evaporated in the fresh autumn air. The train rounded a corner. Harry's hand was still raised in farewell.
He'll be all right,
Ginny murmured. As Harry looked at her, he lowered his hand absent-mindedly and touched a lightning scar on his forehead.
I know he will.
The scar had not pained Harry for 19 years. All was well. Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora.